Check, 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 check. Shivaya, hello. Eh? Hello, check. Shivaya.
Great.
One. You got it, sir.
Uh,
Okay, now
Join as a
Abhishek sir, are you able to hear?
I can hear you.
And we can hear you perfectly well, sir.
Okay, but I can't switch off my camera. Yeah,
Now we can see you very well, sir. Your
that's
camera
right.
is also very clear.
That's right.
Wonderful, sir. And will you be having a PPT from your side or it's a talk, sir?
Mm. It will be a talk. It will be a talk.
No problem, sir. Either way, that's all, so that we are
Mm.
prepared.
No, see, what you want to focus on safe and trusted only, na?
Correct. That's all.
Huh? You
And
don't want details of the Impact Summit, or right?
I think it will be good to mention that because, that is something that you are leading and this entire crowd should know about it as well. that there's a big summit at the worldwide level coming, and you are leading that. So
So
there's a
if
lot
you
of
want, I can send you a PPT. I can do a PPT also. That's not an issue.
so maybe, sir, what we can do, there is a PPT, but in that one, you might want to somewhere pick up the safe and trust AI a
I
little.
think that will be there. That will be there.
Perfect, sir. You know it exactly what is to be done. Perfectly.
Huh.
Okay,
That can be there. So,
you can just put it on my WhatsApp, sir, your PPT, and I'll
or
go
you
over.
want me to share myself?
Perfectly fine. Can you just try, sir, now?
Let me. We have time, na?
No,
So,
we have time. We have time. We are good, sir. We are
huh.
at least another 10 minutes out, so you're good.
Huh. Yeah, 1 second. So let me 1 second. Zoom. See if I can share. Share. Sharing is not turned on.
Okay, can you please give, sir, full permissions to share files? Sir, now there is a permission there on the bottom green share.
I know that. I know.
It's
It
not
says sharing is not turned on. The host isn't allowed sharing for this webinar.
okay. Okay, let's see. There is an option that you have that removes that restriction. Go to the share button for sir. Go to sir. No, not that one. No, not that one. Sir, here there is no. We have given you full privilege as a host.
No,
You can.
but I think it says not turned on. So shall I send? Because if I handle it, then I can do it more faster. I can send you the on WhatsApp. That's not a problem.
So what we do, just a plan B. I will keep it here,
Huh.
and but otherwise, we'll in the next few minutes try to figure out and have it work
ठीक
from.
है. So I am sending you.
Okay, sir.
It's my standard deck that we are using for the Impact Summit. What all is happening? So it will be good for all the audience. Since I believe Yoko has come.
I think so. I just saw him at the breakfast table somewhere.
Okay.
I think so.
So it will give you a good overview of the whole summit to everyone. Huh? And I
Wonderful.
will, in between, I'll focus on the need for safe and trusted.
And there is several hundreds of the students, BTech students from our multiple campuses, physically present, also online. So they will enjoy and learn, as you walk us through that AI summit and why we are doing it, what are the thematic areas like.
Sir. Yeah. So I sent you the deck.
I got it.
So I wait when you start. I will go mute.
You can turn off your camera also, sir, and I will give you a cue again to start the whole thing again, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Namaskar.
Om Amriteshwarye Namaha. Request all of you to please be seated. So we're going to get started with the program right away. And request all of you to please put your phones in, as much as possible in a silent mode so that it doesn't disturb the program. To get started, may I request the following distinguished guests and Amrita leaders to please come on to the stage. Shri Avinash Agarwal. Please. Dr. Manisha. Shri Ankit Bose. Shri Vinay Chandran. Dr. Krishna Shri, who's already on the stage. Dr. Jyoti. And Dr. Shivaramakrishnan. I would like to request all of you to stand for lamp lighting and prayer. And let's get started.
Mother of the world, she's mother of religion. She loved and served the earth and children of tomorrow. She takes you way beyond the time.
So we'll have a prayer to Amma now.
ध्यायामो धवलावगुण्ठनवती तेजोमयी नैष्ठिकी स्निग्धापाङ्गविलोकिनी भगवती मन्दस्मितश्रीमुखी वात्सल्या वर्षिणी सुमधुरम् सङ्गीर्तनापि श्यामाङ्गी मधुसिक्तसूक्तिम् अमृतानन्दात्मिकाम् ईश्वरी अमृतानन्दात्मिका ईश्वरी अमृतानन्दात्मिका ईश्वरी.
Request all of you to be seated. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you to this AI Safety Conclave 2025, which is all about safe, trusted, and human-centric AI innovation for inclusive development. So to get the program started, so I would like to invite Dr. Krishnashree Achyutan to deliver the welcome address. So Dr. Krishnashree Achyutan is a Dean of Postgraduate and Online Programs at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. She heads the Center for Cybersecurity Systems and Networks and is also ranked among the Stanford top 2% scientists to deliver the welcome address. And a seasoned researcher and innovator, she has authored over 170 publications and holds 34 patents bridging cybersecurity, IoT security, education technology, and entrepreneurship. Her pioneering work in virtual STEM labs has impacted millions globally, making her a leading voice in technology driven education and social reform.
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. My pranams to all. It's a great honor to invite every one of you to this official pre-summit meeting of Safe and Trusted AI Conclave as part of India's Impact AI endeavor going to happen in 2026. We are joined here by visionary leaders from the government, global organizations, industry, research, and academia. And we feel that the people represented here are people that are not only shaping the trajectories of technological progress, but also the societal foundations that this progress is going to be built on. With that, it brings together diverse voices to ensure that the unfolding of this AI revolution is very safe, is inclusive, and it's centered on human dignity. So we are at a pivotal moment, you could say, where Global South is not just looked at for the innovative developments, but is also holding the leadership for ethical stewardship. So we are deeply honored to have with us Shri Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, and the CEO of India AI Mission, whose leadership continues to guide India's journey towards safe and responsible AI. We're also delighted to have with us Shri Avinash Agarwal, very distinguished Indian telecommunications services officer, an expert in telecommunications, IT, and AI standardization. Mr. Vinay Chandran from Quantum Black McKinsey, Mr. Ankit Bose, head of AI from NASCOM, and the Amrita leadership, Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh, who's the Pro Vice Chancellor of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Dr. Jyoti, who's a principal of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham Amritapuri campus, Mr. Shivramakrishnan, also professor at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. So the breadth of expertise represented today is truly remarkable. So we welcome leaders from government and public policy, banking and financial services, healthcare, biotechnology, defense and ocean systems, global development organizations, technology, AI consulting, academic research, and international standard bodies. So among them are, again, Ministry of Electronics and IT, the United Nations, UNESCO, World Economic Forum, Tata MD, Yes Bank, Microsoft Research, the World Food Program, Naval Physical and Oceanic Laboratory, Quantum Black, and Standard Chartered Bank. We are deeply honored also with the global representation at the event. Alongside distinguished guests from across India, we have distinguished speakers from the Mauritius, the United Arab Emirates, the United States, Africa, Italy, Germany, Geneva, or Switzerland, and Korea. So at Amrita, our work is guided by the compassionate vision of our Chancellor Rama, who reminds us that technology must serve humanity, safeguard the vulnerable, and nurture harmony within society and the natural world. Amma Shri Mata Amritandamayi Devi founded this university on that principles of uniting cutting-edge technology with compassion, humility, and selfless service. Her guidance inspires us to pursue research and innovation grounded in responsibility, universal love, and societal upliftment. With deep reverence, let us now listen to Amma's message, a beacon of wisdom to guide our journey ahead. anything coming, we will still keep going. Even if we find ourselves facing a seeming dead end in our research, we should continue to persevere. In the past, so many people died from starvation. Today, this has reduced at least by 80%. So many such things have been accomplished by the scientists in the world. There are two kinds of situations: those we can alter through effort, those we cannot change at all through effort and have to be accepted. For example, we are just 5 feet tall and want to become 6 feet tall. Our genes might not permit us to grow beyond 5 feet. So no matter how hard we try, we will only grow taller we may not grow taller even by an inch. Even if we make medicine or eat any amount of nutritious food, we will not be able to change this fate. We have to accept the situation. On the other hand, there are situations where we need to continue putting in effort. If we fail in an examination, will we stop studying? No. Will we say that is a divine will that we should fail? No, we just keep trying. We fail in a job interview, we will continue to put efforts. We must not sit idle in situations that we can change by effort, thinking that they are God's will. In such situations, we must be prepared to take the right action. We should not lose heart even if there are setbacks. Never lose your inner strength. Usually, when we look at academic research institutions, we see that they are ranked based on how much funds they bring in, how many grants are received, how many papers are published. But the change that comes in university students when they see the suffering and difficulties of the villagers should also be considered. Their life and way of living should be shown to our university students. Then whatever they do in life, the students will remember having experienced the hardships of villagers. It is the sacrifice of villagers that sustains the life of those in cities, but no one cares about their health or other needs. Hence, when our children are taken to the villages, their hearts will melt. As part of the Live in Labs program, when students did their internship in villages, we observed a positive transformation in 50% of the students. They changed from a life of unnecessary luxury and wastage to wanting to do something for the villagers. Only when compassion dawns in the heart will there be proper education and learning. The individual mind should become expansive. Man has learned to swim like a fish, fly like a bird, but he has forgotten how to walk and live like a human being. To relearn this, Amma feels it will be good to include internships in villages in curriculum of all universities. According to Sanatana Dharma, there is no difference between the creator and creation. Just as there is no difference between the ocean and its waves, so the substratum of both are the same water. Between the gold and ornaments made of gold, gold is a substratum of all kinds of gold jewelry. So too, there is no difference between the creator and creation. Essentially, they are one and the same, pure consciousness. So we should learn to love and serve everyone equally, seeing the essence of the creator and all of the creation. This is what Sanatana Dharma teaches us. Amma remembers a story. In the center of a village, there was a beautiful statue of a great Mahatma with his arms outstretched. On the plaque beneath the statue, these words were inscribed: "Come into my arms." Over time, the arms of the statue fell off. The villagers gathered together to decide the fate of the statue. Some suggested that the statue should be removed. Others objected to it, saying that the arms should be made. But an old man stood up amongst them and said, "No, don't worry about making new arms for the statue. Let it be without arms." The villagers wondered, "But what about the plaque underneath? It says, 'Come into my arms.'" The old man replied, "That is no problem. Just below the words, 'Come into my arms,' you should just add, 'But I have no other arms but yours.'" In this way, God works through our arms, through our eyes, and through our ears. If an ordinary person is like an electric post, a tapasvi is like a transformer. His spiritual power, acquired through his meditation and attitude, has the power to uplift people. When this is given to the people, it becomes like a pot of milk boiling over and overflowing in abundance. It takes the mind from being individualistic to being expansive through compassion. Amma will be with her children, walking beside them in every endeavor that brings progress and goodness to society and individuals. Amma prays to the Paramatman to bless her children with strength of purpose, mind, and spirit, so that the projects and programs aimed at advancing knowledge and benefiting society and the world grow and flourish. Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Next, we have with us Shri Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, MeitY and CEO of India AI Mission, widely recognized for architecting India's digital public infrastructure and shaping the nation's forward-looking roadmap for AI safety, trusted innovation, and inclusive digital governance. A distinguished career civil servant with nearly 30 years of experience, he has consistently championed the use of technology to transform governance, strengthen public service delivery, and empower citizens at scale. He currently serves as the Director General of National Informatics Center, overseeing India's AI and emerging technologies portfolio, human-centered computing, and Digital India Bhashni division. His leadership has been pivotal in building multilingual access, digital inclusion, and secure citizen-centric digital ecosystems. Previously, he has also led major national missions as CEO of Karmayogi Bharat, NEGD, DIC, MyGov, etc., driving capacity building, civic participation, and large-scale digital transformation. As an alumnus of Harvard Kennedy School and IIT Kanpur, Shri Abhishek Singh is celebrated for his visionary contributions to India's technology landscape. In spite of his extremely busy schedule, he's joining us today, and we are deeply honored to welcome him. Thank you so much, sir. On to you.
Thank you, Krishna Shri. And in fact, I must compliment the Amrita Vishwa for organizing this very important sessions on safe and trustworthy AI and how AI can lead to better humanity, in line with the message that we just heard from Amma. And I must regret that I'm not able to be in person with the distinguished experts who are there on the stage. My friend and colleague Avinash Agarwal, Sivarama Krishnanji, Manisha Ramesh, Jyoti, Ankit, Vinay Chandran. So I'm sure we'll have a lot to add with regard to what we need to do as government, what we need to do as a society, what we need to do as experts in the field to ensure that we not only leverage this technology of artificial intelligence, which is impacting us in multiple ways, but we also guard ourselves against the risks that are there. How do we ensure that we are able to maximize the benefits of the technology while limiting any user harm or any damage that can be caused to the individuals or to society in general? So what I will do is that I will focus mainly on what we are doing. And since this is a pre-event of the Impact Summit, I will take this opportunity to share about the preparations that are going for the Impact Summit, how this very important pillar of safe and trusted AI will be addressed during the summit. And along with that, I will also add what other things are happening for the benefit of all the stakeholders who are there in the audience, and look forward to joining you at the Impact Summit when we do. So I will share a few slides. Please, somebody can let me know if the slides are visible. I hope they are visible. Okay. So the Impact Summit that we are hosting in February 2026, if you look at the two phrases below the logo, Sarvajan Hitay, Sarvajan Sukhai, it kind of symbolizes India's approach towards leveraging technology for larger benefit for all, how it can result in everybody's welfare and everybody's happiness. And this was the essence of the message that I got from Amma's speech a little while ago. And we are there to kind of deliberate as a group, as experts, as from industry, from startups, from academia and government, in regard to how we can leverage this technology so that it results in more happiness and more welfare, enabling access to better services, enabling inclusion, ensuring that this technology results in transformation of lives and benefit for everyone. So as we know, this safety and trust has been the key focus areas behind these summits. And the Impact Summit, the one that we are hosting in India, the fourth in the series, it started with the Safety Summit that was hosted in UK by Bletchley Park in November 2023, in which a lot of countries participated. And at that point, the big narrative was that how we can ring fence ourselves against the risks that are posed by frontier AI models, in what ways it can cause it can cause damage to individuals and countries and societies. In what ways anti-state actors can use this technology, and a lot of deliberations were there. In fact, Joshua Bengio came up with the State of Science report at the Bletchley Park Summit, and for subsequently it was decided that every year this topic will be deliberated with regard to where the technology is progressing and how we can make use of it and restrict the harms that can be caused. So the Bletchley Park was followed by the summit in Korea last year, in which we participated, wherein the network of AI safety institutes was set up, and then followed by that was this earlier this year, in February, France hosted the AI Action Summit, which was co-chaired by India. Our Prime Minister, Honorable Narendra Modi ji, had attended along with President Macron, and at the French summit, the ambit of these summits was widened in the sense that while safety and trust continued to be important pillars, but along with that, other dimensions with regard to, for example, future of work, how does it impact employment, jobs, sustainability, how we can make AI sustainable, then governance, how should AI be governed globally, then the issues of public interest, how AI can be used for larger public interest were added. 5 themes, including safe and trusted, was the key pillar at the Paris Action Summit. Onwards, as we come to like at the Paris Summit, our Prime Minister declared that we will be hosting the next summit, and we have called it the India AI Impact Summit because we are trying to look at how AI is impacting all dimensions, all sectors of economy, all sections of people in many ways. But since India is hosting the summit for the first time in the developing world, for a country of the global south is hosting, the focus area, the objectives behind our summit is that how do we ensure global democratization of AI and bridge the AI divide, in the sense that how do we democratize access to compute, data sets, algorithms? How do we ensure that global south becomes part of the narrative with regard to development of AI? Because so far the development of AI has been restricted to a few companies and few countries. And in order to ensure that AI is responsible, safe, trustworthy, it is essential that the data sets are inclusive. It's essential that context and the context of the countries of the global south is also integrated there. And it would include developing of indigenous solution, local AI solutions. Just like in India, we are focusing development of Indian foundation models, initiative like Bhashini. Every country of the global south will ultimately need that if we have to reduce the dependence on Western models. Then again, while AI is being used for a variety of purposes. The West is using it for driverless cars and entertainment, but in countries, the global south, the key focus area becomes, can we look at building AI for good solutions across education, healthcare, agriculture, and ensure that more and more people benefit? Then the global standards and models for AI governance. How do we ensure that the benchmarks and the standards that are built for AI governance are more inclusive, are more bias free, and are more responsible and ethical? So that's again the conversation that we are trying to drive at the Impact Summit, and ultimately to result in empowering the voice of all in the global discourse of AI. The summit is going to be quite big in the sense that we are expecting almost 20 heads of state. We are expecting lots of CEOs, 100 plus countries taking part, or lots of pre-events. This is also a pre-event to the Impact Summit. We already had done 200 plus events, and in the run-up to the summit, there will be more than 100 more events that are happening. We're looking at some tangible deliverables. The summit should not be just talking shop. Plus, there will be a lot of in-person attendance and virtual attendance during the summit. The Impact Summit is broadly structured on 3 key pillars: people, planet, progress. And what it means is that we are calling it impact as the mantra, and the 3 pillars that are being regarded as 3 sutras. The impact of AI on people means how it will impact jobs, how it will impact employment, what kind of reskilling we need, what kind of upskilling we need, how we should revise our curriculum, how do we ensure that we make AI more inclusive. So that's the impact on pillar that will be addressed. Impact on planet will include how do we make AI sustainable, how do we reduce the energy footprint, how do we ensure that AI becomes less carbon intensive? How do we also, and that's one dimension, making AI itself sustainable. The other dimension is that how do we use AI for addressing climate challenges? How do we use AI for addressing issues like global warming, issues like predicting floods, predicting extreme climate events? How do we use AI for reducing transmission and distribution losses? How do we use AI for making the electricity grid more efficient? So that's the planet pillar that we will be addressing at the summit. And progress, of course, has two dimensions: AI for economic growth and AI for social good. Economic growth is the productivity argument. How do we make all sectors of the economy more efficient, more productive? How do farmers become more efficient? How does MSMEs, manufacturing sector, retail sector start using agentic AI to become more efficient? That's the dimension for economic growth that we'll be addressing. The other dimension is, of course, about social good. How do we make healthcare, education more accessible? How do people at the bottom of the pyramid, whether it's farmers or whether it's any other people who are trying to get their livelihoods, benefit from this technology? That's another dimension that we have. The people, planet, progress are the three pillars. And then under these three pillars, we have 7 themes, which include AI for economic growth and social good, democratizing AI resources, inclusion for social empowerment, safe and trusted AI. And safe and trusted AI is an important pillar, as I mentioned. And today's deliberations will also contribute to the overall narrative that we'll be putting forward at the leaders' declaration in February. That human capital is again about skilling, reskilling, building capacity across the ecosystem. Then we have added a new theme called science, in which we are looking at AI for R&D, AI for science and development, AI, and this will include initiatives like using AI for drug discovery, using AI for gene design, genomics, and other related aspects. Then the another pillar is about resilience, innovation, efficiency, which will primarily address the sustainability aspects of AI. So the working groups, we have working groups across these 7 themes. They have started meeting, and we have had several countries and international organizations who are engaged with that. And what will happen is that each working group, the 7 working groups, will come out with the outcome documents, and the outcome documents will ultimately be adopted in the leaders' declaration in February. And each working group is also having hybrid meetings across the country. In fact, on the safe and trusted pillar, we had the working group meeting in Chennai only 2 days back, and under Professor Balaraman Ravindran. I believe some of you would have attended that, and we got very good insights, very good suggestions with regard to what all we need to do for advancing the cause of safe and trusted AI. The other working groups are also meeting in the next few weeks, which will again, and those of you who can join for these other working group meetings are most welcome to join, because there will be a lot of public events at this summit, because the objective of that we have is to make the summit as inclusive, as participative, get views and suggestions from all stakeholders so that we can imbibe it in the overall declaration and the action plan that we have. We also have done several stakeholder consultations wherein people from across the world have joined, and they have contributed to the working group discussions that are currently ongoing. Then, as part of the summit, we also did 3 innovation challenges, wherein we are involving the entire community for building impactful AI solutions. So, we had 3 challenges. One was a general innovation challenge, one was an innovation challenge for women led startups and women researchers, and one was for youth below the age of 21 for building impactful solutions. We're happy to mention that we got almost 16,000 registrations from 136 countries, including 76 from the global south. And currently, these applications are under evaluation, and the top winners, the top contributors for these challenges will be invited to the main summit for presenting their solutions to the larger community. And we had quite an inclusive kind of response to this. So the summit did focus on global south, and as expected, we got lots of response from multiple countries from the global south with very high level of international participation. We also have a research symposium at the summit, in which we'll be getting top researchers to present papers at the summit. And again, this will happen on the 18th of February. And we have got a very good response, and almost everyone who is a top researcher, for people like Feifei Li, Yoshua Bengio, Jan Lekun, Professor Raj Reddy, all of them will be coming and presenting their papers. So again, this will be a very interesting aspect at the summit. And many of the work that the people are doing, especially Yoshua Bengio, he will be addressing the issues about risks with AI and what all we need to do as a community, as a stakeholder, as a sovereign governments and AI stakeholders to be able to prepare ourselves to limit the harms and the risk from AI. We also are doing a Global South showcase, in which we have got lots of entries from countries of Global South, wherein young researchers will be presenting their papers and their approaches to responsible AI at the research symposium. We are also coming out with partnering with international organizations to come out with compendiums and knowledge products, which will include use cases on applications of AI in healthcare with WHO, casebook on impact on energy with International Energy Agency, casebook on AI and gender empowerment with UN Women, and casebook on impact of AI in agriculture, then in education, accessibility. Then we are also coming out with global tech leaders vision document, and of course the scientific panel report of Yeshua Vidyapeetham. These will be publications at the summit, and the casebooks on agriculture, healthcare, education, accessibility is currently open on our website. And if Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, since they have been at the pioneer, taking lots of efforts in developing cybersecurity products and tools for safe and trustworthy AI, if you or the stakeholders associated with you have anything to contribute, you are most welcome to contribute onto the online platform that we have built on India, impact.indiaai.gov.in, so that the case studies being done by stakeholders here can also be included in the compendiums that we'll be publishing at the summit. We also have an expo, a huge exhibition space that we are planning, in which lots of solutions will be showcased from across the world. The big tech will be coming. All top AI companies, the frontier AI labs will be showcasing what they are doing. There will be product launches. Several countries will be setting up pavilions, and there will be fireside chats, keynotes, panels that will happen at the expo as well. This will be open from the 16th to 20th. So again, this will be a very interesting area to visit and to experience for oneself where the technology is and what are the use cases that are being tried out across the world. Then we are doing lots of pre-summit events. This is one of them. More than 250 events have been held across 75 cities within India, with 20 countries also have hosted events. And we have many more events as we move forward to the main summit in February. Some of the snapshots for the pre-summit events are seen here, not only across India, but also in Kuala Lumpur, in New York, in Spain, Kenya. So South Africa at the Global DPI Summit, and then Geneva and the VICES. In fact, next week in New York at VICES New York, the summit is, sessions are being held. And as we speak today, of course, in Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, this event is being held. And as we move forward, there will be many more which will address various dimensions, including those related to building safe and trustworthy AI. Then regional convenings also we are doing, with our Honorable Prime Minister wanted the message of the summit to be state governments to be involved. We have done one in Shillong, and there are several more which are coming up in the next few days across the country. Then international convenings also have been held. We did one at IGF at Norway, at the COP13 in Brazil, at the UN General Assembly, and the Global DPI Summit in Cape Town, the GPA meetings in Paris, and at the World Economic Forum Davos also there will be a session on the Impact Summit. And lots of international organizations, universities like Oxford, Stanford, Singapore, Berkeley, they have also been hosting sessions for the Impact Summit. So again, the idea is to make it as inclusive, as participative as possible. Next week, we have sessions planned in Ethiopia, Rwanda, and several countries of Africa as well. So the summit week will begin. Actually, the main summit is the 19th and 20th, but that whole week will be a series of activities starting on Sunday, the 15th February, which will be a culture day. It will kind of look at the other dimension of AI in creative fields, how AI can be used for animation, for filmmaking, for music, for art forms, for poetry, for literature. So this will be a public event which will be held in the Central Park at Connaught Place, and wherein we'll be showcasing different dimensions of AI. So therein again, it will be a very creative kind of sessions, and there will be lots of startups who will be giving demos of their solutions. Then there will be also a amphitheater in which performances will happen, and that will include AI bands who will perform in the evenings at this event. So again, something, and this will continue the whole week of 15th to 20th February. And again, something that will be very creative, very innovative, which most stakeholders will enjoy and will get to see. This is the whole layout in which we'll have a music wall in which AI can be used to generate music. There'll be a lot of panels they will use for AI, using AI for weaving heritage, training craftsmen, use of AI for handicrafts. All those dimensions will be there, and it will be an open air event, very festive atmosphere. Delhi has lovely weather at that point of time. It will be something very interesting for everyone to visit and experience. Then 16 to 18th, there will be a lot of sessions on the Innovation Challenge, the Research Symposium, the sessions on safe and trustworthy AI, the launch of compendiums, panel discussions, roundtables, keynote, fireside chats. So that all will continue from 16 to 18. 19th will be the main inaugural, followed by the opening ceremony, then the leaders plenary, then lots of roundtables, ministerial discussions, a lot of official events, and all will happen during 19th and 20th. Then we have lots of confirmations from several countries, heads of state from France, Brazil, Spain, Serbia, Switzerland will all be coming. We are also looking at a lot of ministerial level participation from various countries. We have international organizations. The UN Secretary General will be here. The Secretary General ITU will be here. The IMF MD will be here. This is the Secretary General of OECD and the CEO of World Economic Forum. They all have confirmed their participation at the summit. Amongst industry leaders, almost all top leaders from CEOs of NVIDIA, Google, Brad Smith from Microsoft, Bill Gates, Dennis Hassabis from Google DeepMind, Dario from Anthropic will all be there. Yoshua Bengio, as I mentioned, will be presenting this State of Science report. Then Professor Raj Reddy, who is regarded as one of the top minds from Carnegie Mellon, will be here. Then CEO of Cloudflare, then the CEO of Players, then Rishi Sunak, who started the whole Impact and Safety Summit in Bletchley Park, will be here. Nandan Nilekani, of course, our DPI founder, Professor Stuart Russell, and lots of industry leaders from India will also be taking part at the summit. And of course, there's a lot more to pack, but for want of time, I'll restrict here. And I will just say that those of you who want to get more information about the summit can go to impact.indiaai.gov.in and use this QR code to access the website and get to know more. In addition, I would like to mention that for building safe and trustworthy AI, we have published our AI governance guidelines, which focuses on India's approach to innovation, India's approach towards restricting harm, India's approach towards ensuring that AI remains transparent, AI remains accountable, how trust is built. The 7 sutras for responsible AI is something that we have articulated in India's AI governance guidelines. In fact, I see Avinash Agarwal is there. He contributed immensely to development of the AI governance guidelines. And in order to realize the vision of the governance guidelines, we are operationalizing the India's AI Safety Institute, which is working with several academic institutions across the country, including Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham and IITs and other organizations, to develop safe and trustworthy tools for responsible AI. And one of the deliverables that as a summit also we are looking at is that can we create AI safety commons? Can we create tools for bias mitigation? Can we create tools for ethical AI certifications? Can we create tools for anonymization, privacy preservation, machine learning for improving models that might have been suffering from data poisoning, or developing tools for detecting deep fakes or watermarking AI generated content, stress testing for AI applications. So these tools are currently in development in partnership with the various academic institutions and organizations for building a safe and trustworthy regime within the country. So I would again call upon all the key stakeholders of safe and trustworthy AI to join in the tracks around the safe and trustworthy AI at the Impact Summit and contribute to that. So this is all that I wanted to share, and look forward to the deliberations of today and hearing more from what the experts has to say in the ways and means we can contribute to building a safe and trusted ecosystem for advancement of AI, not only in India but across the world. Thank you once again for hosting this pre-summit event, and look forward to the outcome document of today's deliberation.
Thank you so much, sir. Before you leave, a couple of more minutes. Actually, as part of this event, we are doing a very important offering also to the country. We have come up ourselves with a white paper. We would like to say it's India's first comprehensive sector-wide blueprint for the safe orchestration of agentic AI across diverse infrastructure, regulation, risk environments, and it identifies critical maturity gaps, proposes an adaptive agentic safety framework, and delivers actionable recommendations for government, industry, and regulators. By operationalizing safety by design, regionally adapted governance, and real-time compliance mechanisms, we feel this white paper directly advances the India AI's mission for safe, trusted, and inclusive AI at population scale. So with that, I'd like to request all of our members on the dais to kindly get a copy of our report. And kindly stand. We'll be sending you a copy, sir, shortly. Yeah. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Manisha Vinodni Ramesh, Pro Vice Chancellor of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, who leads strategic initiatives, research and innovation, AI plus X, and also the international programs to kindly address the gathering. She's a pioneer in wireless sensor networks for landslide early warning. She's developed world's first AI integrated IoT system, earning global recognition for her work. Also ranked amongst Stanford's top 2% scientists, she has secured major national and international grants and spearheads impactful sustainability, disaster risk reduction, and community development initiatives at Amrita. Warm welcome to you, Dr. Manisha.
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Harihi Om. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha, Gurur Sakshat Paramdeva, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshwari Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshwari Namaha. My humble pranams and prostrations at Amma's lotus feet. My humble pranams to one and all. Respected Sri Abhishek Singh, Sri Avinash Agarwal, Sri Vinay Chandran, Sri Ankit Bose, Dr. Jyoti, Dr. Krishna Shri, and Professor Shivaramakrishnan, and all the distinguished speakers, delegates, faculty members, students, and dear friends. My humble pranams to one and all, and welcome all of you to Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. A warm welcome to all of you to Amritapuri, the spiritual and academic heart of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. It is a privilege to address this distinguished gathering at SAICS 2025, Safe AI for Global South, a timely conclave that brings together diverse stakeholders to reflect on the responsible and human-centric advancements of artificial intelligence. Today, artificial intelligence is shaping almost every dimension of our lives, from governance and healthcare to security and defense. While these advances bring enormous promise, they also raise serious concerns around safety, misuse, trust, and accountability. Across the world, safety systems themselves are being challenged by new AI-driven models. This makes it essential for us to come together, not only to innovate, but to ensure that innovation remains safe, responsible, and human-centric. Our societies are diverse, complex, and deeply interconnected. Solutions designed without these realities risk exclusion and imbalance. The Conclave provides an important platform for Global South cooperation, for sharing perspectives, building common frameworks, and shaping AI futures that are inclusive and grounded in lived realities. As Amma says, in today's world, people experience two types of poverty: the poverty caused by lack of food, clothing, and shelter, and the poverty caused by lack of love and compassion. Of these two, the second type needs to be considered first, because if we have love and compassion in our hearts, then we will wholeheartedly serve those who suffer from lack of food, clothing, and shelter. Thus, for the world to ensure safe, trustworthy, and human-centric approaches to inclusive development, the most critical factor is nurturing future generations grounded in love and compassion. With this intention, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham was founded under the guidance of Sri Mata Amrandamayi Devi Amma, with a clear vision on education for life and education for living, supported by compassion-driven research. To translate this vision into action, Amma has enabled transformative ecosystems at Amrita, such as Live in Labs program. Through this initiative, students live within rural communities, directly experiencing the challenges faced by the people and participatory co-design sustainable solutions alongside them. This is quiet yet powerful movement that nurtures love, empathy, and compassion in future generations. By addressing what may be called the poverty of love and compassion, this approach lays the foundation for resolving the second poverty, the lack of food, shelter, and basic livelihoods. In this larger sense, Amma has fostered a comprehensive vision for developing safe, trustworthy, and human-centric solutions for inclusive development. These experiential learning models provide students and faculty with the opportunity to design technologies, including safe and human-centric AI systems that are deeply grounded in societal realities. The education for life approach ensures a culture of the heart and enduring values, shaping both students and faculty as torchbearers of safety, trust, and human centricity for the future, and thereby contributing to a peaceful and prosperous world. Through daily practices of reflection, meditation, and collective prayer, Amma continually reinforces the understanding that we are all beads strung together on the same thread of love. This inner transformation profoundly influences character, behavior, and the way we engage with the world around us. When love, compassion, and sense of oneness guide our inner lives, these same principles naturally manifest in the systems and technologies we create. Thus, Amma's approach clearly demonstrates that enduring values, a culture of the heart, education for life, and compassion-driven research must form the foundational pillars of institutions and universities. When these pillars are strong, safe, trustworthy, and human-centric AI innovations emerges naturally, leading to truly inclusive development. At Amrita, technology has always been pursued with one guiding question: how does this serve humanity? This philosophy naturally extends to how we approach artificial intelligence. Amrita's work in AI spans research, education, deployment, and governance, always with a focus of safety, trust, and human well-being. Some key initiatives include AI for disaster management, disaster resilience, by building AI-enabled early warning systems for landslides, floods, and extreme weather events, AI for healthcare and public health, cybersecurity and safe AI systems with research and training in ethical hacking, secure systems, and trustworthy AI frameworks, emphasizing both capability and restraint, human-centric AI and ethics research, AI for sustainability and development, experiential learning through Live-in Labs. Also, together, these initiatives reflect Amma's belief that safe AI is built not only through algorithms, but through values, experience, and responsibility. This approach nurtures future technologists who understood that power must always be balanced with compassion and accountability. Through reflection, service, and experiential learning, students and faculty are shaped as torchbearers of safety, trust, and human-centric. This journey has made Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham to be ranked number 8 by the NIRF ranking, nationally recognized as number 8, and also the worldwide ranking, THE Impact ranking, as number 1 in the country and the top 50 in the world itself. Moving forward, when we look at the world does not need more AI alone, the world needs safe AI, ethical AI, inclusive AI, and human-centric AI. As AI becomes agentic, autonomous, and deeply embedded in governance, healthcare, finance, and education, the risk and bias of misuse, exclusion, and harm multiply, especially for Global South. This is why the conversation around AI safety, governance, and trust are no longer optional. They are an urgent global imperative. SAICS 2025 is not just a conference, it is a call of collective responsibility to achieve the above. So we sincerely thank the organizers, speakers, partners, and all participants for being part of this monumental dialogue. We hope the conversations over the next 2 days will inspire collaboration, responsibility, and collective action towards safe AI for Global South. Let us move forward with a shared intention for peace and inclusive progress. As Amma says, if we could transform compassion from a mere word into a path of action, we would be able to solve 90% of the world's humanitarian problems. Let us all conclude with a shared prayer as Om Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. May all beings everywhere be happy and free. Thank you. Nam Shivaya.
So we'll start with the first keynote by Shri Avinash Agarwal, an Indian telecommunications officer from the Government of India. A little bit of bio. Shri Avinash Agarwal is an Indian telecommunications service officer with more than 32 years of experience in telecommunications, information technology, and broadcasting in the Government of India. He served as Deputy Director General in the Department of Telecommunications and led India's participation in International Telecommunications Union, Asia Pacific Telecommunity, and other multilateral engagements. Shri Avinash headed the standardization and convergence and broadcasting divisions, contributing to the national standards, testing frameworks, and trustworthy artificial intelligence. He was the additional Director General at Prasar Bharati and also served as state head for Haryana and for the BharatNet rollout under BBNL, providing optical fiber cable connectivity to 6,000 plus Grama Panchayats in Haryana. He has published research works on AI governance as well as on trustworthy AI. He is passionate about responsible AI, digital inclusion, standardization, and building secure, future-ready telecom ecosystems. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. My presentation is available. So once again, thank you to Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham for giving me this opportunity. I hope I am audible at the back. So I would be sharing my thoughts about what a holistic AI governance framework could look like. If we can go to the next slide, or yeah, thank you. So before we go to what could be a holistic framework, we could just consider some basic questions. And when we talk of some groupings of nations, like if we talk of global south or emerging economies or any other such grouping, thank you. Thank you. So let us just answer a few questions like who builds AI, who uses AI at scale, whose values shape AI, who bears the risk. So as of now, almost 90% or more than 90% of the foundational models, AI applications, most of them are developed by a few developed nations. But many of the developing nations or other countries are using it at mass scale. Then these applications somehow carry the biases, linguistic bias, cultural bias, and other biases or influences of the developers, and they may not be fully reflecting the aspirations or requirements of the user countries. So there is a value dependency, also misalignment with the requirements, as well as some kind of digital dependency, like the resources are concentrated in some places, and there could be some kind of sovereignty and other kind of risks also. So when we are talking of frameworks, these are some of the questions that come to mind. Okay, so when we talk of AI governance framework, what do we mean by AI governance framework? Like here in the audience itself, you might be having different thoughts. Some may think that it should be a legal regulatory framework like the EU AI Act. Others may think that it's principle-based ethical framework like the OECD AI principles or the risk management framework, which one example is NIST AI RMF, or maybe some kind of sectoral or domain specific framework like RBI released one very recently, or it could be technical standards like IEC, ISO, or ITU, or even TEC standards. So different people could interpret it differently, but a holistic framework might be like requiring all of these things working together. Then again, another question is that why do we need a framework? So again, there could be different stakeholders and different requirements or different views about why do we need a framework. It could be for building trust in the AI applications. It could be for ensuring safety of uh, consumers or safety of the organizations. Like if we are talking of telecom networks, then the safety of the network itself or the consumers. Then accountability, like who is taking the decision, interoperability between different products, equity, scalability, and all those things. So here a small uh, divergent view is that, like, when we talk of trust, that does not automatically mean safety. So an AI product could be safe but not trusted. In that case, like, adoption will be very poor. But the other case could be like we have trust in a product but it was not actually safe, which could be in fact dangerous. Like trust could be due to any reason. It could be due to familiarity of the developer, like it comes from that particular business house, we trust that house, or it could be due to branding and other exercises. So trust could be subjective. So how do we say that it is both trusted as well as safe? uh, Again, one more question, that for whom do we need the framework? It could be for any of these, or any more categories of stakeholders can be added. Like we need the governments and regulators might need a framework for for implementation, for some hold on the things. Then industry and developers might need it for standardization, for uniformity, for selling their products. Critical infrastructure operators would be requiring for other purposes. Citizens, consumers, MSMEs, researchers. So everyone would be having different requirements. So holistic framework must cover all of these requirements or expectations or aspirations. So I will come quickly to what our approach could be. So one of these approaches we proposed in our paper, and we proposed in a layered manner, because many of you might have read that OSI 7-layer approach. So perhaps that might have been at the back of our mind, but uh, it is not related to the OSI layer. We are just saying that if we consider things in layers, then it becomes easier for uh, addressing each layer in a particular fashion without considering the whole stack as one single monolithic thing. So the first layer is about laws, regulations, and policies. Second layer is standards. These two like prepare the governance framework or foundation. Then we have the third layer, which is standardized assessment procedures. Then the fourth one is standardized assessment tools and metrics, and certification ecosystem. So like collectively, these five would take care of many of the aspirations of the from a governance framework. And then within this framework, we should consider the whole of government architecture. Like we should not be thinking in silos, like only one department or one ministry. So like how different ministries or different institutions, they all come together and fulfill different roles. So we'll be seeing some examples in the subsequent slides. Then again, the same federated implementation, like it could be centrally coordinated but executed locally or in a decentralized manner. A soft touch regulatory philosophy, and then the whole aim could be to build trust in whoever is using it or whoever is deploying it. So I will quickly go through all the 5 layers. So the first 2 layers, the first one is about laws and regulations. So they give authority and mandate. Like if we want to do something, and if we don't have the legal mandate, then it may not be enforceable. Then enable oversight. there could be different approaches, like uh, there is the European Union, which have the EU AI Act, which is a central uh, act, and then we have sector-led approaches for this regulation. Like even in India, we have sector-led, or many other countries have sector-led. So it is not that this is good or this is bad. Both have their own advantages or challenges, but both can coexist. And then there could be a need to find out what are the existing gaps and build on the existing rules if there are some gaps. Like there is no need to write a fully new law from scratch. Second is the standards layer. Like once we have the laws or regulations or enabling clauses there in the legislature, but we need to codify the requirements. Like if we are saying that system should be fair, that is just one thing in the laws or regulations, but how to implement it, or what should be the actual criteria or requirements that should be fulfilled to say that the application is fair. So those codified things are like standards. So these help in building a common language, technical interoperability, and translating the laws into practice. So both these layers together can form that what exactly is required. Then we come to the next two layers, the layer 3 and 4. So here the standardized word is important. Like having assessment processes is good, but the assessment procedures should be standardized so that they are repeatable, consistency and reliability is there. So now suppose if we say that some requirement has been mentioned, how to measure it? So step by step test procedure to see if that particular requirement is getting fulfilled or not. So those steps should be also codified and standardized. Uh, this would be a very big way in building trust and having some uniformity in the assessment and ensuring compliance. And then we need standardized tools and metrics, which the additional secretary sir also mentioned that some deliverables should be there in terms of tools. So the tools are very important, because how to actually do the certification or testing or check for compliance. So these tools, metrics are very important. And then if we see that if we have a standard and we say that it is some product or application has been evaluated against the standard, but if we have a standardized evaluation process, so the evaluation as per a standardized evaluation process is more consistent than evaluating against a standard. So standard is required, but a standardized assessment process is even more important. Uh, then the last layer that we have suggested is, though we have mentioned certification, but it could be called voluntary compliance ecosystem. So the idea is that there could be different ways to build trust, which could be like self-declarations from the developers, from the organizations, transparency disclosures. There could be voluntary certifications. So like if we have some ecosystem for say fairness certification, so AI system and the developer comes to a certified lab and the lab gives them that, okay, we have tested as per the standardized procedure and this is the fairness certificate. So for that, we need a network of certification bodies and assessment bodies. And so like this could completely cover the whole ecosystem for building trust. And then we can have different approaches. Like it is not necessary that we only follow the top-down approach, like we should first have the laws, then the standards, then the processes, and then the tools, and then we do the certification. Uh, this will take such a long time that by the time the whole stack is completed, the requirements would change. So, but this is not like it is a bad idea. Certain cases where like it should be enforcement led, this will be very good. But otherwise, the bottom up approach could be done, like we start like what is actually to be done. If you the students have developed some application, or the university is developing some application, and then they see that, okay, can we certify it, whether their tools are already available. And so we find the gaps in the existing standards, something is missing, standard existing regulations, something is missing, and then only address those gaps. So the bottom-up approach could be very helpful in innovation-led things. So both approaches are equally important. Okay, so I'll push. So I will very quickly go through 2-3 case studies. Like very quickly, I will say that if we apply the framework for say why we are not able to share data, we are sitting on such a huge amount of data. Like even if we consider some medical imaging, every city might be generating thousands of MRI reports per day, but the data is not being shared. So what is missing? The laws are missing, or the anonymization standards are missing. So techniques are there, but perhaps what is missing is that we don't have the standard operating procedures, like for which attribute what should be the right anonymization technique. Or like suppose if I am having my PAN number, so the if I have to do masking or suppression of what, so what if you have a personal data of some medical, which attribute to be suppressed. So those SOPs perhaps might be missing. So we can use the layer approach and find out. Similarly, like AI incident reporting, again, the same layered approach can help us find out what are the gaps. Like perhaps we are not having repositories because the standardization is missing or something is missing. So one more, like we did it for fairness, and then we saw that different, all 5 layers have something available, but still they are not tied with each other. Like we have a standard assessment tools, but they're not complying to any standard. So if we use the layered approach, it can be used as a diagnostic tool also to find out existing gaps. I'm quickly running through because the time is limited, and then this is just to give an idea that how standards could be there. So TEC released a standard on AI fairness assessment. Uh, it follows a 3-step process. The first is the bias risk assessment, and and we are happy that we proposed this before the EU Act, like it is having those risk gradings. So bias risk comes through a lot of interactive questions. Around 6 dimensions are there, around 40 or 50 questions are there. So after detailed interaction with the developer, the risk assessment is done. Then the thresholds are determined, and then the actual bias testing is done. We also propose to combine metrics, the bias index and the fairness score, because this is also important. If you're looking at different matrices, fairness matrices, then the end result should be agnostic of the different metrics used there. Again, just last 2-3 slides. So when we talk of AI incident schema, we saw that there are just 2 or 3 global incident repositories, but they have different schemas, different definitions for what constitutes an AI incident. So for this, we proposed an standardized schema, and also taxonomy of how to classify AI incidents in critical digital infrastructure. Uh, all this has been adopted and now released in the form of a TEC standard. So I just wanted to share my thoughts on the AI governance framework and some examples of how we have done standardization in our country. Because of time limit, I will not be able to go into details, but I will be happy to share anything later on. Thank you very much.
I cannot share enough the thoroughness and the depth of his work since I have known him for a couple of years now. I'd like to request Dr. Manisha to kindly give him a token of gratitude. With that, we're going to also jump into our next keynote. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite my colleague, Dr. Shivaramakrishnan Guruvayur, Professor of Practice at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham and also Chief AI Scientist at Aquarians.ai, to help introduce our next speaker. He is himself a PhD in Machine Learning and Management credentials from Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore and ESAID. He combines himself deep technical expertise with strategic insight. He also brings over 2 decades of global experience in banking, tech, core banking, AI governance, and product engineering. He is also a member of the multi-stakeholder experts group for global partnerships on AI, GPI OECD, also a very influential voice in ethical, responsible, and agentic AI governance, shaping the future of trustworthy AI deployment across industries. Thank you, Dr. Shivramakrishnan. I request you to kindly introduce our next keynote speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Krishnan, for a wonderful introduction. Since the time is running out, I'll just quickly introduce Dr. Yuko Harayama-san. Konnichiwa, Dr. Yuko Harayama-san. One second. Dr. Yuko Harayama-san is the Secretary General of the Global Partnership of AI, which is GPay, Tokyo Expert Support Center, where she leads international collaboration on artificial intelligence governance. She is also a trustee of Yamaguchi University and board member of Torai Industries. She has held various senior positions across government, international organizations, academia, and she is the executive director for international affairs on RICON and served in Japan's cabinet office as an executive member of the Council for Science, Technology, and Innovation. She has also worked at OECD as a Deputy Director General, the Deputy Director of Science, Technology, and Industry. In academia, she spent 10 years as a professor at Tohoku University's Graduate School of Engineering. She is an international fellow of the Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering Sciences and a Foundation Fellow of the International Science Council. She holds a doctorate in education and a doctorate in economics, both from University of Geneva. Thank you very much, Dr. Yuko Harayama-san, to being here, and we are honored to have you. Arigatou gozaimashita.
Thank you so much, Shiva, for inviting me. It's my honor and pleasure to be with you and talking about AI for people, planets, and progress, trustworthy AI for inclusive developments. So I'm presenting today on behalf of the GPI Expert Community Centers, and happy to really share what we are doing, our action, and inviting you to joining us. So what is GPI? So this is an international framework launched in 2020 based on the discussion at the G7 meeting. And basically, this is a framework based on the multi-stakeholders approaches. And since 2024, this meeting, GPI has been integrated within OECD, and we are aligned with all the principles and the basic thinking about OECD AI principles. And this framework is bringing many countries, 44, not only European Union, US, and as usual, but many from the global perspective. And we are focusing on responsible AI developments, and mainly we are really focusing on applied project and the global level. Just as you can see, among 44 countries and the European Union, we have many countries coming from Africa, Asia, and South America. So the idea is really having a common perspective, moving ahead with AI implementation and use for society. The activities of GPI has been, from the beginning, supported by two centers and joining among two since last year from Tokyo. So we have now 3 centers, same year in Canada, India, in France, and NICT I'm working on from Japan. So basically, these 3 centers' task role is really supporting delivery of high quality, high impact work on the responsible AI project. And we are keen about to be really grounded in science. And also we are really trying to develop applied partnership and also being carefully selecting expert from the multidisciplinary perspective, and view is really to guide the responsible, safe, and trustworthy adoption of AI. So we completely share the idea of your forum today, and I hope that we will be aligning action with you. Also, we try to foster international and multidisciplinary dialogue by developing partnership with national AI institutes and other associated institutions, including the universities, from the perspective ecosystem of low, middle income countries too. And the goal being to deliver apply initiative and actionable output, not only theoretically, but grounded, ready for government adoption. So the returns are headed by my colleagues, Aurélie Simard from France, Sophie Fazarel from Canada, and myself from Japan. And we are very strongly coordinating action to make sure that we are covering not only our countries, but all the member countries and inviting others to joining us. Just from now, I'll be talking from the perspective of the Tokyo Center, NICT Center of the JPI expert community. Since last year, we have been in operation, and the first project we have accompanied by SAFE project regarding the safety of AI applications. And this year, we have already studied a new project called Agentic AI, and this is to follow next year too. This is based on the collaboration with the OECD Secretariat. But also we are learning from the perspective of three centers, what we call JPI associated project, just starting from this year. And in particular, what is we are very our strength of our action is innovation workshop, and that I will explain you later. And also we are building what we call student community. So these two may be really of interest for you to really have a part of the dialogue and also collaboration with JPI. And for the next year, 2026, we plan to continue this annual event, what we call the Innovation Workshop. And also we'll be learning, starting a new project called Multicultural Multilingual AI, and also we are maintaining the project student community. So I'll be focusing on now. So what is Innovation Workshop? The idea is not only limited to the members of JPI, but inviting many other countries interested in pursuing the same goal of AI implementation with the responsibility and also for societies, really talking about the same concern issues among experts. So what we have done this year is that Tokyo Center has been hosted Tokyo Innovation Workshop 2025 in May this year. And it is a very workshop type. That's not just presentation or discussion, but really working all together to find together the key concern about AI application and use, and make some kind of new proposal for the next step to work together. So this is an associated project for JPI, and the key is fostering synergy and innovation by identifying key challenges related to the AI developments and discussing together and to find together the solution to address them. So this year, 2025 in Tokyo, based on the suggestion coming from experts, we have identified 4 really key themes, which are interoperability of international AI governance framework, multilingual and multicultural AI, and open source AI, and at the end, AI utilization in the global south and ecosystem strengthening. So the way we have tackled this full issue was really combining the strengths of all experts invited from the globally, and making 4 teams, and also working for each team a discussion, a very in-depth dialogue, and then finally proposing a political proposal. Just to describe what I have done is a participation profile is with 40% government, but many from academia and international organization, but also from private sector and non-profit organizations. And regional coverage that having that this meeting has been kept in Tokyo. We have many participants from Asia, 40%, from Europe, North America, but also from Africa and South America and the Middle East. So we try to have coverage of all globe, and you can see the pictures. It was a very exciting discussion. From this innovation workshop, the output of the discussion have been transformed in terms of idea box. This is a gathering of ideas and for really making sure that we can work together, continue to work together after innovation workshop. That's why we have created 4 boxes in some sense related to each theme, and inviting those experts participating to the Tokyo workshop to continue to work online and sharing information, sharing ideas in view of nurturing for each theme what could be the next step. Finally, what we have done for this, some proposal, some concrete proposal coming from experts, and we have finalized what we call a concept note for each theme. And for example, for the multilingual, multicultural group, they propose to setting up kind of multicultural AI consortium in view of gathering the diversity of language and diversity cultures on the same place, and continue to work to make sure that these voices are listened and reflecting to the governance of AI. And second one, global thought discussion. From this, we have already launched, we will be launching new ideas, but AI Living Lab for Impact. The idea is the same. That means that we will try to keep the strength of our expert to make some concrete action for the future, and really testing some ideas in some countries. And by the end, experience sharing will be the key for that. So this is the concept note that we can share with you too. Lastly, we're talking about student community. This project has been initiated since 2020 from the beginning of GPI. And at the beginning, the first idea was very taking account of the reality. That means we have to take we have to really consult the companies who are using AI or who plan to use the AI in their businesses to understand what's the rationale behind and what's happening on the ground, what's the strength, but also what the challenges for them. So to make this kind of a survey, we proceed at the beginning, normal survey, but at the same time, we have really decided to make interviews by identifying key players in this framework, and also not only making a kind of interview as usual by the consulting companies, we prefer to make the students as a key partner, identifying them and working with their supervisor to really make use cases of companies working with AI. So we have created some initiative coming from France and Europe, but also in Japan since 2021, we have created what we call student community in Japan. So we are a kind of consortium of some universities professors who are supervising their students, preparing them for this interview, and by the end, gathering information about the practice of use of AI in Japanese companies. And we are publishing each year a summary report of what we have achieved with these students. And second layer of the activity of the student community is not to just getting and also analyzing the situation by connecting community across the world. That means, for the example, we had sometimes when we have organized in Tokyo GPI Summit in Tokyo, we have invited Indian students online to be in touch discussion with the Japanese community. And last year, we have been working with the Mexican student community, connecting them online and exchanging information and ideas, and make sure that the next generation of students will be in touch mutually and having a connection among them to make sure that what we are discussing together about the AI governance, they will be the key leaders to implement and also to lead the community. So the key is, as it's described here, really it became a cross-center initiative. Key goal is linking students from across the continents. And also we have, for example, next year, this year starting to this year, next year continuing, collaboration with the existing action like Simul Action, a grand challenge and student gathering, and the idea of building capacity for responsible AI leadership among youth. So with this, I close the presentation of what we are doing with the GPI, and in particular, the key theme that probably we can work together with the Indian community. As I said, having this innovation workshop based on this innovation workshop and idea boxes, we can continue to work with you. And also the idea we are launching student community, why not in India, in view of connecting with existing student community and expanding the connection among young people across the world. Thank you so much for listening. It's my pleasure presenting to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu, Riko-san. And we have a small memento. I'll be carrying it for you in person to Tokyo. Thank you very much for joining us. Jamata.
It's my pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Jamata. We are going to do some runtime adjustments. Okay. The next speaker is now on our way from France to Belgium. So probably we are going to swap Dr. Isabel from United Nations. So what we are going to do now is we started getting video bites from some of the world leaders, one by one. So we are going to play some of them as a filler. The first one to go is the Director General from AI Safety Institute Korea of a cabinet secretary level. We are going to play this video first. It's a short video bite, some 4 minutes. Can I have that video, please? and we have enriching couple of 3 panel discussions. We have some keynote addresses to follow. So please join back at 11:23 to after some filter coffee and tea and some snacks. Thank you very much.
Check. Check. Hello. Namah Shivaya. Check. Check. Namah Shivaya. Hello. Check. Namah Shivaya. Hello. Hello. Check. 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 Hello. 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 check, check. Namaskar. Check, check. Hello. Check, check. Hello. Check, check, check. 3, 2, 1.
Check.
It's on. Ashaya.
Hi Girish, am I audible?
Yes, Gopi, you are audible.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Gopi, I can see you and hear you.
Same Girish. Thank you.
Sorry, Gopi and Giri, there's a delay about previous panel, just trying to get back. Thanks, Puru, for joining. A bit of delay, couple of minutes.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this first panel. My apologies for a delayed start due to the previous panel and keynote speakers. Whatever happened, the delay and sort of that. We had a right time start, but we got into some logistics issues in terms of people coming from airports and stuff like that. My apologies for the 10 minutes delay, and I would request Dr. Sriram to read out a brief introduction about everyone on the call. It's an hybrid panel of people online and offline, and there are people who are there on the stage, and there are people on the online. So, Dr. Sriram, about you.
Yeah. Good morning. So the panel discussion is going to be on the following: bridging the AI divide, building capacity and trustworthy AI ecosystems for key sectors such as defense, healthcare, education, and banking. So we are going to be, I'm going to be introducing the speaker, the panelists in the panelist in the panel discussion. The first is Dr. Gopichand Katragada. He's a CEO of MailinFoundry.com. So he's the founder and CEO of Mailin Foundry, an AI company with a vision to transform human experiences and outcomes in media and entertainment, industrial IoT, and automotive. He's an independent director of Bosch India Limited, Asian Paints, and ICICI Securities. He was the past president of the IET Board of Trustees UK. Till January 2019, Gopi was the Group Chief Technology Officer and Innovation Head of Tata Sons. Previously, as the chairman and managing director of GE India Technology Center, he helped grow GE's largest R&D center, the John F. Welch Technology Center, to be among the world's leaders in intellectual property generation. He's the immediate past chairman of the CII National Technology Committee. He is a GE certified Six Sigma Master Black Belt. In addition, he has framed the CII Tata Communications Digital Transformation Center of Excellence. He also set up and managed the ongoing Tata research collaborations with Harvard and Yale. He's also the recipient of PACE, which stands for Professional Achievement Citation Engineering from Iowa State University. He has authored a book on innovation titled Smash, which is currently in its second edition and has over 30 journal publications and 5 patents. He holds a BE degree in electronics engineering from Bangalore University and MS and PhD degrees in electrical engineering from Iowa State University. Next, we have the next panelist is going to be Mr. Girish Krishnamurthy, who is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Tata MD. Girish Krishnamurthy is the Managing Director and CEO. In addition, he has steered several companies as Board of Director and Advisor and Mentor. He's a global thought leader in healthcare, driving the transformation of India's healthcare landscape. He has been with the Tata Group for the last 14 years in senior leadership roles, where he has led multiple businesses and driven growth. During this period, he has been at the forefront of transforming healthcare by pioneering innovative models and harnessing technology. He has led transformative digital healthcare initiatives across multiple Indian states, creating scalable models in primary, secondary, tertiary care and oncology, benefiting nearly about 15 million patients. He is recognized for applying AI solutions in business and healthcare with a specialization from MIT. And his AI-driven healthcare platform streamlines clinical workflows, improves patient outcomes, and enhances efficiency across the care continuum. Welcome, sir. We'll also have Mr. Purushottam Kaushik, who's the head for the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution, World Economic Forum. So Purushottam is the head of the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, a collaboration between the World Economic Forum, coordinated by the Niti Aayog, for driving the adoption and responsible deployment of emerging technologies in India. Mr. Purushottam joined the World Economic Forum in March 2020 and has about 26 years of experience in telecom and IT in sales leadership and management consulting roles. Purushottam started his career in 1995 and has worked in various telecom companies, including Punwire, Alcatel-Lucent, Nortel Networks, till 2009 in numerous sales leadership roles. Later, he was at Cisco Systems India as the head of telecom business and services business, and performed as a managing director of sales from 2014 to 16. And subsequently, he has also worked as senior advisor for McKinsey from 2016 to 18. And later, he joined as a head of strategy and transformation initiatives of M&A and mega deals for Larsen & Toubro Limited. He is also the board of director for Bhopal Smart City and has been the board of governors for the Punjab Engineering College from 2017 to 20. Welcome, sir. Then we have Professor Sumit Bal, Executive Vice President, Product Strategy and Solutions from Amrita Technologies. So he's the Director of Technology Commercialization and Research Collaborations at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, and also serves as a Professor of Practice at the School of Business. He's focused on bringing real-life industry perspectives to the classroom and transforming the teaching experience into an experiential learning journey. In his work heading research collaborations, Professor Bal is focused on developing synergistic collaborations between Amrita and eminent institutions and corporations, and his team's work has resulted in the signing and initiation of MOUs with several industry and research organizations for faculty and project partnerships. He's also a strategic advisor to technology startups, including Tranquility Big Data and IoT Systems and Traboda Cyber Labs. He has also worked as a mentor with various other startups. His efforts around product commercialization start with the vetting of commercial and business plans to working with the startup teams to fine-tune their products and services to become market ready, and then drive marketing and implementation strategy to take these products to the market. In a parallel role, Mr. Bal leads global product and services strategy at Amrita Technologies, which is a leader in healthcare informatics. Welcome, sir. Then we have Dr. Anuradha Bhatia, Standard Chartered India. She's the head of technology, Chief Technical Officer at Standard Chartered India, and also a distinguished engineer in data and AI, recognized among the top 20 AI and analytics leaders and Fox Story India's 100 Inspiring Women Leaders. She was also awarded Women Leader of the Year 2025, a data strategy and transformation enthusiast with a growth mindset to explore, engage, and elevate the design, development, and quick-to-market the customer experience. Building sustainable solutions in the domain of data analytics, data architecture, data strategy, cloud, blockchain, DevOps, MLOps, DevSecOps, cybersecurity, trust data, and resilience with a client-centric approach. Model building with a focus on explainability, decision-driven approach, fairness, and bias-free models. Delivering and supporting projects on fraud detection, focusing on security in the complete data lifecycle from inception to deployment. Building capabilities on the products with AI and ML capabilities. A prolific author and a speaker. She has written about more than 12 books on programming and data modeling with deep expertise in strategy design, algorithm development, and innovation-led transformation. Welcome, ma'am. Then we have Sri Ramki Krishnan, who's the advisor from Vishanti Systems. Ramki Krishnan is a visionary technology leader with about 25 years of experience in product strategy, product architecture, and solution architectures. He currently drives the AI security and trust strategy and architecture at Vishanti. Previously, he holds a senior technical director level positions at Intel and VMware. Ramki has a proven track record of transforming complex technical concepts into customer winning solutions across data center, service provider, and enterprise markets. His deep expertise spans AI infrastructure, zero trust security, and blockchain, highlighted by his leadership in IETF standardization and the Linux Foundation's Aegis Edge AI project. A distinguished speaker at industry-leading conferences such as KubeCon, OpenStack Summit, and the Confidential Computing Summit, Ramki is an innovator with about 20 patents and 8 IEEE research papers. He combines hands-on technical prowess with strategic insight, holding degrees from IIT and IISc, as well as advanced certifications from Stanford and MIT. So I'd like to welcome all the panelists to this panel discussion and have the moderator take over.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sriram. This is an hybrid format panel discussion. Thanks to all the flight disruptions that are happening. Some of you were planning to be here, joining online. Thanks for joining. The questions are in the beginning, I'll point the question to each and every panelist and would request others to join. So the first question goes to Dr. Gopi Chand, then others would follow after he completes his insights. Dr. Gopi Chand, across healthcare, banking, defense, and digital infrastructures, AI system makes thousands of operational decisions every day as of today. Could each sector outline approximately scale of the autonomous decisions being made and describe what do you think would be an operational impact if the AI systems fail from 1 hour to 24 hours time period, and how organization, in your organization or from your experience, what you've seen outside, how the organization handle or planning to handle these kind of failures or impact and the AI systems fail. Over to you, Dr. Rubicha.
Thanks, Shivram, and thanks for calling me for this session, important topic. And thanks to Amrita University for setting up this discussion as well. Kollam is a place I would love to come some other time, maybe, Shivram, with you. Thank you. I'll go into the questions that you asked. First, let me give a broad understanding in my view. From a governance and safety standpoint, I think one of the critical things, and the first step is data. The data has to be inclusive. So in healthcare, for example, we have had scenarios as an example again in COVID, where we had X-ray data, but the X-ray data that we had and we were using for training was limited to certain types of population. In this case, the data was from Canada. So it is not uniformly applicable when you're looking at differentiating between pneumonia and COVID to data across the world. And so not usable really in India. So the inclusiveness of the data makes it safer, otherwise you'll be making a wrong diagnosis. So provenance, strategy, transparency around the data is critical. From an algorithm standpoint, in India and the global south, we will be more or less focused in the next few years on deployment and application, not necessarily fundamental development. I think we should aspire for that and get into that. But right now, the focus of companies at least will be in deployment and application. The critical thing to note is that you need to know which applications can be agentic, which means that they can do things on their own. Where do you need a human in the loop, which means the workload is reduced 95%, but 5% final outcomes are decided by a human in the loop, and manual fallback when there is an issue. So standard approaches also need to be used. The world of AI is not a new world. It has been around, and it is a continuum of what we have been doing in terms of automation. So standard techniques like FMEA, failure modes and effects analysis, or risk matrix, etc., need to be used also for safety. Again, from an outcome standpoint, laws must apply. Today's laws are quite comprehensive. So if the outcome of AI is unlawful, it is unlawful based on the current laws also. So now if I go into each area that you're looking at, in banking, there needs to be an audit trail, there needs to be an explainability. If a model cannot explain denial, it shouldn't be approving credit. And the risks need to be owned by some human. In defense, even more so, autonomy without accountability is a risk. Every AI system needs to know when it should stop and hand control back to humans. Black box has no place in national security. In healthcare, it should assist judgment, not replace responsibility. I've given a longer discussion there, so I'll not go further. But clinical trust is earned through transparency. Manufacturing and industrial systems is where my company also has a significant role to play today as well. Failures actually can transfer faster in industrial segment. So you need to make sure that there is, first of all, regulations are followed. So if you're using it for inspection of an aircraft component, AI just cannot replace a human because there are laws and regulations in place. You need to know that AI will actually do better than the human in many cases, but you should be able to accept the errors. So if you can move from 90% accuracy with human to 95% with AI, it's great. But you need to know that there is that 5% error still there. And close out in terms of cross-sectional trustworthy AI is sector specific. There's no one size fits all. The cost of explainability is small, so you have to work on it compared to the cost of uncontrolled automation. AI maturity is measured by how systems fail and how they perform in demos. As in, you need to do your FMEAs. You need to understand what happens when it fails. Thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Gopi. I know that both healthcare and banking you touched upon are very, very important, highly regulated industries, sectors. I would like to request Girish to add his insights from this point, and then we'll go around Robin. Because Girish represents healthcare, and Behel also here, Dr. Behel from healthcare, and probably we can touch upon that.
Thanks, Shivramakrishnan and Gopi and everyone, and thanks for the organizer to put together as a very important topic of today. So, in the interest of time, and I will stay focused on healthcare. So, I just wanted to bring in a few the realities of healthcare related to AI, and then the importance of AI in healthcare, and then some practical experience and example of how the AI is playing a pivotal role by keeping the responsible AI as a topic of today. See, first, in terms of if you look at historically, healthcare as a sector was not able to really leverage technology per se, except where the clinicians are with the patient, either in the surgery room or procedure room or clinical conditions. And the reason being that it is very intuitive when the patient is presenting with the symptoms and the doctors are capable of treating them. What is the use of a technology? So last 30, 40 years, if you really look at it, the healthcare embracing technology was very minimal. But given what is happening in the last 3, 4 years in the space related to AI, the healthcare is a sector is the maximum it can benefit out of this technology. That way, it's playing a very important role. There are two important points. One, as per the topic, we spoke about the capacity. And we, just to give an idea that in one example in oncology, a senior oncologist spends about more than 52% of his time in doing non-clinical activity, and close to about 35% of the time he does administrative activity. So AI plays a very critical role in automating this space. Then the second aspect of healthcare, if you look at very closely, more than 80% of the data which happens to be in healthcare, which is an unstructured data. Now, given these two important aspects of it, the healthcare can really be eminently using the technology to make it happen. Now, what is that AI can bring in which was not possible earlier? See, globally, we have implemented a healthcare system which is episodic in nature, one episode to another episode, and it is highly disjointed. And most of the healthcare we have implemented, which was payer driven, either an insurance company or the government puts the protocol for healthcare. And the delivery of healthcare is predominantly defined by the provider or the doctors, how he wants to treat a patient. The ability of AI, what it brings in is it has an ability to create a continuous, connected, proactive care is possible. Now, Gopi touched upon the data, the quality of data. Before going to the quality of data, what are the areas on which practically today a responsible AI can play a role? I would like to divide that into 5 categories in healthcare. Number 1, which is clinical excellence. And in clinical excellence, the challenge in healthcare is it is not 95% accurate is important. How do we get to 100% accuracy in clinical excellence? And the second area where the pivotal role AI is currently playing, and I expect in the future it is going to become far better, which is a diagnostic support, where the tolerance level is little better because you can create a human in the loop, and it need not be 100% agentic driven, but in the human in the loop, and which can create certain responsible AI over there. The third area, which I say, the patient care coordination and the patient engagement, which never been the situation before, and AI presenting a very, very phenomenal role there, and where it can agent AI has really play a important role, and it is happening, or it is developing by the day. And the fourth area, which is not possible earlier, which was monitoring and following up of the health system, and which brings in a very strong approach. The last one, which is a big challenge in healthcare worldwide, which is healthcare is an area where continuous improvement on skill is important. So the continuous resource skilling is an area where it plays a role. Now, coming back to the Gopi's point about the data, whether it's a genetic information or the healthcare data, which has got a geographical sensitivity. At the same time, there are a lot of other healthcare parameters. If you take India for that matter, the private health system has been focusing on last 20, 30 years in the IT system to only capture billing data and the materials data. The clinical data is very minimal. If you go to public health system has protocol and treatment model, everything implemented, but the process being getting digitized, not at the ground level implemented. So what we have is, as we stand today in India, the quality of data underlying for AI is minimal, India-centric data, and then it is becoming better and better by various public health systems taking charge of it. Now, the third area where we see a significant growth and the responsibility is the two dichotomy of Indian health system. One is a public health system and another is a private health system. Public health system is has every 5,000 people and every 25,000 people, there are some health infrastructure. And like a sub centers or wellness center, primary health centers and district hospitals level. And which is highly disjointed. Whereas the private health system, which is predominantly corporate hospital driven and the clinic driven, which is not that much disjointed and they have quality data, but very, very minimal interoperability or standardization of data or sharing of data. The current government initiative on Ayushman Bharat and Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission and bringing everybody in the same platform, which is expected to be in about 2 to 3 years' time. And that is giving us a lot of hope to solve the healthcare problem, leveraging whatever I spoke about AI, that how it can really come and play a role. And in terms of the responsibility, we have to be very, very careful. Why suddenly it can help us build the capacity. We can never build enough hospitals, create enough doctors for the Indian public. So AI gives us an opportunity to improve the capacity, so which we need to roll out very quickly. And in other terms of area, we need to evolve as it move. And it's never before that the collaboration and the whole ecosystem to work together in healthcare, because of AI, it is becoming necessary. I will stop it here, Dr. Shivaramakrishnan, then I'll take it up when a question, anything comes up.
Okay, now, Dr. Behel, from a healthcare perspective, you want to add something to what Girish spoke about?
Yeah, sure. And thank you very much. Girish, I think very intuitive. You covered a whole bunch of topics in your discussion. So I will, I represent Amrita Technologies, which is the technology software arm of the Amrita organization. And so I wanted to bring it a little bit closer to heart and talk about how we are doing things in this domain and what are some of the things that we also face. So you can treat us, Amrita has two of the largest hospitals in the country, in the south, in Kochi, and in the north, in Faridabad. And, we launched the Amrita EMR system almost 22 years ago in the hospitals. So I think, as you were kind of mentioning, one of the challenges, especially in the private sector for healthcare, has been the clinical data. But for us, I think that is not such an issue because we have a treasure trove of clinical data because we implemented it almost 22 years ago. And the intent or the vision of our Chancellor at that time was, of course, you will have the clinical data. And as you rightly said, there's a huge dearth of clinical training that is very much required in the country. So as the senior doctors, the level of experience that they gain over so many years, how do you try to transmit that to the junior guys coming? And of course, AI is a wonderful, wonderful technology to make that happen and enable that. So one of the, if you break down the kind of areas where AI has been getting very successful recently, as you rightly pointed out, there's a lot of regulation. But if you look at the support for the clinicians, I think that is a tremendous area. You gave the example of the oncologist who's spending almost 50% of that person's time on administrative tasks. So some of the tools and technologies that AI can bring to the table are, for example, you can have a very comprehensive view of the patient's life cycle data that pops up on the clinician's screen immediately, right, as the patient is coming to see them. So that saves them all this time of trying to gather all this preliminary discovery information from the patient. Then you can have diagnostic help tools, as you have rightly pointed out. Of course, those require AI guardrails because one, the clinicians don't fully trust them, and secondly, the clinicians also want to make the final decisions themselves. But definitely it could be clinician aids, and those are things that we are developing. I think a lot of companies are developing in the space as well. One other aspect that we did not really touch upon, but if you look at healthcare is not just about clinicians. Healthcare is about actually everything from the patient interaction to the hospital, to the clinical care, to all the administration, right? So you have all the insurance companies, you have all the supply chain, the materials management, the billing, so many other things that are part of the whole chain. And in fact, those are the areas that are much, much more discrete data. So as you rightly pointed out, materials, billing, a lot of data already there, even demand forecasting. So bed occupancy, availability of nursing staff, resourcing staff. So we have data. When I say we mean across the country, we have data across different healthcare facilities on things like that. And those are things that can be tremendously used to improve the quality of care and improve the efficiency of the organization. So, and that is something, if you look at it from the global perspective, the reason I'll twist it, the reason the healthcare data is so much more available in the Western nations is because, as you said, it is pretty much insurance driven, right? So the insurance companies demand that you have to follow a certain protocol, you have to have, these things documented in order for you to get paid. And so that culture is now kind of coming to India also, because a lot of things are getting insurance driven. And so I think that will also help improve the quality of clinical data. So I think, in short, I would like to just point out that very important to have clinical assist tools, which is relatively easy to create. Secondly, try to optimize all the administrative areas across the space, which can drive a huge, tremendous improvement in the not just in the quality of care, but in the economic cost of the care as well.
Thank you. I move to a different area in the interest of time. Probably we'll come back. This question is directed to Puru. Puru, you have seen across sectors and as one of the thought leaders in the space, like India has a highly uneven AI readiness across sectors. Like, for example, based on your work with a lot of, public sector organization as well as sectors, corporates and government. What policy instruments, like for example, common data layers or digital public infrastructure (DPI)? I know Puru's organization is doing a lot of exemplary work on DPI and natural audit frameworks or safe harbor policies would most effectively reduce disparities in AI capacity for sectors like defense, healthcare, banking. I don't know others here from banking, and like for critical sectors. Like, what do you think are the things would reduce this disparities across the sectors when it comes to AI?
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for inviting me here. And sorry I could not join in person as well, but lovely to be at least talking in the same way as we were there. We have been driving this initiative called AI for India 2030, along with Ministry of Electronics, Principal Scientific Advisor Office, NASCOM. Lots of industries have joined us as well, along with some startups. And most of this work that we have been doing over the last few years has been more focusing on the diffusion of AI. The buildup of AI is still like a big challenge. I don't think we are right now in a very strong wicket, whether it's a large language models or we're talking about see the scenarios happening in China and US. We possibly still have lots to catch up there. But at least diffusion of AI would be the biggest play for us, where how can we really apply AI in various core sectors to fill up our gaps. And we have focused on three big sectors: agriculture, SME, and healthcare. And agriculture has been one of the big long learnings for us, because we have been in that space for almost like 4.5 years, working both with the central ministry, states, and a lot of agriculture, banking, insurance, all kind of companies in this space. Now, what we maybe on the ground, looking just at the potential of what AI can do. One example is that in Khammam district, we have around 50,000 odd farmers who have been using AI use cases for the last now 4 crop cycles. And we did an impact study at the end of third crop cycle. Average profit, I mean, the incremental profit which came in from on a per acre basis was around 64,500, and there's a published study that we have. Just to kind of give you a guidance, approximate crop cycle, you can assume around 3.5, 4 months. And per acre, today the income of a family is around 10,000 rupees, 12,000 rupees a month, which is almost like doubling the income of that family using AI. And what we are saying AI here is AI for basic advisories, like providing like when should you be seeding, when should you be harvesting, when should you be really irrigating, what kind of pesticide should be used. So at a farm level advisory, it's not like a broad advisory at a district level, but a very specific advisory based on the data which is coming in from remote sensing, from sensors who are measuring the crop moisture, and then other things which farmer uploading images, etc. So when you are having so much good data, you are able to apply AI and provide some specific intelligence. Similarly, farmers can connect with good buyers. They can be using very specific elements in terms of like which pesticide to be used, when to be used. But the real challenge has been that actually AI, beside like I'm saying availability of good quality data, digital public infrastructure, the big problem is that none of these AI applications is actually in a pure digital scenario. It's a phygital world. AI cannot operate in like in a PPT here making this. Actually, what you really need is to build trust with the larger ecosystem. And what we mean is that in this scenario, extension officers, and there are 200,000 of them who operate with 700,000 villages across India. How do they become a bridge to the farmers and build a trust ecosystem for acceptance of those advisories? Because otherwise, farmers neither are going to be downloading applications nor going to be uploading images, and the whole feedback loop doesn't work in AI. And without that feedback loop, it will never be really be diffused onto the system. Same thing happened in case of cancer, where we were working in Meghalaya. And we looked at, okay, cancer in Meghalaya, there's a district called East Khasi Hill.
Yep.
It's the cancer capital of India, highest cancer incidence rates for whatever reasons, 900,000 population. And unless you really go door to door screen them, it's very difficult to figure out like how do you really bring them into the care system. And almost like 600,000 screening has already been done, leveraging AI mostly. And then looking at, okay, how do we, and 11,000, as of data, 11,000 lives actually got saved. And those cases were brought up into the care system. But again, the challenge is not like easy. We had to work with Asha healthcare workers here who had to bridge it with the primary healthcare ecosystem, and then also bring in mission institutes like church institutions and other political bodies as well to build trust. Otherwise, people don't open up doors for getting themselves screened because there's so much stigma around it. Plus, the technology gap also is a big challenge. Like the technology is not so mature. We were doing 5 types of cancer, and one of the cancer types were giving a lot of false positives. And one scenario, like you can imagine, I think Girish is here, and Dr. From the healthcare side, it's if you give a false positive scenario to a lady and who is possibly tell her that you have a breast cancer, and then for the next 2 months till the time she really goes from East Khasi to Shillong to Guwahati and really does a proper diagnosis, and then she was told no, you don't really have cancer, the whole life system got disturbed. So unless you really build trust and a phygital like a scenario where there are institutions who can bridge this gap between policy data to AI in your hands is a difficult one. And same scenario, we are looking still early in the stages of SMEs. There are like a huge potential. 50% of our exports are done by SMEs. 35% of our employment runs on SMEs. Now there's a huge gap on productivity compared to like China or compared to other developing nations as well, Brazil, etc. So there's a huge room which we can improve on productivity. There are multiple use cases, including how do you enhance the cash or the credit capability through the bank bridging. Because right now they're borrowing at maybe anything between 28 to 30%. And if you can do it in an organized fashion, you will be able to create an arbitrage of at least 16 to 18%. And that's a huge gap that can be filled in the sector. So what I'm saying is that these are all, I would say the biggest challenge that we see is the digital world trust building. Second, certainly the good quality data needs to be enabled for any startup to really work on these problem statements. The availability of data, usability of data. One example that we have is that we had enabled agriculture data exchange. That's one of the first initiative, which works along with the AgriStack initiative of the central government. Enabling like already some 30,000 odd farmers have been enabled on a cheaper loan through agriculture data exchange. Both SDFC and SBI have been leveraging in Telangana. So digital public infrastructure, good quality data are also the elements which we really need to work. And for sure, now the policies around AI, how do you really take a scenario of trust building and scenarios like false positives will happen. It's not like we cannot be able to, nobody can promise in AI world scenario that, oh, there will be 100% perfection. But then how do you really ensure that people don't lose trust? Is going to be a big responsibility through governance. So I'll just pause here and may possibly.
Thank you, Paru. I believe, you touched upon two important points. One is the keywords are like trust and the data infrastructure, right? In fact, morning we had Abhishek Singh from MIT, Additional Secretary, and he also talked about the same thing. In fact, you'll be happy to know that he spoke about your organization, the work which you are doing, and particularly DPI and DPI. Again, guys, Puru's organization is pioneering some of the work on combining DPI and how AI-driven DPI can happen in India. It's a big topic. Probably you can reach out to this organization. Thank you, Puru, for these insights. And Ramki, like we are talking about infrastructure, and Puru touched upon the infrastructure part. And I know that you are a big evangelist of infrastructure when it comes to AI. So, what are your thoughts on that?
No, it's first of all, thank you.
We can hear. It's fine.
Thank you. It's great to be here in person. All Amma's grace. So, infrastructure absolutely is a great topic. In fact, it cuts across all use cases, all industries. For example, healthcare or banking, right? One important thing you have to realize when you're transforming your application to use AI is you have to be aware of the non-determinism, right? Like basically, standard computer science, what happens is everything is deterministic. You input A, output will be B. Nothing changes, right? It's so simple to understand. By nature, AI is non-deterministic. If you feed the model a query, now you may get a response. 10 seconds later, you may get a different response. But the response could be very similar, but not exactly the same. Yep. And how do I now translate this to a common framework in the infrastructure? I think you all talked about audit logging and the criticality. Now with this non-deterministic, essentially the elements which you have to deal with, especially AI models, the audit logging becomes super critical. And in fact, it can even blow up, right, in terms of storage and memory. But I'll give you a very great example, which I've seen. Like essentially, the classic one, you have a prompt, and typically you go through kind of your RAG pipeline, right? You have documents, right? And then finally you feed through, basically through RAG, you get a response, and then you take the query and that response and you feed it to the model. And now you try to use this for a bank loan application, and then the same non-determinism, right? One day the application can get approved, the next day it can get rejected, right? So basically it goes back to very soft foundational audit logging practice as part of the framework itself, which can be used for anybody, everybody, what we really do is essentially we in fact audit log not just the prompt, right? We also audit log basically in the RAG, right? Which database elements you hit, right? And then also going back further, the actually the model characteristics, so we go that detail. But of course, the output can be variant, but at least we know this input is fixed, right?
Thank you. Good to hear RAG, because I was wondering, like, we are talking about, we are an artificial intelligence conference, and there are a lot of people, techies, who are sitting here. Right? These guys are talking about policies and infrastructure. No one is talking about RAG, and thank you for talking about it. So now we have Dr. Anuradha Bhatia from Stanchart, CTO Stanchart, and Dr. Anuradha, like, banking is one of the very, very highly regulated industry, right? I mean, I come from banking technology at City Group and artificial Oracle financial services for 25 years. You've seen, I mean, throughout your career, banking technologists, all through in your career, like, banking is one of the few sectors with structured AI governance based on your experience. What percentage of AI assisted credit fraud detection and risk decision undergo formal governance checks today? What lessons can be exported to? So the follow-up question is, banking is one of the sectors who have adopted AI in a big way from the beginning, and they also piggyback the regulatory requirement like Basel or SOX 404, whatever is already existing there. They piggyback AI regulatory requirements into the existing regulatory requirements. This is one classic example of how regulatory requirements work in a very controlled environment like banking or healthcare. So can you please throw your insights on this, Dr. Anuradha? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me here. Apologies because of flight cancellations. I'm on road traveling, so cannot on the video. But thank you for having me here and allowing me to share my viewpoint. So quickly touching upon, because banking is a very, very crucial, I think I will take it as a necessity in a day-to-day life. So as we are moving forward, I think AI is not something which has come up now. I think AI is there. I've been hearing about medical and agriculture. So when I passed my degree, I'll give a quick glimpse back. We did an AI automation, which we called an AI automation for one of the medicine making agencies, where we did a small pipetting where we could control, you know, how much medicine needs to flow. So a leap forward of 30 years, I think currently in banking, what we're doing is governance is important because everybody's money plays a very important role. So whether we are developing any AI model for fraud and risk, so there is a complete responsible AI governance in place where there are checks and flags in place to check whether a person's account has been hacked or it has a fraud which is happening. But one thing which is important that I would like to highlight is all the responsible AI governance policy. Even now, RBI is bringing a new AI governance framework called Free AI, which is for all the financial banking institutions with 7 sutras in place. So we take care of all the regulatory requirements which are there. I think you all can now observe there are a lot of bots which come up at your internet banking websites. But these bots are also trained well uh, with reference to decision making. If I give a very simple example, like if you're asking for your account balance, and as you're trying to talk to the bot, it is very well trained that if you try to diverge a little away from banking to some other sector, it will bring you back and say, sorry, I cannot understand your problem. Because this is something where we need to be very, very cautious. And on the fraud side of it, the machine learning algorithms have been trained well, where the alerts have been assigned when the alerts are ringing in, where they tell you, okay, this is a predictive analysis, this is a fraud pattern that can happen. So please be cautious. So these are the various, I think, alerts mechanism which is there. But most important, sir, I would like to highlight is human in the loop will still remain. AI is there to support us in even banking to have faster transactions. But human in the loop is important for having a vigilance and also moving forward to it. And I'll take a pause here. Thank you.
As a follow-up question, what do you think are the learnings can be propagated to industries like healthcare or agriculture or smart cities applications? I mean, what do you think?
So when we talk about the learnings of from banking sector, if I give a quick glimpse, before joining banking, I was an educator for 18 years. So I come from the area where you all are sitting, and that arena is very familiar to me. So the learnings are AI is here to stay. Please do not just trust what is there on the screen as a reply of AI. I think in medicine, as we say, right, when I go to the doctor right now, they say patients are bigger doctor nowadays by Googling everything which is available. If I upload my prescriptions, even, Google gives me, or Perplexity or a chat GPT gives me what symptoms I have and what could be, the disease. And respecting everybody's sentiments, I think by the end of the day, there's small line, it could be a cancer. And then, the patient just loses everything and the hope and the scope, because we start questioning the doctors rather than listening to the doctors, right? We have reached that stage. I think all of you will agree. So much we are dependent on chat GPT. As soon as a prescription is given or a medicine is given, we go and Google it out. So the learning for me from the banking sector also is, if there is an alert which comes, do not panic. Go deep dive into the solution of it. Like if there is an alert, let's say there's an alert which comes, okay, a particular X client is, maybe this particular transaction is a fraud. We do not just accept it as a fraud, we take it as a fraud, but deep dive into it, whether it's actually a fraud. Because a lot of frauds, if I can just highlight, happens in case of UPI. Now, when somebody says it's a UPI fraud, I think Jamtara movie everybody's aware about, right? You do a UPI scan and people transfer. We know that when you scan a UPI, money can never be credited into your account. It is always going to go from your account. But people still do that. So when the UPI fraud happens, it's like you have a two-way authentication. Now, UIDI has added a lot of more informations. I don't know how many of you have seen, or many of you must have seen. It even gives you the name of the person whom you're transferring. Even it gives you the name of the merchant to whom you're transferring, the amount of money you're transferring. If it is a bigger amount, it gives you an alert. You're transferring X amount of money. Do you agree to transfer? And then it asks you for a 4-digit PIN. If you are putting of so much of authentication, then how is it a fraud? It is like you have transferred with your own consent, with giving your own PIN. But what is the learning here is, sometimes we are so busy in our day-to-day lives that we just do it because we are in a hurry. We just say, okay, let's do it. Consent management, I think with the new DPDPA Act coming, consent management is very important, but all of us just sign that one tick mark. I give consent, because we are in so much of hurry to log into apps. So learning is, even for medical field or for agriculture field, is take a pause, read what is written. I know it's a 7-page document. You cannot read everything, but still take a pause, be very cautious on what you're doing, and then move ahead. I would like to just highlight one thing here to everyone. There's one thing which is happening to me from last 5 days, a very, very clear. I am assuming it may be a fraud. I traveled from Delhi to Mumbai through Indigo, not demeaning anybody's sentiments. I'm getting a call that your luggage is found here, a red color bag with all my PNR and tag, whereas my luggage is with me. So just be cautious. Not everything which is having a call, because I told them to send me a photo. It has my PNR number. It has my name. It has my father's name also, because my father traveled with me. So just be cautious. I think not a learning from banking or agriculture or medicine, but a day-to-day life. AI is here to stay. And for AI, we have to be more intelligent because AI is something that we as humans have built in. So it is artificial intelligence, but somewhere I think we humans have to be more intelligent than that artificial intelligence.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you very
over
much.
to everyone. Hope I've not bored everyone, but this was important. Thank you.
No, that's fine. The trust is again coming as a keyword in across all the from panelists. Now I move to Dr. Gopichand. One question on interdependence and cascading risk across sectors. Critical infrastructure sectors are independent. An outrage can happen in one sector, can trigger failures elsewhere. Like, for example, a sector happening in outage happening in power can trigger catastrophic effects in other critical sectors. Like, in your experience, you are also CII president and other forums you were there. And what would happen, for example, a grid prediction failure disturbs hospital, banks, and telecom simultaneously with all the AI adoption, stuff like that? Who's accountable for cross-sector fallout in your opinion? Or who should be made accountable in your opinion? And what coordination mechanisms or risk-sharing protocols exist or should exist or urgently need to exist? I'll start with Gopi, and I would request all leaders to join and from their sector perspective can add value to this.
Yeah, thanks, Shivram. I'm going to keep it simple. I think there are things which are there today which we need to continue to leverage. So there are many movies about grid outages and the impact on whole cities and countries and populations. And they have happened also in real life, blackouts in various countries and true blackouts and significant amount of risk with lives, like you pointed out, the hospitals and so on. So the whether it is business continuity or whether it is grid continuity or whether it is hospital continuity, these are all things which today need to be strengthened with information and knowledge about things which are possible with a AI failure. But I think the first stop is in a system, the first stop is to look at each component and make sure that there are gracious failing mechanisms. So if there is grid prediction, which let's say brings on and off renewable energy onto the grid, and that is faulty, it can cause a grid failure, but the detection should be predictive, and that also can be definitely AI enabled. But the responsibility, like I mentioned before, of the grids are already in place. So they need to adopt systems which are meaningful and which have gracious failure methods. And then the interdependence is obviously there. The government is the only body, as far as I can tell, which can play a role across such vital systems at a national level. And they can have their own approaches to that and set refinements based on the possibilities with AI. But we shouldn't overly get afraid. We shouldn't have a extreme sense of fear of what can happen, and we should strengthen the existing systems. Like Anuradha mentioned, there is fraud happening, and that fraud is not AI alone. In fact, fraud has been happening based on digital access and loss of digital data. And even with or without AI, you can conduct that fraud. And there is more and more smartness to that fraud, even without AI, I'm saying. And I'll give you an example of, again, very recent. So I'm a startup, so I'm being offered, and my co-founder and my chief commercial officer, everybody is being offered funding from a very authentic looking site with very authentic looking people. So these are not necessarily AI, but we have to keep up with the times and strengthen existing systems. The government has a significant role to play, and they should be technically savvy. Fortunately for us, the government is technically savvy, and we are way ahead in terms of, for example, in payment, to the double authentication, etc. Initially, I was very unhappy, but I think those kinds of measures have been ahead of times. Same thing with SEBI, extremely ahead of times. Sometimes we complain. I'm on boards of financial organizations. We go kicking and screaming, but it's all right moves.
Thank you, Gopi. I mean, I think for the notes takers, gracious failure mode is a keyword. I think we should, that we should keep in mind. Over to you, Girish. You want to add something to what Gopi said? I'm going to go down on this topic. I think you're on mute. You're on mute, Girish.
Can you hear me, Sir Ramakrishnan?
Yeah, we can.
So your main focus is on the cascading effect of the failures. That's the area.
Correct.
So let me give you a certain aspect in healthcare, which is not specifically to AI. See, we have done a large implementation in Karnataka, handling about 2 million citizens on a daily basis to take care of their healthcare. And similarly, we handle about close to about 1 million patients in Assam. And we also have the whole Andhra Pradesh. Currently, we are handling it. It's all AI-driven, technology-driven. And there is one interesting element which we implemented called Super GP. So if you look at healthcare as a situation in the country where we have the biggest challenges, if you go to rural India and go for a particular care, whether that particular physician or doctor is having the means to treat. I say two ways. One is whether he has a real capability to handle that particular treatment, or as an ability or supporting system like technicians and equipment, whether it is supporting to handle it. Now, what happens with a consumer or a patient who is expected to be provide services, who is visiting this facility? There, if it starts failing, what happens? The cascading effect is very high. I will quantify in terms of number. In a public health system, if you go and take a treatment at a district hospital level, per patient, per visit, we spend about 1,800 rupees from the government. And leave alone another 400, 500 rupees of out-of-pocket expenses. The same patient, if he's been treated at home or treated at a primary health center, the same patient treated at primary health center is about 400 odd rupees. And also you save a lot of cost of delivering care, and also the patient time to get the right care to done. Now, while theoretically we have implemented all of this, in health system, the cascading effect is very high. Now, the failure of the health systems and the technology makes all of us to go to a large private hospital OPD for everything. If you're a diabetic patient, you need to be monitored and taken care. Mostly it can be done remotely. You need not queue up in every month in an OPD department to see an endocrinologist in a private health system. In government health system, the cascading effect is very, very high. Now, there are two parts here, Dr. Shiva and the rest of the people. One is, if you do a wrong implementation of technology, which is AI, the cascading effect and the cost of is very, very high. Are not able to fulfill the services, despite the technology is right, also the cascading effect is very high. Now, multiple fault tolerance system to build to ensure that this system doesn't come in. This is where AI and technology comes to play a role. And so this is one example of a futuristic thinking. The current thinking, what's happening is in the health system, most of it is centered around to a single person decision, which has happened to be a senior clinician. Now, given the technology and democratization of activities and demystifying activities, this cascading effect can be reduced. I'll stop it here.
Do you want to take a stab at that, Puru?
Yeah, I think here the situation which we really are in is like the government has to look at two, I would say, angles. One is enablement, and second is protection. And protection to against like any of those challenges, it could be, it may be in the gray line of ethics, or it could be under like IP violations, or maybe security, safety, transparency, all kind of accountability. And but I think between these two lines, you have to ensure that you get maximize the economics of the country, also ensure the geopolitical situation, because AI is not going to be operating in silo here, like only like India. We can't think it this way. Like yesterday, only US declared like a 9 country complete ecosystem where they will be kind of building it together, ensuring that there is enough supply chain integration which happens. Now, on the other hand, we have China ecosystem, which is open source, but then you have to be still integrated in both the worlds to make the most of it. How do you build compute? How do you build data ecosystems? How do you really ensure that the startups are really not kind of only working on a B2C scenario and move over to deep tech? So between these two levers, the government's responsibility even becomes more critical here, because unless the governance also has capacity, because it's very easy to say that, oh, Abhishek will be happy to kind of able to manage everything. No, he will need all kind of support from industry, from startups, from think tanks, from civil society to really make it work. So how will we ensure that the multi-stakeholder ecosystems are also really working strongly to ensure both the enablement and protection really plays its role?
Yeah, that's a very important point. How this multi-stakeholder environment or the ecosystem is going to interact with each other in a self-regulatory, like that's again another aspect which is very specific. We need to talk about. I mean, that's going to be an interesting play. I mean, for us to watch and in the coming days or months or years, like right. Thank you for the insight, Dr. Anuradha. You want to take a, I mean, stab at that? Quick, we have 5 more minutes. Dr. Anuradha? Maybe I think we can come back to her later. Like I think she. Dr. Behel?
Yeah, so I think many of the points mentioned, one is clearly on the regulatory aspect. What are the provisions that the government can mandate across industries? And I think that is, as people pointed out, that is happening, and many rules are coming in. I mean, the DPDP Act, of course, came in recently. I think somebody mentioned about Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which is all about how can you share data in a very secure fashion across different institutions. So I think these are definitely government mandated provisions. I think there are also, the National Health Mission, especially talking about healthcare, is bringing out lots of policies and regulations which will kind of guide the growth of many of these AI systems. So definitely there is a regulatory aspect to making this happen. On the other side, definitely on the, if you look at it from the private institutions or the public institutions, and from the patient or from the general public standpoint, I think people mentioned there are consent guidelines, and when you're trying to share your information or share your things, and they are not that well regulated, so that actually requires a level of ethical thinking and support from many of the institutions to make that happen. So I think it is definitely a partnership that extends. I think the only other point I would like to make when you talk about cascading effect is, yes, industries are very interconnected. Energy is, of course, the foundational, but the only thing that AI is doing is actually it's kind of warfare, right? You always had the attackers and the defenders previously. It's just that both of them have much better tools now, and so the tools that are coming are also coming for the defenders. So I think a lot of work happening to prevent such outbreaks or to compartmentalize the impact of such outbreaks happening with the use of AI on both sides.
Ramki?
This is a fascinating topic. So I'd like to map out to what this all means to infrastructure. So from infrastructure, you can categorize applications broadly into 2 categories. Of course, you can micro-segment them. But broadly, I would say one is the critical applications, for example, finance or healthcare, where basically you have to go through the entire pipeline before giving a response, right? Bank transaction, or basically healthcare X-ray analysis. On the other side, for example, if you're using AI for entertainment, maybe generating a video, it's okay to be not perfect, right? So with that in mind, especially on the first one, the critical infrastructure, what we have learned is we have to rethink the entire infrastructure. So today, if you look at cloud providers, right, they say, okay, you trust me, I will do everything for you. It's all dominated by AWS, right? But I think it introduces the fundamental problem, especially if you're looking at critical AI systems. In fact, I would request everybody to take a look at decentralized approach driven by Project Nanda, for example, right? The MIT, and rethink how the infrastructure needs to be done. In fact, at the startup I'm founding, basically that's one of our approaches. Basically, how do we provide the right assistance to such projects? So for example, you would like to prove that, hey, I am at this particular geolocation cryptographically, rather than assuming just based on IP addresses, right? That's the way to think about it. Go decentralize, rethink the infrastructure. And now basically it provides the right foundation for the right AI applications to run.
Thank you. We already up with our time our slot, but I will have one question which I'll go around quickly.
Shivram, can I quickly add to the last point?
Sure.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure I add my perspective to your question. See, the critical thing about cascading impact is automated consumption of AI output by another AI system, and so on and so forth. And I mean, even if you take something like Bangalore traffic, you can imagine the cascading impact. I mean, without AI also, we have a cascading impact, you know that very well.
Yep.
Yeah, but wrong prediction of where the choke point is and subsequent impact to office workers, the office productivity and delivery, and you can just take it on from there. But if everything becomes automated, where an output of an AI system is consumed by another AI system and it flows further and further, there you need to have checks and balances which are potentially periodically manual, human in the loop, especially for critical systems.
Thank you. So you spoke about Bangalore traffic, Gopi. Like one of our panel members actually missed a flight coming to the panel. So we can imagine the cascading effort you're talking about. Girish, yes, you wanted to.
Gopi, on a lighter note, there is no AI can predict in Bangalore wrong choking point because everywhere it is choked. So no prediction can go wrong.
Yeah.
With that note, the last question I was trying to ask you is on the same lines. Gopi, you brought about this cascading effort. We'll just go quick input from half a minute insight from everyone. Like you talked about the critical AI system where Gopi spoke about the output of one AI system is consumed by another AI system, or even any other system for that matter, like upstream or a downstream system. And most of our organization, we are not building AI application. Most of us, like we consume AI applications, right? So when you are dependent on external AI systems, and if those systems fail, be it upstream or downstream, do you think that organization have enough guardrails in place to make sure that yes, if there's a failure, this is my fallback mechanism. It is a documented process. Like for example, how do I do triage of my patient, or how do you do credit score processing? If there's an AI system failure, like what next immediately? Do they have most of those organizations documented SOP in place, or what we should do? What's your experience on that? Maybe we can start with Puru and we go around the cycle. What do you, Puru?
I'm sorry, I got a bit distracted, Shiva.
No problem.
But maybe you can go to other speaker and then maybe I'll catch up on this.
You want to take it, Girish?
Yeah. So, Shivu, in healthcare, it is evolving. Okay, because healthcare, there are critical. What is critical is you cannot have a differential diagnostics or a wrong diagnostics or a wrong treatment. So there it becomes when we implement AI system, the SOPs become very, very critical, and then which we are pretty much that SOP is a human in the loop or a manual intervention as it is. I totally agree with Gopi that another AI system monitoring is one. Also, the third one which we try to attempt, which is a maker checker model, an automated maker checker model, so that we bring it up and to manage it. So SOP maker checker model, another automated system, and it is evolving in the critical system. Whereas when I mentioned about patient care coordination or management care or monitoring, where the agentic AI is performing very well, now there we can bring in fault tolerant mechanism much easier. So I will stop it here.
Yeah, so I agree with Girish's comments. The pace of AI is so high that organizations are struggling to keep up for sure. They're all paddling as fast as they can. At the same time, AI being hungry for data and able to consume that kind of data and producing outcomes in fractions of seconds, it's been very tough to keep up. So there are many things that I think we should look at: model level controls, process level approvals, infrastructure resilience. So these are all things that the maturity of corporate systems is at its very infancy, despite the best attempts. But it's not for lack of effort. So we'll get there.
Dr. Anuradha?
Yeah, sorry, I had got lost in between due to the network issue. So yes, I think we term it as hallucinations if there's a wrong information that flows from one system to another system. So yeah, checks and balances are in place in case of banking. I think I also reflected on the previous conversation is with reference to if we have bots and they're speaking to another system, and if they get distracted by the human, we have the checks and balances in place for them to bring back to the context, which is very, very important. So human in the loop, very, very important. And also how we train our AIs with responsible and ethical use is something which is here to stay for long. And prompt engineering is something that we all are focusing on currently in all the sectors, whether as I work with other doctors on the medical field, as well as on the banking sectors. So these are the two important points. And as a human, I think the security lies in our hands. So we have to be very, very cautious. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Great. We have human in the loop, we have maker concepts and stuff like that. And Puru, you want to take it now? Are you ready?
Yeah. No, I think, no, sorry for that. I think, see, the world of AI is moving so fast that it's like 3 months from now, whenever we have the discussion changes. Whether the role of AI agents, whether we talk of small models, I think it's going to be very dynamic scenario. And the thing is that, like, for every sector, when we look at specific use cases, not all use cases are really kind of so sensitive and so high on that everything can go wrong. So we possibly productivity gains are much higher. So maybe an 80% of the use cases fall in the domain. But 15-20% of the use cases are still very sensitive, and we need to be kind of aware that unless we put, like, whether we use human in the loop and we ensure that we are not really going all like kind of systems completely becoming like automated, unless and until we know that the trust has really built up and the output is happening. The only other big challenge is that as the models evolve, as the smaller applications also evolve, there will be scenarios where even the models can decay, where possibly the quality may not just remain there. It's not like assume that, okay, fine, if it is working, it will ever work forever, because the models can start playing wrong. And we have seen that happening even as ChatGPT was moving from one phase to other phase. So we have to be sensitive about that. This is a very, I would say, phase zero of AI. And as it gets applied in various sectors, we have to be kind of ensuring that the productivity gains, while they're captured, we don't lose sight on like what can go wrong in those use cases, which can be really harming, and ensure that we take every caution, whether it's human in the loop, which we have all spoken about, but also ensure that we keep building the feedback into the quality as well.
Thank you. Ramki, 30 seconds on you. I'm sorry I'm doing this because I've been.
Sorry. On Maker Checker, one thing we learned, especially infrastructure, by the way, infrastructure also uses AI as you'll be often feeding from one automated system to another, but you just don't chain two AI systems in a loop. Basically, any output from an AI, you feed it through a deterministic processing and then gate it and check it and then only feed it to the next system.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a Maker Checker. It's an AI version of a Maker Checker concept.
Right,
Yeah.
but then you feed it to a checker
Yes.
is a deterministic system,
Yeah.
and only if you pass the gate, you give it to the automated system.
Dr. Behel, 30 seconds.
Okay, my synopsis: only if you get kicked, you're going to wake up.
Yep.
So I think that is very true in this. Liability is what matters, right? We can talk about it all we want.
Yeah.
The minute you get kicked, you're going to wake up. You'll have a lot of economic cost. You'll have a lot of people cost. That's what's going to make you wake up and start putting guardrails around your systems.
That's great. Gopi, you have the last word.
So, your question was what, Shivram?
Okay. I myself forgot.
Because I did my bit, but let me share that I just turned on closed captioning, and the word maker checker was used, and AI closed caption said it was mega chicken.
Yep. So the question was like, as the AI systems use you spoke about, the consumption of the AI services are output by another thing. What if the AI systems fail, and what kind of processes and SOPs an organization should have in place, or guardrails should have in place? So that's where we stopped. And that's a question. And the 30 seconds respond what we should do and what others are doing in the space.
Yeah, I think people have made their points, and I had made it earlier. Essentially, human in the loop is definitely the aspect ensuring that there is a check at the entry point of the data, entry point of whatever your system is, making sure that there is a data governance model and there is a holistic strategy around data. There is also a provenance model for data as well as algorithms. Where is the data coming from? What has it been its previous journey? Where is the algorithm coming from? Who all have made inputs? What is your input into the algorithm? And most critically, what is the output? What is the criticality of the output? And ensuring that you have ways and means of gracefully failing at the output level. Those are all the aspects, Shivram. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all the panelists, both online, and thank you, Gopi. Thank you, Girish. Thank you, Dr. Anuradha. And thank you, Prabhu, for joining. And thanks, Dr. Bahul, and last moment, and Ram and Ramki. We enjoyed the discussion. As all good things come to an end, we are at the closing end of the panel. And thank you very much, everyone. And look forward to your valued contribution and support. Thank you very much.
Well moderated. Well moderated.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Sorry,
everyone.
we could not be in person.
Thank you very much. Next time.
Thanks for having us. Thank you. Have a
One
great
second.
weekend.
There's a question from a participant. 1 second. Sorry. Mike? Or I can hear you. I can repeat. Yeah, sure. Hold on for a second, please. Sorry about that. I should have asked.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lakshmi, co-founder of Prophase. We are into cybersecurity product space, securing applications, and privileged that we were incubated also at Amrita Vishwa. So it was very insightful hearing all the esteemed panelists here. But one question that kept coming back to my mind as we all talked about, database was being sprinkled everywhere in everybody's conversation, right? So we know that there's responsible AI, everything coming into picture. And also, like Ms. Anuradha ma'am was told, that it's all about consent, or the human consent that's actually coming into picture. But there are cases where, okay, we can uncheck, like if we have to provide our data or not. But especially in the banking and healthcare, these two are the segments where we are forced to give our data, right? We cannot give anything like a forged data or anything like that, right? I mean, it has to be credible. I mean, that's where we have the KYCs and everything coming into picture. So how, I mean, with respect to our aligning with the DPDP Act, how can we ensure that our data is secured, when it's being handled by the banks or the hospitals? Like, so this question would be open to both Ms. Anuradha ma'am and also Girish sir. It's like how, I mean, or what are the steps that, the organizations like Tata MD or Standard Chartered Bank, taking, because it's our data at the end of the day, and we have a limitation to securing our data. So what is
So
it
to
that...
summarize, your question is how healthcare organization and bank financial institutions are taking care of data privacy.
Yeah.
Yep. Over to you, Girish and Dr.
I will go, Shiv.
Sorry?
Can I go, Shiv Ramakrishnan?
Please.
So there are two parts. There is a short-term solution and a long-term solution. Short-term solution is, first I'll address a long-term solution. If in the future, if every healthcare provider in India and every healthcare consumer like a patient are part of the ABDM platform, automatically the security and privacy and everything as per the regulation is protected. So, for example, today Aadhaar and UID, the way it is widespread, and we are able to make UPI happen. In healthcare, we are about 3-4 years away from that. If that happens, it automatically protects. That's a long-term solution. The short-term solution is based on the credibility of the provider and what kind of an engagement we do. But there is a sense here. When it comes to healthcare data, it is not like financial data. As a human sense, we are very hesitant to disclose and we want a high amount of protection on the financial data. Whereas healthcare data, unless you share the healthcare data properly, the care cannot be provided. And no doctor is going to use as an individual data, wrong idea of your data to do anything. So my view is in healthcare, while the data protection is very critical, but in a short term, if you are working with a credible provider, your data is going to only positively impact. So that's my answer to the questioner from your side, in the audience.
Girish and Shivram, can I just add to that, please?
Go ahead, Gopi.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Gopi. It's good.
Yeah, so I think the question also is around the regulation. The regulation is very clear that the data which is collected is used for the purpose which is stated. So the data cannot be shared or used otherwise. So even if it is anonymized, the regulation requires that the consent be given for the data to be used. Internationally, this is the case. So Girish is absolutely right that for your data to be used for yourself is one level. For you to consent to advance healthcare, because your data is useful for everyone, in a manner that still protects your personal information, is still your choice. So if you so choose, your data will be anonymized and used to do horizontal and vertical analysis for helping with the healthcare for the nation and for the world.
Thanks, Gopi. Dr. Anuradha?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think I touched upon this before with reference to the new DPDPA Act, which has come up for consent management. So I think firstly and foremost important, what this act highlights is anytime that you want to withdraw your consent, you can do it. And banks and the financial institutions will be obliged, depending on their master circular, how that particular withdrawal will be taken care of. So there are a lot of governing laws around it. You can withdraw your consent, but in that case, how is your life cycle remains with the bank with reference to the investments. But surely with this act, the data which is important, but that will be something which clients also needs to take care of how and when they're giving the consent, which is important. So this consent management, which will be like withdrawable, and it should be maintained as transparent. So which is very important and very much reference to client specific. So that's the DPDPA Act, which is coming flow, ma'am. And it's for all the financial institutions to follow. And it also caters to something called child data protection, where the parent's consent will be mandatory for processing the child's information. So this is my quick overview on the Act.
Thank you. Sure.
Basically, from to look at infrastructure, broadly security, it all comes to zero trust. Basically, trust nothing, verify everything. That's how I'd like to close.
Yeah. Thank you, Lakshmi.
Completely agree.
Thank you, Gopi, Grish, Anuradha, and everyone, Pru, and all of you. Like, thank you very much. Appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Means a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Namashivaya. So we'll break for lunch now, and we will reassemble here by 1:45. By one, huh? Yeah, the Annapurneshwari Hall will have the lunch. So please go ahead to Annapurneshwari Hall for lunch, and please be back by 1:45 for the next program. Thank you. Namashivaya.
Check. Hello. Testing. Check. 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 Hello. Check. 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 Hello. Check. Check.
Hello?
Hello. Check. Namah. Hello.
Hi, hello. Good morning, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Hello. We can hear you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, you want me to test my video? Can you see me clearly?
Yes, sir, we can see you.
Hello?
Yes, sir, we can see you.
You can see me. Okay, great. So what's the plan? Do I just wait here? When do we get into the panel session?
Sir, this is Krishna Shri. I'm moderating the panel. We'll start in
Okay.
about 5 to 7 minutes. We're just waiting for everybody to join us back. There's a slight delay at the lunch. So they are coming right back.
Okay, great. Well, good to meet you after the email exchanges. So you just want me to wait here in this session until they're ready to start then?
Yes, please.
Okay, not a problem. I'll do that. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. Let's kick off the afternoon session. So welcome to this exciting panel discussion on trust by design, embedding fairness, safety, and ethics into agentic AI ecosystems. As AI technologies continue to evolve and become more embedded in our daily lives, it is crucial to ensure that these systems are designed to be fair, ethical, and safe. This session will explore how we can embed these values into the very core of the AI systems, particularly as we move towards more autonomous agentic AI technologies. Our distinguished panelists bring diverse expertise to the table, and I'm sure all of us present here are eager to hear their perspectives on these pressing challenges. So let me start by introducing the panelists. We have with us Mr. Vinay Chandran. He is a partner at McKinsey & Co., where he co-leads Quantum Black in the Middle East, McKinsey's artificial intelligence practice. Mr. Vinay has 15 plus years of experience supporting regional and global institutions, applying the latest technological innovations to improve their performance. Over the last 10 plus years, Vinay has led several data and AI programs for public and private sector clients, ranging from strategic development to technical implementation. With his leadership in AI-driven transformations, Mr. Vinay is at the forefront of driving impactful innovations across sectors. Welcome, Mr. Vinay. Next up, we have Ankit Bose, who is an experienced professional with over 20 years of expertise in leadership, innovation, team development, and a strong drive to exposure and develop new business units, technology, and service businesses. Throughout his career, he has held various roles spanning engineering, consulting, strategy, and more, working across continents and in sectors such as government utilities, telco, retail, and manufacturing. Ankit currently spearheads the AI vertical of NASSCOM and is dedicated to empowering India by encouraging the industry to embrace AI and adopt digital technologies. He takes the lead in promoting ethical and responsible tech practices, advocating for self-governance. Ankit has a bachelor's in computer science from Mumbai University and a postgraduate degree in AI/ML from the University of Texas, Austin. Known among his friends and colleagues as a futurist and visionary, Mr. Ankit has a deep passion for all nerdy things. On a personal level, he advocates for the practice of yoga for overall well-being. Ankit's dedication to ethical AI and industry advocacy positions him as a true visionary in India's AI landscape. Our next panelist is Mahesh Ramamurthy, who is currently serving as the Chief Information Officer at Yes Bank and comes with over 3 decades of experience in the BFSI technology space in payments and banking technology, product design, business solution, and project management across Indian and MNC banks and technology firms. From steering payments modernization at a global scale to driving cloud-first AI-powered strategies, he has been at the heart of the technology revolution reshaping BFSI. He has held significant roles such as Senior Vice President, Payments International, and Regional Managing Director for Asia Pacific, Middle East, and Africa at FIS, as well as Chief of Product Strategy and Solutions for the APAC region. Other roles include Chief Operating Officer at Electrocard Services, Lead Technology Partner at Barclays Bank, and Director of IT and Change at Aviva Offshore Services. He has also been associated with Kotak Mahindra Bank, DCB Bank, IDB Bank, and Standard Chartered Bank. He holds a bachelor's degree in engineering with a specialization in electronics from University of Mumbai and is certified information systems manager and a Marshall Goldsmith certified stakeholder centered coach. Mr. Mahesh's extensive experience in banking technology and AI powered strategies makes him a key player in the evolving fintech space. We welcome you, sir. We also have with us Dr. Duvuri Sheshagiri, who serves as the director of the Naval Physical and Oceanographic Laboratory, NPOL, in Kerala. Presently at NPOL, he is steering the various sonar projects pertaining to the ATVP platform, P-76 class of submarines, and other shipborne and airborne sonars. He was serving as the head of Airborne and Spaceborne Radar Division at LRDE Bangalore before assuming charge as the 11th director of this prestigious laboratory. At LRDE, he worked in the prestigious program Air Defense, AD, and operationalized very long-range radar systems and played a key role in multiple AD missions. He was the lead of the radar system group for airborne systems and pioneered the design and development of India's first indigenous active phased array radar, LSTAR, or LSTAR for short, which led to the development of primary radar of AEWNC. He also served as the project director of Uttam, the indigenous radar used in Tejas, light combat aircraft, LCA. He played a pioneering role in making India self-reliant in airborne radars. He has received multiple awards, including Scientist of the Year Award in 2011, IETE IRS Award 2019, Scotch Platinum Award 2016, and Path-Breaking Research Award 2020 for development of Uttam radar for LCA. He has published around 40 research articles in prestigious national and international conferences and journals. Dr. Sheshagiri's groundbreaking work in radar and sonar technology has made significant contributions to India's defense capabilities, and his leadership in these pioneering projects continues to shape the future of naval and airborne systems. Thank you, sir, for being here. Also, we have two panelists joining us online. We have Professor Raghu Dharmaraju, the CEO of leading AI and robotics technology park at the Indian Institute of Science, which focuses on building and scaling innovations and institutions for impact over 2 decades. ART Park fosters innovations in AI and robotics. It supports impact-focused organizations which leverage LLMs for societal good at large scale in LMICs, and building DPIs, digital public infrastructure, and DPGs, digital public goods, in health, climate, and language partnering as As a founding leader of Vadwani AI, he was instrumental in starting the AI for Social Good movement. Partnering with the Ministry of Health and WHO, he established Trace TB, a program harnessing data and AI for India's national TB elimination program. His award-winning Embrace Infant Warmers reached over 1 million babies in 20 countries via the World Health Organization and governments. At Xerox PARC and Corning, he helped commercialize technology and build a $150 million per year global business. With academic foundations from IIT Madras, University of Massachusetts Amherst, and Cornell University, Dharmaraju has shaped national AI programs with partners like the Indian Council of Medical Research, Niti Aayog, AWS, and Google. His work bridges policy, research, and social scale. Professor Raghu's work at the intersection of AI, health, and societal impact has earned him global recognition as a leader in AI for social good. Also joining us online, we have Dr. Magan Naidu, who currently serves as the Chief Data Officer at the United Nations World Food Program in Rome. His previous roles include leading emerging technologies and intelligent platforms at AWS, serving as Group Executive for Data and Information Management at Old Mutual, where he drove data strategy, governance, and digital transformation, and acting as the Global Data Authority at Dimension Data across 58 countries. He also brings Big Four consulting experience from EY, Global SAP Data Migration Leadership at SAP Miller, and served as Global Head of the Credit Operating Model Redesign at Standard Bank. He has extensive international experience, including global SAP projects in the USA for ExxonMobil and work across Germany, Australia, and Singapore. Over his career, he has worked in industries such as banking, financial services, chemicals, manufacturing, transport, consulting, and ICT. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science and Physics, an honors degree in Information Systems, and a Master of Business Leadership focused on IT business strategy alignment. Dr. Naidu's global experience in data strategy and emerging technologies, particularly in the humanitarian sector, makes him a key figure in leveraging AI and data for global impact. And finally, but not the least, we have with us our moderator, Dr. Krishnashree Achyutan. Yes, ma'am. With their collective expertise, we are poised for a rich discussion on how we can design AI systems that are not just intelligent, but also trustworthy, ethical, and safe. Without further ado, I'll hand it over to ma'am to lead this enlightening conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow. Never moderated such a more accomplished panel such as this, but I'll try to keep the questions short, please. We'd love to hear your thoughts on really the outcome of this panel should be what recommendations do we want to really share to the government and other entities that are going to participate in the India Impact event next year. We already have a white paper written that some of you have already gone through and given many comments, but would love to hear more. So maybe let me just start with maybe Vinay. I think in this past year, we've seen many organizations rushing to deploy AI agents, and some of them really failing. So what are your thoughts on what should be the organizational structures that should be redesigned so that these agentic AI systems don't fail?
Thank you, Professor, and thank you everyone for having me here. Hopefully everyone can hear me. So I think maybe first couple of messages on the points that you asked. As you look at agentic AI, what we find globally is that only 11% of institutions have been able to realize impact. Right? And the impact realization is so low, primarily for a variety of reasons. One of them being, how do you think of your organization? And I'll focus on that. When we think of organizational structures, there are a few elements that are important. One is the design of the organizations itself, right? Actually, how is the team going to be set up that actually implements an agentic AI system, but also how does that team then interact with the receiver of that system, right? So there's a piece around that actually is important. The second is the skill sets of people around actually who are performing these tasks. And the third is, as you look at all of these things, what is the governance that is allowing the system and the people to work in a cohesive and united manner to an objective? And coming to your point around AI safety, if you look at these dimensions, let me just anchor on a few points. And I'll start with the last one first. Governance by itself, when you think of agents, the vision is you have a swarm of agents. That an organization, let's assume a bank that is processing claims, or customer care, or a public institution that's providing services, they have thousands and thousands of agents that perform these services. Then the question is on the structure is, how do you manage these agents? Because these agents are sometimes autonomous, and it's not like you're managing 10 agents, you're managing thousands of them. So the governance structure can't be central or decentralized. It has to be designed in a way that each agent can be monitored, governed by itself, and that agent is able to shout out if there are issues, and then there are people who can receive that. So there's a question on how do you manage structures, both people as well as tech structures. Then if that's the case, then the talent issue becomes very important, because now you're not managing people, you're managing a swarm of agents. And so if you think of a call center, for example, in the future, a call center would have several agents that are handling calls. So today the manager of a call center manages people, performance manages a person. The call center of the future, that manager will have to performance manage several agents and try to understand, is that agent talking the right language to my consumer? Is it adhering to the brand guidelines or the product definitions that I have, etc.? So that becomes quite important. And then if I come back to the first part, then if you believe all of these to be true, your organizations become not hierarchical organizations, but flat organizations. So if you think of all of these things have to happen, that's why only 11% succeed, because it's such a fundamental shift in how organizations think today. So I'll pause there and maybe let others respond.
And go to Mahesh, sir. Actually, the banking industry is always viewed as the most mature when it comes to adoption of technology and the use of technology. And if you look at the RBI's free AI principles, etc., you're seeing that banks have already invested very, very heavily in all of these things. So what do you suggest as potential best practices or basic safety requirements that any other sector should perhaps take on from what you have experienced in BFSI?
Thank you, and thank you for having me over, and the darshan of Amma, I think, to help meet her. I think the way two fundamental questions that I will ask is that banking is all about trust. I think that's the most fundamental, because we handle someone's money, and we cannot add anyone who's lost trust of the customer does not exist, or you will see a run on the bank of that institution, correct? So I think whatever be the technology that you look at, these are fundamentals. The first fundamental you need to see, whatever you do, you do not deviate from that core principle of trust. Now coming into pure adoption of tech, when you look at that, the other part is how do you make tech really help you do better in terms of, say, in terms of customer service, in customer onboarding, which is the front end. You look at various operational activities, you look at risk management, you look at compliance management, and also a lot of reporting. So if you look at some of these use cases, I think the fundamental aspect now today with the emerging aspects of AI coming in, it is going to be in terms of what Vinay touched upon was governance. Governance is very important in terms of what is the underlying, how are you going to utilize your AI capability? How are you going to train the entire capability, your own models on? What kind of data? How do you bring the data in? How are you going to respond, which means your prompts? How are you going to respond to it when you look at one side, or when you're going to speak automatically? The agentic side is going to be responding to certain actions. On the generative side is basis data, right? So it is going to be very, very important for us to understand the governance is not just at a very high level, but it goes into how you are going to set certain policy frameworks, and within the policy, you're going to have very clear understanding of how the AI is going to get, AI capabilities are going to get embedded. Case in point, let me put a case in point. As a bank, we process 1 in 3 UPI transactions come to us, and possibly we also settle close to about, I would say, about 2.3 crore merchants in 4 hours, that money, right? That's the kind of volumes we run, and we have to reconcile that. I mean, so obviously there's a swarm of capabilities that we've created. There is a huge opportunity for us to create AI bots, to be able to AI bots first, and then introduce agentic for some of the, I would say, exception management and everything. Simple thing. I'm just taking a simple use case. Now, the ability for us to be able to ensure that the way you train it and what kind of capabilities that are going to allow it is going to be very, very important. You cannot leave it to saying we will test it out. When you go into production systems and you enable an AI, agentic AI, to start making payments, imagine if the data is not trained properly or your process is not clear. Today, that human intelligence can stop it somewhere, but not doing it can just create an error, which essentially can be into crores of rupees suddenly pouring out. So I think this is one simple example. So I think governance is probably at the base of it. Secondly, to again align yourself to the trust aspect, security, which means how you making sure the data that you have is being well guarded in terms of how it is not the LLMs on which it leans on. How does it have the right kind of security coverage that you have laid out? That is very important. Because if you don't do it, which also runs as a part of the governance space, is very important, because there is going to be a lot of push in terms of let's adopt, let's create efficiencies. But a mess could have a large downside impact. So I think these are just two things. But if you look at it, possibly looking at security, looking at the quality data and the data governance, and the way you're going to, the training associated with it, and more importantly, how are you going to be able to talk to each other? Because each of the agentic AIs, like what Vinay was saying, it's a swarm of when you start scaling, you will start mimicking a lot of areas. When you do that, and that this is time it's trying to apply intelligence on top of it, you have to be careful, very, very careful. And because as long as it is a very set pattern, it's great to do it. Intelligence, until you learn it, you have to be careful. So I think that's one aspect. Generative side, I think it's more in terms of sales and service at this moment in time. Opportunities are big, but I think because it has a direct impact on the customer, you probably are slowing that down a bit. A generative mixed with agentic is what we are seeing nowadays, is a combo that's coming into play. But eventually all of this comes only to one thing. We should not rush into this, into deploying into production at scale. You have to have the governance, and then one of the other aspect is the ethical use of it. How do you make sure that the data quality and the training is absolutely to the T? Missing it in a banking ecosystem can lose a trust. You don't have a tomorrow there. You have to be careful. I think those are very starting thoughts. We can go deep into it, but I think I would just leave it to saying that opportunity as tech is there today. It has a huge potential to drive cost efficiencies on one side. It is also huge potential to drive good experiences on the front end side. But without an organization thinking through all of this, the risks that you get is multifold. And the downsides are also high. So you have to balance it very well. That's the way you need to look. And I'm coming from a very practitioner's view, having been in the industry for 35 years.
Shishigiri sir, you're in the other end of the spectrum where most of your work is actually hidden to the common man. However, everything that you do still affects every one of us in many ways. So what are your thoughts on AI-based incident responses, especially when you look at defense systems, etc.? And what type of structure does your, do you recommend in such command critical systems towards ensuring that, say, if AI-based decision-making processes are going to be used in defense, what kinds of precautions would you take in terms of putting those frameworks together?
The outset, thank you, madam. Giving me the opportunity, and the best part is meeting Amma. A great experience. Thank you very much for giving me this chance. In general, though we are no longer that secretive as it is made out, because most of what's happening in DRDO or the armed forces is almost available on the net nowadays, but for a few things. There are, some classifications where we do have some secret projects, especially where strategic systems are involved. But otherwise, most of the things are in open domain. As you are asking where, if we are wrongly doing something, how it's going to affect, I can give you a few examples. Of late, post one of the incidents that have happened with Pakistan, there is one equipment which tells us whether the opposite aircraft is a friend or a foe. It's known as IFF, identification of a friend or a foe. It so happened that our own helicopter was thought as an enemy helicopter and was shot down. Such incidents do happen in defense, not just with India, but I also have seen multiple commercial aircrafts were thought to be fighter aircrafts and were shot down. It's a wrong classification which leads to such incidents, and we try to minimize them, especially when it comes to classification. As we were discussing a little earlier, we are looking at whether AI is going to help classification to be better or not. Generally, when we are looking at classification, we look at more than 90-95% accuracy. That sort of accuracy today we are able to get in the statistical domain. And the best part of the statistical domain is everything it is more or less deterministic. Though there is it's a sort of opposites, deterministic and being statistical. But what we have seen of late is that AI is going to help us quite a lot to push this 90% to 99% and above, especially when we are looking at classification, which happens always in defense to be a very critically important problem, that you should not wrongly classify as an enemy as a friend and vice versa. And if you are, let's suppose if you are a missile defense, you should not use a missile against a aircraft what you intend to use it against a ballistic missile. Against a ballistic missile is much more costly affair. These areas are where we are looking at how we are going to use AI. This is in the first place. And secondly, first of all, when you pick up a target, you have to pick it up. I'm talking from the radar sonar point of view. You to pick it up, generally we use statistical signal processing as of now. So you require about, in the engineering parlance, about 10 dB signal to noise ratio. It's a huge number. Can AI be used to reduce this number? This is what is one of the key researches that is happening right now. And we are looking at about a 3 dB advantage, that is about half the power. So you can look at how much advantage we are going to get if we are having the power, if AI can do that. And it looks like it is going to happen, because of late we have seen that we are able to detect targets with less than 10 dB SNR thanks to this process. But still, in defense, to get into from the laboratory to the aircraft or to the submarine, there is a lot of process and the lag is very high, unlike the other sectors. So we have to see, maybe in the couple of decades from now, we are going to have more AI in the defense than what it is today. But it is not wrong to say most of the developments what we see first happen in defense and then come to the civilian sector, be it internet, be it radars, be it any communication. Most of the communication was developed in the defense first and was later adapted to civilian sector. But this is the first time we are seeing the civilian sector ahead of us insofar as AI is concerned and adaptation of AI into the defense. There are areas, especially in where human fails in the intelligence parlance and the elite takes over. There is a lot of scope for AI to happen. And we have a center which started probably 50 years back when no one knew that AI can help in any way. We had started a center called CARE in Bangalore, which specifically works on AI. And today the research being done, the main advantage for the private sector is to employ 1,000, 2,000 people working on a problem is not that difficult. Whereas in DRDO like organization, we are limited by the manpower. But this is the first time where we are opening up problems to the private industry also as a policy matter, and the academics where institute like yours are going to be encouraged. And we are looking forward for such joint collaboration to move forward. And I think this is the model followed by everyone elsewhere too.
Thank you so much, sir. Now on to Ankit. I mean, we are seeing that India is really pushing very hard for safe and trusted AI. We heard Abhishek Singh, sir, talk about the number of meetings that are just happening on this one topic. It's just quite overwhelming to just see how they're going to collate all this information. But I am sure you, in your experience, you've also seen how companies are really struggling to really convert those responsible AI principles into their daily engineering practice, right? So what concrete enforceable mechanisms do you recommend that India should consider to make trust by design kind of a practical industry standard? What are your thoughts there?
Yeah. So I think great question, right? Let's see where industries are at, right? So at NASCOM, we do something called State of RAI, State of Responsibility in India. And recently we're coming out with the report, but again, I can spill the beans. So last year, I think 18 months back, Indian companies were around, I think, roughly around 50% on a track of adoption of RAI, right? And 50% were still figuring out, right? This time when we do the study, I think we found 65% of the companies are already in mature phase or at least advanced stage of RAI, right? So that means a lot of progress has happened, right? Again, progress doesn't mean result, right? So I think people have started thinking, implementing, building, ethics committee. But again, I think we need much more beyond that, as your question said, right? So 3-level interventions I will think, right? One is, or probably first masterhood is, we should move from principles to programmable responsible AI, right? So it should be more programmable at systemic level than defining principles. Principles, we have around 250 plus principles on RAI across the globe, right? Which doesn't help anyone. So again, the next thing I will say is 3 steps. First is agentic level interventions, right? Have compliance as a code, right? You can deploy that. There are practices available which can do that, right? Then you can have auditability as mandated, right? You can have as we just heard, something can be really taken bad and it can be hit. Similarly, in the agent world, I think agent to agent communication is still not mature. There's a lot of loop. So you need human in the loop to have really agents deployed in the production. I think these are some examples in the agentic level intervention. The second level intervention I will recommend is something on a systemic level, right? So you should have proper governance, implemented at a CI/CD pipeline itself, right? At your MLOps, LLMOps level, right? That's very much important, right? Then you should also have a lot of effort put in, from the management to see a dashboard on governance, right? See, you can generate as many reports, but you need to have a really, like security, you have a dashboard on security, right? Incident dashboard. Similarly, governance dashboard. How are you doing? Something at the systemic level, which has been top down, right? Again, these are industry specific or company specific, but at a sectoral level also, you need to, build those guardrails, guidelines, which are, not mandated, but at least best practice, which are adopted, right? I think these are 3 levels you need at least to have decent level of real adoption, right? More than principles.
And like we were discussing last night, I think still we do not really understand what are the true metrics that we should even be tracking.
Yeah.
In spite of all the investments that we have made, how can we really define those metrics better is another big gap that we see in this whole area. I'm just going to switch to Professor Raghu and also a little bit on the dimension of what we are speaking about here. I think many of the systems that have been built are built with very high in high resource environments. But when you really look at global south, that is a very severe disadvantage perhaps to most of the countries that do not have these high resource environments. So I wanted to ask you what may be some sustainability and resilience principles on which agentic AI systems should be designed so that they remain safe yet reliable, even in, say, unstable, say, infrastructure contexts?
Sure. First, I should clarify I'm not a professor. I do work with professors a lot, and I think I end up getting this honorary degree. The other set of folks I work a lot with are doctors. So I think I have honorary PhDs and MBBS degrees, at least it looks like. So thank you for that. My only qualification really is that of being between researchers and implementers, right? And I'll answer this question from that perspective. I will also caveat that perhaps for clarity, I will focus on, let's say, healthcare as an example, kind of a area. It's also an area where I have spent quite a bit of time. So now, what's sustainability and resilience in a healthcare setup, right? Sustainability and resilience is where we are able to deploy a solution in a way that is beneficial, safe, will be adopted and accepted as much by frontline health workers as by doctors, right? Will not land administrators in trouble and of course, most importantly, really delivers what's required for the patients, right? So, having defined that way, I'll lay out a couple of challenges that we have as a relatively low resource setting. Now, much of AI that, let's say, well-resourced hospitals use today have been built on data from not here, right? Does that automatically make them unsafe? The answer is no. But do we know what situations they might or the performance might be divergent? The answer, unfortunately, is again no. And here is where I think uh, we have. I'll use, you earlier mentioned industry as an analogy, right? And I'll use that analogy. When you deploy a machine on a factory floor, one, there is a design of the machine itself, and the second is training of the users, right? And these are the two things we have to really put effort in. Now, let's start with design of the machine. In this case, if the machine is AI, the component is data, right? So I think significant effort has to go in, not to assume that the data we generate in regular operations of hospitals is accurate or complete in a way that can build generalizable AI. I'll give an example. Radiology, perhaps the use cases in radiology are the front runners in healthcare, right? In most situations, a radiologist, given the volume they are dealing with, are not really annotating every little feature. They are just giving a high-level opinion, right? However, if you were to use this data alone to train AI, if something were to go wrong, you would not be able to say why it went wrong, right? So you need richer annotations, such as specific features in that, CT or an MRI that are used to create the data set, right? And I think hospitals have a big role here in helping create these benchmark data sets for India, certainly for their own facilities, right? But for India is something that is absolutely required. The second thing is the users. I often lament the fact that our future doctors are allowed to drop math after 10th, right? I wouldn't allow that, right? Data science, statistics is at the core of building AI. And if it was up to me, I would make it a requirement or a practicum during basic MBBS education. Because ultimately, it's not that everyone has to become AI designers. They need to have good intuition. Why is it that you don't cut your hand with the same knife you're cutting? Let's say, why is it that we don't try to cut our nails the same knife you might be using to cut vegetables? We have intuition, right? We have learned how to use these tools and how not to use these tools. And intuition comes from training, usage, observation, right? So I think the practice of understanding what AI is and how it's built should be part of our medical education. And the same holds true for our paramedical staff and frontline health workers. Not that they are going to design AI, but they are going to be users of AI. So I think there's plenty of effort there too. So to summarize, it's in both designing the machine and in the training, right? Designing the machine, a lot of it goes down to data and putting effort in bringing together appropriate data for use cases and not just think that the broad data we have is useful, right? It's like saying, sure, we have water everywhere, but you cannot give it intravenously, can you? It has to go through a filtration process first, right? And same with users, they also need to be trained.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Raghu. And I think you should reconsider your profession to also look at being in academia. I think you're very well suited for that as well. But anyway, thank you for your thoughts. Let me go to Mr. Naidu. You work for World Food Program. I think one of the probably the most important UN organizations there is. And so your work probably also cuts across many regions, many countries, etc. And where there are different data laws, where there are different perhaps ethical norms, etc. And
when we are looking at, say, autonomous systems, autonomous AI systems, they do need to be able to function cross-border, say, if it was going to be used by the World Food Program. So how should global humanitarian organizations design trust frameworks for AI agents? And so that, it's a difficult question that I'm asking, so you can just give me what your thoughts are, so that when there are conflicting, say, ethical, legal, governance environments, how do you recommend that you as a scientist at World Food Program navigate these challenges well?
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for that warm welcome and the opportunity to join you in the session from Rome, Italy. And yeah, quite an interesting question, right? Multiple parts to it, so I'll do my best. So I think from a World Food Program point of view, those are the kind of challenges we face, is how do we leverage technologies like artificial intelligence, get the best out of it and the value and the hope that it represents to us for our ambitions, but at the same time, don't fall into the kinds of traps that you mentioned. And, if you look at the title of this session, it starts with trust by design. And that's how we're approaching the topic on artificial intelligence. And it actually started a year back with our approach on data, because a lot of the trust when using AI connects to what data you're using and how you're using it, and do you have good intentions. So we have a global data strategy that sets the guardrails around the ethical use of data. How do we store it? How do we collect it? How do we get permission to use it, given the nature of our organization? Which then tightly couples with, so we did also launch earlier this year an artificial intelligence strategy, which sets the guardrails and gives the direction to the organization and on how we will use artificial intelligence, and also where the red lines are in terms of the things we wouldn't do with it, given the work we do. So a couple of things. One around the autonomy. I think in our strategy and in our thinking, we've been very strong on building in the idea of human in the loop. So we, at this point, would not deploy artificial intelligence completely autonomously, but at best semi-autonomously. So the guardrail for us is always that human expert that is there as the final stage gate. So to some of the comments made earlier, as you deploy the AI, we're using human experts to train and skill the human, the artificial intelligence in the bots that we would deploy. And then finally, even when we build that confidence level to the extent that we can place reliance on the results, we still have human guardrails before the output is consumed or released or executed. And we will go through that over time. And I think when we're comfortable, we may consider if we have straight through processing, because that's when you get the benefit of speed and efficiency. But we've got to balance it with the risks that come with that and whether we still keep those guardrails. There's also the ethical considerations that you mentioned. So we do have strong consideration in our strategy, in our thinking. We have strong AI governance that we've deployed across the organization in terms of the do's and don'ts of artificial intelligence. And then also points around bias. So AI can, inadvertently introduce bias. So again, we have controls and guardrails around the bias on how we assess our models. How do we check it for ethics? How do we check it for cybersecurity controls? And, whether the models were created ethically to begin with and trained ethically. So then once we've cleared all those stage gates, which is quite a robust process for the World Food Program, then we move forward with building and deploying. But once we've done that, what we're seeing now is we get the benefit of doing all those things upfront. So we're using those controls, the governance, which typically are viewed negatively because they tend to slow you down. But if you do them properly, they actually become an accelerator, like what we're finding now. We've gone through the process of setting up those guardrails, and we actually have a control tower on artificial intelligence through an AI governance control group, which represents seniority across the organization and those operations you mentioned across all the operations in the countries we operate in, to bring in those dimensions of local country context. We have our global privacy office involved, we have our ethics office involved, and I think the key thing is we have the local country dynamics involved. So we get a sense of what are the local country rules in terms of the use of data and AI, and how, if we build enterprise solutions, what nuances need to be factored in for special cases. And the cross deployment of something that's built with an enterprise lens for us are really the guardrails, the organizational guardrails at the highest level, and then guardrails below that, that in addition are there for country context purposes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Wow, that's a lot to really, you could say, summarize, but I totally understand that semi-autonomous might be the way for now. What I'd like to ask all of you as panelists is probably one question, which is, if India were to define, say, the top 1 or 2 non-negotiable trust principle across various sectors, you're all from various different sectors, what would they be? And so that you could talk about it from, say, the perspective of resource constraints, or looking at training of personnel, or like many of you touched on, the governance structures, the metrics perspective. What would that 1 or 2 non-negotiable trust principles be? And I'd like to request that all of you can just speak and then add on to each other. That would be really great.
I think from a banking perspective, I have 2 ones, but I'll talk. The first one is to have a data repository for all its citizens, across the touch points and across how the scoring model works, and hence building our own LLMs. The need for having our own language models using our own data right now. And this is very important from a perspective saying, as we extend credit as a banking institution, the score that you get are from bureaus, right? We don't know how they train. There is a fair bit of model chaos that happens. And it's an outcome, it's a very credible outcome we take for making a decision basis of that particular score into your process. So lakhs and lakhs of our citizens who are becoming unworthy of credit or who are not getting credit, I think today the need of the hour for us is to have a data mart, which is essentially giving the data for our citizen, managing the data for our citizens, and being made available within the ecosystem. I think that's going to be the fundamentals of our existence, if you ask me, rather than letting it be on a third party using something. I think that's going to be, in my opinion, the first Make in India, because that's going to be the base of anything financial that you do. The second piece, which I'll allude to, which we said, is about skilling. Today, the opportunity exists, but I think there is a fair bit of closeness to the reality and the ability to upskill the sector, the new age, the Gen Z, as we call it, who are coming into the pipeline, to be able to get them to focus on what they want to do in career and what deep expertise to be developed. There is fair bit of generic approach that is happening, but once you get into deep, I think the ability of them to be able to contribute more into the evolution could be very high. Like we talked about, is that when they go abroad to study, we don't no, we get they get a green card outside. Actually, we should be giving them a welcome kit to come back. I think that's something which I believe is going to be the biggest.
Elaborating on what Dr. Naidu said, once I was sitting in a radar, about 2004 or so. For the first time, we had radars which can look beyond 1,000 kilometers. It so happened that we know that because any country launches a missile, they give a prior information so that the area will be cleared. So I was sitting there and we know that one of the missiles of Pakistan was being launched. And suddenly we see a track on the, two of us were there. We were seeing a track on the radar. So we thought that Pakistan has really launched a missile. And we immediately called everyone saying that Pakistan has launched a missile, have a look at it. And it finally we found out that it is a false alarm. There is no real missile fired. This happened again in Russia sometime about 1990s, when they saw a missile coming from America. And that commander, Russian commander, had the temerity to say that it can be a false alarm. Let's see for some more time. And the world was saved. So semi-autonomous classification or using AI partially, I think is a good idea for now. And as Amma was telling in the morning, the great example of rope and snake. This is where we can also fail when insufficient information pushes us to taking decisions which are otherwise wrong. Human intervention, therefore, is for the time being a must.
Maybe one principle I'll cover is this concept of evaluations. So, and if you think of the scale of the population, both either on the citizen side or the merchant side, business side in India, I think there's a natural advantage that you have where you can you have an option of understanding the scale, experimenting at least with some of these systems. But when you do that, there's this concept of, at least in the agentic side, is how do you evaluate an outcome? Credit, as you were saying, a credit score, and therefore these different problems have different types of frameworks of evaluation, and you get trust in the system. As one way is you want to make sure these evaluation scores are correct. So if you can, as India, I guess, given the scale that we have, figure out a mechanism of having this evaluation framework established, standardized across sectors and adopted, maybe in the banking sector first, just given a bit of global lead that we have in payments at the moment. That would be, I think, an interesting outcome to actually at least achieve. So that would be at least my view. But I'll let you also respond.
Yeah. So,
one thing to you, just the fact that you talked about a very important aspect on the credit scoring. It also, if you have our own model, the explainability aspect, which is very critical as you build your AI, can be more in our control. Currently, it's opaque. I think that opaqueness, as you break down, the explainability by your own build in your own data is far more predictable.
Yeah. So I think 3 points. One starts from explainability. I think explainability, not in terms of the data scientist, right? In terms of the end user. I call it applied explainability. I think that's important because data scientists will figure it out. What's the accuracy, precision, all of that. But again, the end user, to trust it, he needs applied explainability. And to extent, taking it further, how much human-centric it is, right? I think since we come from a land where humans, or human values are key to us, right? So human-centric score is very important. I think if you have to lead, right? These are futuristic metrics. These are not metrics which probably we want to evaluate just now. It's like for a century. Human-centric metric is very important. Then sustainable, right? How sustainable is your AI, right? I think, in the race of building, few trillion parameter model, everyone is just burning everything out, right? So we should not do that, right? Sustainable, and the last, I think, which again goes back to what message I got from Amma, is how inclusive are you, right? Inclusivity metric, right? I think you should be inclusive when you're building AI. It should not be built for the few key folks who have the power, money, and the might. It should be inclusive for all. These are few things which probably India should lead the way.
Very nice. Mr. Raghu, your thoughts?
Sure. One concept, so first I want to really echo the whole evaluations aspect to it. And what I'll say is we need and to really build our ability to do evaluations. Again, I'm going to focus on healthcare a bit here, right? We needed distributed mechanisms. In the old paradigm of drug trials, you had somewhat centralized systems, right? With AI, since that it's not clear that you cannot use the same chest X-ray algorithm that works in the smoked lungs of Delhi. I don't know if they work in the clean lungs of Amrita, right? I'm not sure. So which means we need folks at both places to be able to create benchmark data sets to test it out, evaluations, right? And evaluations are not just at the end user. Evaluations are fundamental to just building the AI itself, right? For example, so that's a huge element. Now, to enable this, I think India can shine the path, in terms of how to do this. I think the concepts of digital public goods and digital public infrastructure, in a way, we just think beyond, just data sets as static things, right? But think in terms of what's the systems that bring together purpose appropriate data sets on an ongoing basis. I think that's going to be quite important. The third one is just building the regulatory and policy capacity. All these technical artifacts, data, models, the IT connectivity, all that is nothing. It's like having a hospital without doctors who have the capacity, right? And I think that's a huge gap for us. And I again want to call out that we need to build that policy and capacity framework from the lowest levels to the highest levels to be able to do this, right? And to me, that's the thing that keeps me up, because without depth conversation and ability to get into those details, we will say the words, but we will not do the deeds.
Very nicely put. Mr. Naidu, what are your final thoughts on this?
Yeah, thank you. I think really good discussions, right? So if you look at, the commentary throughout the panel, some of the sentiment shared, I think a lot of the challenge on AI leads to context, listening to some of the examples, right? It's context and consciousness, which things humans have. And humans acquire that over time through the learning curve. So I think that's where one of the challenges lies with AI, is in how does it mimic that human context that humans have learned over their lifetimes. So there's ways to accelerate it for AI being machines, but there's still a lag time to get it there. And then what's the key ingredients that it needs? It needs data, richness of data, reliable, accurate data, data that goes back many years, because that's back to the learning curve, right? So you need to have that credible reference points to train it, and then human experts to train it through those data sets. Then to get it to a point where you've got credible, reliable, trusted AI. So I think that's, for me, one of the key challenges is the whole, mimicking the human learning curve in an accelerated way in the AI context. And then also governance and control around it, where you have to have some form of control tower on artificial intelligence and strong governance and ethics around the use of AI, how you deploy it, and what the intended outcomes are. Thank you.
With that, I'd like to really thank this wonderful panel, for sharing your thoughts. I'm sure many of these are going to go as our inputs as part of this meeting to the government. And I think all of you are going to be participating. And I hope this group of people, including all of us, are able to also perhaps do more discussions on what exact practical outcomes, outputs we can individually put together to give India. And correctly said, I think this is probably India's perhaps major Make in India impact associated effort. Most of the technologies we've already taken, especially on the social media side from others. But I think here is where we are actually making a huge impact, actually talking about the things that are more relevant to us. And I think whether it is building an LLM, data sets, etc. And even this morning we heard data is there and we produce a lot of data, but an integration of that, synthesizing it for our own purposes or a bigger purpose, is something that is also lacking tremendous you could say vision from our perspective. With that, I'd like to conclude this. Oh, we have a very young person wanting to ask a question. Yeah, go ahead, Mahati. You have a mic? You're loud enough. Okay.
Good evening, Amrita. I have a question to the panel. How do you think AI can improve inclusivity of rural children when it comes to education?
Who wants to take the question?
Thank you for the question. I think maybe I'll touch on a couple of points that actually the panelists did talk about, but I'll try to frame it to answer your question. If you think of education and you think of AI, I think one aspect is this technology allows for education to really reach the front line, in this case, villages or rural areas. And the reason I believe that to be the case is, if you have, as we were saying earlier, an Indian language based LLM that is built on an Indian stack that can be distributed through our telecom network, which is one of the, frankly, the cheapest in the world and the most effective. You can get access to any of these remote towns or remote villages in India. So that's one point. Access is possible. And with that access comes the second point, which I want to mention, is the ability then to disseminate that knowledge through online learning programs or these LLM-based programs for children in those places. And I think the second is where I believe there is a bit of effort required if you get the first one right. Because the first one, someone centralized or a group of stakeholders can get right. But the scale of our nation, the second one is where you need actual people to understand how to use this technology. And that's a bit of where I think the big effort has to happen, the big investment has to happen. That's my initial learning thoughts, but I'll let the panel also respond.
I think since we are a little bit short on time, maybe we can request that the panelists, if they had any other thoughts, perhaps we can take this off the stage, perhaps. So now I'd like to request Sriram to maybe close the panel.
Thank you for the very insightful panel. Now I'd like to request Dr. Krishna Achudan to give the mementos to the panelists. Dr. Seshagiri. Mr. Vinay Chandran. Mr. Mahesh Ramamurthy. Mr. Ankit Bose. So we'll have the those who are online will send the mementos by post. Thank you. So we are going to go to the next keynote. The next keynote is going to be by Professor Christopher Ludwig. He's a director of TU Munich Institute for Ethics in Artificial Intelligence. A bio about the speaker. Professor Christoph Ludwig is a director of the TUM Institute for Ethics in Artificial Intelligence. He's a professor of business ethics at Technical University of Munich. He's a distinguished visiting professor of Tokyo University and Harvard, Taipei, Kyoto, Stockholm, and others. He has a background both in philosophy as well as information studies with PhD from Technical University of Braunschweig. He was awarded a Heisenberg Fellowship by the German Research Foundation in 2007. An Introduction to Ethics in Robotics and AI, Business Ethics, and Economically Informed Perspective are his contributory books. He's a member of the European AI Ethics Initiative, AI for People, and of the German Ethics Commission on Automated and Connected Driving. Since 2020, he's a consortium leader of the Global AI Ethics Consortium. So I'd like to welcome Professor Christopher Ludwig.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, very well. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak at your event. Let me try to share my presentation. Okay. So can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Hopefully. Yes? Okay. So let me say first a few words about my institute, which you just mentioned. The Institute for Ethics in AI at Technical University of Munich was founded in 2019. We support and coordinate interdisciplinary research about this topic. And what we do in particular, and maybe a little differently from other institutions, is that we always work together with people from technology, which I think is very important in this field. So in all our research groups, we have people from the technical side, from engineering, computer science, or medicine, for example, working together with people from business, from ethics, from law, and other backgrounds. These are our research clusters, which we have at the moment. You will find more of the individual projects on our website, and they range from, for example, AI for mobility, which includes the ethical aspects of autonomous driving, AI in the future of work, AI and learning, which I find a very exciting field. Since in the educational sector, there are a lot of opportunities and also challenges. AI in medicine and healthcare, as well as others, and in particular generative AI, which is, of course, one of the most important topics at the moment. We regularly publish research reports. Again, you will find them on our website. And we have established a global network, which you also just mentioned in the introduction. It's called the Global AI Ethics Consortium, and we have partners around the world, and we are always seeking to grow and expand this network. We regularly also publish research briefs on various topics, from, say, healthcare, AI ethics, literacy, and a lot of others. We hold regular events and conferences, and in particular, I want to mention the Responsible AI Forum, which is our flagship event, which we are holding in next May for the third time in Munich. Okay, so let me say a few words about the AI ethics in general. Of course, you have already mentioned, as I heard from the previous conversation, you have mentioned a lot of these points. I will just make, well, some general remarks first, because AI ethics is a very new field. I mean, I have been working in business ethics for almost 30 years now, and in that time, there were other fields that established itself in applied ethics, but not so fast as AI ethics. And it has been so fast that you don't even have formed a consensus on what it's called. Is it ethics of AI? Is it ethics in AI? My institute is called Ethics in AI, or AI ethics simply. And I would just want to mention that there are some other institutions that work in a similar way. In Oxford, there's an institute which has exactly the same name and actually was founded after ours. There is the Oxford Internet Institute, there's the Alan Turing Institute. In Stanford, we have the Human-Centered AI. We have other institutions around the world, in Melbourne, which I've just visited, in Singapore, in Paris, and I'm sure there are as well some in India. And just last year, the World Congress of Philosophy, which is only held every 5 years, included for the first time a section on ethics of AI, which is another indication that this is something major. I had the pleasure to chair this session, and we had around 40 papers in 5 different languages. We also had actually a huge number of participants from India as well. And it's very interesting to see that this interest is there, and it does not come just from the academic field. Of course, the academic field is very important, but I welcome as well if the companies and the people from technology find a particular interest in this and find it worthwhile to discuss ethical aspects of AI. It's a field of its own, but one that many practitioners see a lot of value in, because and we get approached by many of them from companies and other organizations, because many of those feel that a lot of problems that you are trying to solve in developing AI are not just technical problems. They are problems of ethics or governance in the widest sense, at least. And I will give some examples here. So it was already mentioned, there were some initiatives which started around 2017, 18, in developing some guidelines, very broad, I would say broad and high level guidelines for AI. The AI for People was one. We were working for the European Parliament at the time. There were others like the High Level Expert Group and some others as well around the globe. And we arrived at these 5 ethical principles for AI, which included beneficence, like promoting well-being, preserving dignity, sustainability, and all these issues. Second, non-maleficence, so do no harm, ensure privacy in whatever ways and whatever that means, security, and also general questions of what about possible limits for AI capabilities? Should we at least pay attention to that as well? Principle number 3 is autonomy. What decision-making power do we want to retain? Which do we want to delegate to AI? So human autonomy is, of course, a very important principle, both in philosophy in general as well as in AI ethics. Number 4, the question of justice. How can we share? I think it has already been mentioned in the previous discussion. How can we share the benefits and make sure that they are not just there for a small group which is in power? How do we preserve solidarity among different countries on the global scale? And number 5, there is the explicability principle, which is new to AI, and it's also it's a field in computer science as well. Of course, how do you make something that seems to be not explainable in principle? How do you at least find out what are the factors that have influenced the result of an AI process in order to inform people about what to do? Of course, a lot more can be said about this, but I have to make it brief here. What does the ethics and maybe also the governance of AI want to achieve? So one goal that has been brought up frequently is called the trustworthy AI. So to make AI trustworthy. This is usually seen with having 3 pillars. One is the robustness pillar, which I will not go into, which is a more technical pillar. It's of course a field in computer science as well. How do you make systems of this type more robust to prevent unintended adverse impacts? And robustness is of course something that's has not just a technical perspective, but also societal one, economic one as well. But that's more technical. And there's the ethical pillar, which I mentioned a little now, respecting certain principles and values. And there's the lawful pillar, which includes human rights treaties, conventions, and of course, certain primary and secondary laws. And I will get back to that later. But whenever I talk about AI ethics, I find it also important to not just mention the challenges and the difficulties about AI, but also the possible ethical benefits and the possible ethical opportunities that it has. Because I think in a lot of discussions, at least around here in Europe, this sometimes tends to get overlooked. So if we just pick one field, in this case, autonomous driving, it should be said, and I was a part of this ethics driving committees lots of years ago, and one of the things we said was that autonomous driving would be an ethical project in itself in order to avoid accidents, to avoid fatalities. So we have around 3,000 lives that get lost on the roads in Germany, and to at least avoid a substantial part of it would be an ethical goal in itself, as well as a reduction of physical mental stress, mobility for handicapped people, which now comes into focus more and more with the advances that we see in autonomous driving, and a number of others. And so this should be taken into account when discussing the risks and challenges as well. And of course, we need to have some balance eventually. Or let me give some other examples. AI for recycling, which is a straightforward technical topic, to use sorting robots that can make recycling more efficient and accurate and also profitable, of course, but it can also reduce the contamination and the health hazards that human workers have to face in recycling plants. So even that, which seems very simple and technical at first glance, has also this other aspect to it. Or say this is interestingly a topic that in Germany doesn't get much attention. AI in the agricultural sector and AI for efficient food production. And of course, there are all these systems for analyzing weather conditions, temperature, soil conditions, improving harvest quality. All these systems, which might be seen as part of precision agriculture, they might seem simple taken individually, but overall and taken together, they are quite in a major step ahead in improving both the agricultural output as well as aspects of sustainability and making the entire agriculture more robust. So from what I hear and know, it's much more widely used in India than it is in Europe, and I find it very, very interesting. Also, just giving some examples, of course, here for AI for protecting biodiversity, and it's a camera trap is not a very sophisticated tool, but collecting these data from camera traps together, processing them, and accessing and analyzing them, which this helps in a lot of ways for knowing where the problems might lie for certain species, and maybe also know where there are no problems, but it can greatly help. And one of the recent topics that we are also working on a lot, I will give an example in a moment, is of course generative AI, which has only been around for now 3 years. And lots of examples could be given how it can help and be of and have ethical benefits. So one example, which is of course not so much frequently known, maybe, is that AI can generate patient models for the training of future surgeons. And help them to create realistic simulations of various health conditions, in allowing the coming medical professionals to practice in a controlled environment. There are some concrete examples, but I think there are certainly lots more. And it goes further, like by improving the accuracy of documentation to leverage the data we have, also the unstructured data, in order to create videos for patient education, to create summaries, to enhance the understanding and engagement of these people. And again, simple things like having tailored risk considerations for patients based on their medical history. This is something that generative AI and even the things that we all have, like ChatGPT or maybe Grok, can help us greatly in making informed decisions. Of course, there are also, and I will have to say this as well, there are risks to it, possible misinformation by these systems, but they are also getting better, and they are being assessed continually. You shouldn't rely on these totally, but I think it should not be underestimated how they can help the people in the field, as well as in continuity of care, patients' care, extracting data from medical records, and a lot of these things, again, which each of them might seem very simple, but this is what many people want in the sector. I was recently invited a couple of times to medical doctors' congresses to talk about the ethics of AI there, and I thought they would be interested in something like maybe surgical robots and very complicated systems like that. But actually, they were mostly interested in how can they, in a responsible way, use generative AI to help them structure their work in their offices. And yeah, so again, there's a lot of demand for that. But of course, there again, I mentioned it as well. There are of course a lot of ethical risks and challenges to it. When it comes to general AI, just picking again one topic, one field here, is the entire area of privacy and the sensitive data that might be exposed in certain ways. Is there transparency, for example, to how it is retained? How are these data being retained? Is there enough security against potential breaches by third-party vendors and what might be seen as bad actors, whoever they are? Then there's the reliability issues. Even if these systems have definitely become better and better, but they can still produce inaccurate or even fabricated responses. And this is something which should be double checked, basically. Then we have the entire field of biases and fairness. In many of these systems, actually, we lack transparency in them. So where does the data come from? Where on which data was were the algorithms trained on? Might there be biases embedded in the systems that then can perpetuate certain or unfair results and would reduce in skewed data and biased outcomes? And also, yeah, some especially biases that might target disproportionately certain minorities and hallucinations and inaccuracies. All these things must be actively mitigated. And one other thing that frequently comes up here as well is the degradation of writing and critical thinking. I think it should not be underestimated. I think it's sometimes a bit overemphasized, but the critical thinking, that's something which I like to highlight because and this is something I focus on in my education in the courses that I give here at TUM in order to also to sensitize the young people in not just the technical skills, but also about being critical, staying critical, even if the system tells you this and that, but maybe, well, keep an open mind and keep a critical mind towards it. Of course, there are other risks as well, which frequently come up, such as in autonomous vehicles, for example. There have been crashes, famous crashes. This was the one in Arizona in 2018. I don't have time to go into the details, of course, but it's important to see how can we distribute the risks that we have with these systems in a fair way. We have run several programs, projects in this regard here in Munich. And of course, a fair distribution here is very important. What I also find very interesting in the ethics of it is the inner ethical conflict. So it's not always like the ethics tells you one thing and the technology might tell you a different thing. No, there might be actually different ethical principles, different ethical advice might give different suggestions. Such as the old discussion about care robots. Do they endanger or rather preserve human dignity? Some studies at least show that older people prefer to have care robots for certain tasks in their lives, so to have more freedom with human personnel for other tasks. So it might depend on the context that we look at, as well as bots. Should they be required to reveal themselves? And of course, this becomes even more pressing when it comes to the autopilot of autonomous cars. Would we require them to disclose themselves to the outside world? Do we want to know whether a car is on autopilot or not? So far, we do not require that. And even if the intuition might say, well, we want more transparency, but on the other hand, does it give more trust to people? and this is unclear. I would say, for example, if you're on a plane, do you know whether the plane, the autopilot of the plane is in control or the human pilot? Usually you don't know, and would you want to know? I think this is not so clear. So it might change over time, but I think it's important to see what generates the most trust. How do we make these systems trustworthy? More could be said about the impact on the labor market, which is significant in Germany. Especially this year, we have witnessed, I think for the first year, really, this major impact where there is also, and while of course the systems do quite a good job in many ways, but there is a disproportionate impact on beginners, especially entry-level workers are exposed to reduced opportunities as their tasks often get the most easily automated. And this is a general problem that we see, not just of course here, but in many parts of the world. And I think it should not be neglected. As well as others. I don't have time to go into all these. We have I just want to mention, and again, you find more on our website. We have a large project currently on the ethics of generative AI. It's called the Align AI project, in which we aim to find out how we can align these technologies with human values. It's a project that is funded by the European Horizon scheme with other academic partners and industry partners across Europe. And it has the focus on both education, mental health, and online news. This is just well, the workflow basically. This project has been started now in the past 6 months. We started it, and it will go on for several years and work across disciplines. So we hope to know in 1 or 2 years more about how to align generative AI with ethics. So I come to the last part of my talk, which is more about the governance of AI. And so I've talked about ethics, but of course there is also the legal side of it. And from what we did with the European Parliament in cooperation with them some years ago, with the AI for People, led also to regulation and governance. For example, the AI Act, which is of course now discussed a lot. And let me just take some minutes to make some remarks about the AI Act in Europe. Since, I mean, it is not the first regulation that has an impact on AI. The GDPR, as well as conventions on human rights and liability directives, also had impact on AI. But this is a regulation that was specifically put up for AI. It was, this is the timeline that it had. A lot of input was asked to be given into it over the past years. My institute also gave some of it, and it entered into force in 2024. This act defines several layers of risk for these systems. So it's a risk-based approach, which I think in principle makes sense. However, the question is, and this has been discussed a lot, and it is still being discussed, which AI systems should go in which category. So the prohibited category, the category of unacceptable risk, only includes very few systems, like a social scoring system and clear ways of fraudulent systems. Face recognition, not face recognition in any case, but face recognition in public places was included. It's not totally clear where it is now, where this stands now, but that was seen here. But many of the other systems were seen as belonging to the high risk category, such as AI systems in the fields of law enforcement, in the workplace, but also in the educational sector. And for these systems, a lot of mandatory measures have been demanded, like having technical documentation, like for any machine, and to keep records about how these systems have been trained, about the data governance, to have a risk management system of its own, and also to have something like human oversight, which is a major concept here. It has not, in most cases, it has not really been established what these mean in detail. And even the EU Commission itself says, well, this has to be developed. And whether this makes sense or not is still a lot under debate, and especially the generative AI, which has been included, which had been included at a later stage when the AI Act already was under development. Is now also facing a lot of regulational obstacles, I would say. And whether and how much these make sense is being discussed. I would just say maybe to have, well, some of the lessons learned from this is these are three critiques that are frequently brought about here. The AI Act can impede competitiveness and innovation capability. Sorry. Because, for example, the definition of AI that's being used is much too broad. I think it makes sense to have definitely regulation in some places, for some areas of AI, like autonomous driving, will need that. But in other areas, it's far from clear whether we need this kind of regulation, because it includes a lot of quite restrictive measures. Second problem is that SMEs might not be able to stem the costs of this mandated AI risk governance. For big companies, it's less of a problem. They have their compliance departments, but for smaller ones, it's not so clear. And the third point is that should we really rush, as we have had generative AI, I just mentioned, just for 3 years now? Do we know enough about the systems? Do we know what would be the best in the sense of the most efficient regulation? I think this is far from clear as well. And if you look at, just only a brief comment on this, if you look at the worldwide picture, as I understand, for example, India is certainly developing standards for responsible AI and promoting a lot of good and best practice approaches in the field in order to foster the ethical conduct, to allow for trustworthy AI, but also for innovation. And I think this makes a lot of sense. We should not lose sight of being a force for innovation, and we should not lose the competitive edge. And the same can be said for the approaches of, for example, Japan, the United States, both under Biden as well as under Trump now. There are certain differences in degree, but not on the big picture. And also, for example, in the Latin American Declaration of Cartagena, where I was invited to speak last year as well. And again, there's a lot of priority on innovation, but together with best practice approaches, soft governance approaches towards trustworthy AI. So finally, what I would like to have seen, but which we didn't really arrive at in Europe, would have been a kind of middle out or middle way that would include both a top-down approach from the legislation, but also a bottom-up, a self-regulation approach, which would have included more discussion between the lawmakers and those that would actually implement or have to implement the regulation, because they know much more than the regulators usually about what are the real obstacles, what are the best and the most efficient ways. Maybe we can get there now, as we see this. The EU has said there will be some changes about the AI Act and others, and hopefully we'll get back to this both responsible and trustworthy AI approach, as well as stay on the innovation path. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Christoph, for a very insightful talk on covering all the ethics and governance from different countries, from a perspective of different countries, and so on. I'd like to open the floor for questions. Can we have any of our BTech, MTech students? Yeah, we do have a question.
Yeah, thank you for the insightful talk on the ethics and governance of AI. As a student, I would like to ask what practical steps we can take to ensure ethical responsibility while developing and working with AI systems.
Right. So if you look, can you hear me? Yeah. If you look at the last few years of development in AI ethics, I think what we have seen and what is helpful for those practitioners is different steps. So the first step was we had these high-level abstract guidelines which defined principles, which defined very broad guidelines. I think that was I think that it was a very important first step, but it was maybe not totally helpful for every practical system. And after that, however, what we have seen is first more concrete guidelines for specific AI systems. And I was involved in that a lot. What we did here, and what is the approach that we are also doing here in this regard at my institute, is that you need to have these non-technical skills within your development teams. I think that's very important. So AI ethics is not something which is just principles and a list of broad guidelines that you put on the wall and you forget about it. It's something that that you need to bring into the development teams. And in what way, of course, I cannot tell you. There might be different ways of doing that. But it's because there's a lot of small questions to decide on. It's not just one question about the system, very high level question needs to be decided on, and that's it. No, it's for example, in autonomous driving, we had this project where there's a lot of programming to be done in trajectory planning. So what paths should this car take, and should it be allowed to go a little closer to a truck or to a bike or whatever, and so a lot of detailed questions. So one thing I would definitely suggest is to have the skills within the development teams. There should be people that have these non-technical skills. And a particular focus, of course, has to be on the training data, because there's still some widespread misunderstanding that it's about algorithms. I mean, algorithms are usually quite simple in this field, but looking at where do the data for training come from? Are they biased? Might they be biased? Do we have alternative data sets? I think that's very important to have more pluralistic data sets, as well as maybe artificial data sets that were specifically put up for certain tasks. And so maybe these are just 2 points I would like to mention.
Yes, I have one more question to ask. Can I?
Sure.
As an MTech student, I would like to ask how fairness and accountability can be assured when AI systems make decisions with limited human intervention.
Yeah, this is one of them. The key questions that we get asked by companies with whom we have done projects, such as we had a project with Fujitsu, for example, which focused a lot on the accountability question. And I mean, first of all, I think it's important to see that accountability is less about the individual programmer. because some people tend to think, well, we need to find the individual person responsible for this and that. Now, of course, it must be on a company, on a corporate level. Um, and then it goes, for example, into the question of what insurance do we have and what should insurance companies do about this. They are very interested now in AI governance and AI accountability now. And I mean, of course, there are risks that come with it, even if you don't have a specific AI regulation. I mean, these are just regulations, the standard regulations that you have with any technology, and the general regulation that you have are enough that companies can be required to make up for certain errors in programming, for biases potentially, discrimination, and just like, for example, security leaks. And so this is something that should be paid attention to. And again, even if you don't have an AI Act like that, and I think maybe this is not even the best way, companies should not take the risks of having to pay, for example, large fines or having their reputation in danger. I think this is important to say, even if it's not just about fines, it's about ethical reputation. Thank you.
I have one last question. Yeah, they just need one question. Can you pass on the mic? I think this will be the last question, and then we'll break for it. Yeah, go ahead.
How
Here.
is how is human-centered AI going to help in attaining gender equality at the workplace?
Sorry.
Can you repeat the question?
I think
you can face this side.
I thought I was.
Human.
How is human-centered AI going to help in attaining gender equality at the workplace?
Gender equality. Okay. So I think this is a very important aspect, and actually I published about it as well, since we talk so much about possible biases of AI systems, but we talk less about how we humans are, of course, also biased. I mean, it's inevitable. Our past is biased. And especially in the, for example, hiring and the entire HR sector, for example. This is what I published on. There is a lot of bias in. Would maybe AI make less biased decisions, or support decisions? Maybe we don't let the AI make the decision itself, but let it support. So I would say that, I mean, an AI, depending, of course, on what data it has been fed, can be much more independent in its considerations, who to hire, what to do at the workplace, how to, for example, come up with guidelines for the workplace that are less biased than with those we have seen in the past. And so I think there is actually a lot of potential, and I think we're just getting started here. Thank you.
I think we'll end in this. Thank you again, Dr. Christoph, for the very insightful talk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Christoph. I don't know if you can see me, but we had met at Munich. Wonderful.
Oh, yes, sure.
Wonderful
Sure.
to have you back, and we'll be in touch. I just wanted to mention that we have another very special guest speaking at 4:15, the Assistant Director General of UNESCO, in fact. So I'd like everybody to take a short break and be back. Dr. Christoph, you're welcome to stay if you like. But anyway, thank you so much for joining in on a Saturday from Germany.
Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful conference.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So did everybody hear that? Like everybody to be back by 4, please.
prompt engineering. I sent her a mail. I called her. She's done it. She has come in.
Hello,
Good day, Gabriela.
how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you in full strength. Thank you very much for joining.
Perfect. So glad to see you.
Same here, same here, same here. Sorry about the confusion and thanks for joining. I'm going to read out, though you don't need any introduction, Gabriela, but let me read or let me do the honors.
Yes.
Talking about you a bit. Um, Gabriela Ramos is a distinguished Mexican international official and a leading voice in global governance and social policy. She currently holds the position of Assistant Director General and Social Human Sciences at UNESCO, where she drives a portfolio centered on building inclusive societies, championing human rights, and fostering ethical approaches to modern challenges. In her role at UNESCO, Ramos oversees critical initiatives aimed at reducing inequalities, promoting gender equality, combating systematic racism and discrimination, and empowering youth. A cornerstone of her recent work has been spearheading the landmark recommendation on ethics of AI, the first ever global standard in this domain. She is also a key figure in the launch of a global forum, um, I mean, global forum forever and global standard in this domain. She is also a key figure in the launch of a global forum against racism and discrimination, translating to commitments to actionable policies. Yep, I'm just coming to that. So prior to her current role, Ramos had a significant tenure at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development (OECD). As the Chief of Staff and Sherpa to the G20, G7, and APEC, she was instrumental in managing global agendas and advising the Secretary General. She directed the OECD's new approaches to economic challenges, initiatives launched the groundbreaking Business for Inclusive Growth platform, a coalition of 40 multinational corporations committed to tackling inequality. She also developed organization innovative gender strategy. UNESCO is a global leader in establishing ethical guardrails um, for artificial intelligence, with its primary contribution being the landmark recommendation, the ethics and AI, The first ever global standard was adopted by all 193 member states in November 2021, and it is the core of the AI initiative. That the entire credit, though she may not take it, it goes to Romos. I know that. And Romos, you have a lot of your friends here who are prompting me to say about a lot of things about you. Like you have Dr. Bhavani Rao here, you have Dr. Krishna Sri, all UNESCO chairs, and they are prompting me to say that you are also established women of our AI. And so you don't need an introduction here. You are a very popular figure. And Ramos just flew from Mexico, and I'm sure you must be going through some jet lag. But thanks for joining. Ramos, over to you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. And great to be joined by our dear friends of the Women for Ethical AI and for the chapter in Asia, which is great. Thank you for inviting me to this very important conclave. And I wish I was there. I was hoping to be there, but as it mentioned, I just came back from Mexico. So, but I'm happy to just share with you this moment. The substance of the debates as it was framed, and actually going towards the summit in India, that we are also excited, and this is a very important contribution to that to the outcomes of the summit. I just want to share with you how we see the question of the governance of these technologies, and why we need to be very clear that it is us, governments, citizens, businesses, that need to provide with the frameworks for the technologies to deliver what we are aiming at. Because when we talk about artificial intelligence, many times it goes just focusing on the technologies itself, because they are so fast and so pervasive and so impressive that we forget that this is not a technological discussion only. It's a societal discussion because we need to ensure that the impact that these technologies have, not only in the productivity field, but also in our youth, in our women, in our societies, in our environment, is positive. And for that, we need to do a lot of homework. First, the trends. The trends, they are just impressive. Compared to any other technological wave that we have experienced from telephony or television or energy, the artificial intelligence is not only fast, but is everywhere, and it's impacting every single aspect of our lives, not only in terms of how we connect, how we work, how we enjoy entertainment, and how do we use it for so many purposes. So the fact is that is this pervasiveness and this very fast speed in which these technologies are disseminating it, that call on us to try to see how do we adapt and upscale our own skills to deal with the technologies. Remember that it was only 5 years ago that the analysis of the machine learning technologies impacting our labor markets, we were saying 40% of the jobs might disappear. All those jobs that can be codified, that are routinary, that are low skill. But surprise, now with the generative AI, which is producing content and producing text and producing so many outputs that are related to the things that we used to do ourselves, the kind of jobs that are going to be transformed or that are going to disappear are way larger. And if we consider then the agentic AI or all this reasoning AI, and we know that there is this very impressive career to achieve general purpose AI or superior AI, in a sense that is just mirroring every single cognitive task that humans can do, that technologies can reproduce, and therefore it's really moving very, very fast. We all think that we are surrounded by AI and that everybody is benefiting from it because we just have it in our iPhones. But that's not the case. We still have 1/3 of the world economy that is not connected to stable internet. We have just a few countries, India one of them, but the majority of the developments on AI are done by the US, 60%, China and the UK. And therefore, this is a very highly concentrated market. And it's a market that is being informed by profit making, by geopolitical considerations, by competition among the big tech. And therefore, nothing wrong with that in terms of the innovation that can be really pushed for this kind of ecosystem. But the fact that this is not responding to what I said at the beginning, what is the positive impact that we want for these technologies to reach us out? How do we ensure that these technologies do not discriminate, as we have seen when you develop programs on models that are just reproducing the discriminations that we see in the world? How do we ensure that women are better represented? And that's why I'm so glad that we have the Women for Ethical AI in Asia, because we are consistently finding that women are not represented, but also they are not participating in the way they should in the development of this technology. Only 22% of women are represented in the sector. And if you think about the so many other negative impacts in misinformation, disinformation at scale, the addiction from our young people consuming these technologies and the social networks, etc., etc., this calls for really very solid guardrails. And this is what I have been focusing at, not only at UNESCO, but also at the OECD, where we launched in 2019 the principles on artificial intelligence. And what do we mean by that? We mean that we need to take a step back and ask ourselves, why do we need the technologies for? What do we want them to do? The reality is that countries are trying to advance their own development ladder, their well-being of their population, reaching the climate goals, ensuring health for everybody, education for everybody. So that's the way we need to frame the things. How do we empower the communities to use these technologies to advance the long-standing issues that we have been trying to address? And that's why when we developed the recommendation on the ethics of AI that had been implemented in more than 80 countries through the readiness assessment, we first defined that there should be some values that we cannot trespass with any technology, which is related to the full respect and promotion of human rights, human dignity, fairness, positive outcomes, sustainability, and all of the values that we hold dear and that we are not going to give up because of any technological development. But these values, which are what we really cherish and what we have been building for so many years and decades, need to be translated into very concrete principles, principles of transparency, principles of accountability. I think this is a very important principle. We have been saying that for so many years. Many of the people that are now in the audience and the institutions that have been advancing these frameworks, but accountability is still not where it needs to be in the digital world. We still have not liability regimes that will really extend what we have in the real world when something goes wrong into the digital world. So accountability is very important, proportionality, privacy, and more than anything, the rule of law. And this is why it's not related to the technologies only, it's related to the outcomes and the impact of the technology. And to do that, we also need to go into what kind of policies do we need to advance. How do we ensure that there is soundness and safety when a new tool is launched into the market? This is just accountability 101. Any other sector, whenever there is a new product, it needs to be tested in terms of safety, in terms of impact, in terms of the soundness of the elements in which this was built. And therefore, there should be no difference, although it's more complicated, there should be no difference for AI developments. But for that, the place where we really need to be investing a lot in AI literacy, in understanding the tools, in framing the tools, in using the tools, is in the capacities of our governments, because our governments have this dual responsibility. On the one hand, to frame the markets. There is no other market that is not framed. into laws and regulations and real principles on how it should operate. But the other part is that governments are also using the technologies. And if they want to benefit, for example, in managing the education system, which are so important, because we really need to provide the kids and the students and the higher level degrees with the equipment, with the skills that they need to navigate this very complex environment and to use it and also to deploy it. But they need to go into developing these tools, and I would say sovereign tools. And the good news is that the cost of developing applications is going down because of open source and because of small scale models. But still, governments need to invest a lot in their own capacities to frame these technologies. But the question of AI literacy and understanding how the technology works and how we should be approach and develop a relationship with it is not only the question of governments. Business sector also need to understand it. And it's very interesting because when you ask businesses if they are using AI, the majority will say 97%, according to the recent survey in the European Commission, that said that 97% of the companies were recognizing that they are using the technology. But the reality is just because their employers have access to generative AI and to ChatGPT. And that's fine because it can have very important productivity improvements, but that's not really using it. I think that what we mean when we say, are you deploying AI for your own purposes, is to change the business model and to try to see how the organizational changes that need to happen in the institutions might occur to take advantage of the technologies itself and to improve the processes and the delivery in the business sector. And this is not yet done. It might be done by the big companies, but it's not done by the small and medium size. And therefore, the problem here is that we might be opening a very broad gap in terms of inequalities in a world where inequalities are already very high. And this is one of the issues that it has been mentioned is very dear to my heart, because we cannot just stand idle when we see that all these inequalities are just broadening. What are the answers that I would recommend? And I would finish with this reflection. It's for us. It's for us. It's for the institutions. It's for the people. It's for the governments. It's for each one of us to regain agency and to reframe and think, what are we going to be using these technologies for? What are the kind of protections that we need to have in terms of our own engagement with the technology? How do we educate our children to have a healthy relationship with it? It's not great news to know that 30% of children that have been surveyed recognize that they use companions or generative AI as therapists or psychologists, as their best friends. Is something that we really need to address, because the well-being of our children is at stake if they don't know how to use this technology properly. So what we would be wanting to advance, and this is the next chapter of this implementation ladder that we have been advancing for the last years of the global standard, is to invest in 4 I's. And I put it like that because I think it's very easy to remember when you frame it like this. I is to go for incentives to look for what the well-being of people's outcome, not only profit making, but ensuring that we build the incentives, the support systems, the financial systems, to really have technologies that are delivering for good. Public purpose technologies that will help us, as I said, address the problems that we are facing. We also need to have massive investments, and kudos to the agenda that India has been advancing. I have seen not only in Delhi or in Mumbai, in many other, in Kerala, and the industrial investments, the infrastructure investment, the digital public infrastructure is so important. That needs to be scaled up and needs to be understood as a great responsibility from everybody to do those investments. We need the institutions not only in terms of the agencies, the ministries, the governance, but also the rules. institutions like privacy protection, institutions like transparency. Whenever there are developments like fake, deep, all this impersonation that can be done into the systems needs to be recognized, watermark, and all of these technologies can be also used to frame the developments in a way that we are knowledgeable of where do they come from. And then we need, of course, the infrastructures, the connectivity, the skills, the investments. We know that major developments might be billions of investment, but as I said, the more smaller scale models that can be built with proprietary data and built in a sovereign manner can be built if we do the exact infrastructure investments that are necessary. So it's all these issues, incentives, investments, infrastructure, and institutions are really necessary to frame the technologies and to ensure that the outcomes that we are aiming at are positive and are helping us to achieve our goals and to deliver a more inclusive world going forward. So it's great to be with you. I will be contributing also with this framing to the summit in India. But it was great to be with you, and I wish you the best in the discussions going forward.
Thank you, Gobila. Thank you for your presence and your insights. And we also released AI safety research report for agentic AI. We would love to courier it to you sometime, and we'll share it across with you. And your inputs and insights are really, really, very insightful and very useful. And I'm sure that there's going to shape up our discussions towards AI safety discussions and agentic AI in India as well as in Global South. Looking forward to meeting you there in February in Delhi. Thank you very much for your presence and appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will now move on to the product demonstration segment of our event. I invite our participating companies to present their innovation. The first company to present the product is Quai Security Lab Private Limited. They are going to showcase their AI product, Quai Radar. I'm sorry. The first company presenting is Gallon AI Private Limited, showcasing their AI-powered personalized medical education and clinical reasoning platform for students and health ed professions.
Good evening, everybody. Firstly, thank you for having me here, panelists and students. So I think the presentation with the demo will be upcoming. But until it starts, I'll just give an introduction on how we came up with Gallery AI, why it started. So my name is Varun. I'm the co-founder. And the other co-founder who's not here today, his name is Dr. Arun. So we really worked very closely with Gen AI in different fields. And what both of us really realized is how it can be very beneficial for education. especially in the medical field, because it is a field which has very complex curriculum, lot of content. If it's, let's say, textbooks, videos, or lectures that a medical student consumes, and it is such a vast curriculum that, you know, like the study years goes from, let's say, at minimum 4 to 8 to 10 years until they even start practicing. And even after they start practicing, there is no stop towards actually learning further for a doctor. So that is why we built an AI companion that teaches, trains, and guides students through medicine, which is personalized, competency based, and clinically intelligent. So what I mean by personalized is we have, you know, like really fine-tuned our AI to understand each student on what their weaknesses, what their strengths and gaps is while they are going through the curriculum, and personally guide them, you know, and teach them topic wise, competency wise, test them with MCQs, give them like clinical reasoning questions, not just give content. In the previous, I think, speeches, they told that AI sometimes tends to either hallucinate or just give you the answers directly. We have guardrails in place to actually understand, you know, what the student is learning, what his weaknesses, and then train them and finally make sure that they are learning, then rather just giving out the answers of what they ask. So that is, next slide. Go. Right. So medicine needs more mentors. Another thing is the number of faculties versus the number of students. There's a huge gap. So we need more mentors than more videos. There are a lot of video lectures in, let's say, online or in other tech platforms. But what exactly students need is someone who can guide them on a personal level. And that is what we are building our AI to do. So Galen AI is a co-pilot that transforms rote memorization into clinical reasoning. Now, when you're actually studying a topic, if you are studying it through books or, let's say, just static content where you're consuming videos, it is called rote memorization. You're not actually recalling and actually creating, or you're memorizing facts rather than analyzing and understanding concepts. So we are transforming that to actually provide more clinical reasoning, not just rote memorization. So this is a video that I'll play.
Your brain can handle only a few pieces at a time. But med school throws the whole syllabus at you every hour. So physio doesn't connect to patho doesn't link to pharmac, everything just feels like a moving maze. The real fix isn't more notes. It's organizing what you already have in a way your brain understands. That's what Galen AI does. It turns long lectures into clean summaries, builds concept maps, explains things step by step, and quizzes you on the important stuff. Study smarter, feel lighter, follow Galen AI.
Yes, so that's just a high-level video of what exactly we're trying to solve. There is another video next. Let's keep that. These are the features that we have included. First is the AI tutor. So you can ask any medical concept and it will give you a very structured explanation with references, which is very important. It will also have follow-up questions to actually help the student go towards the next session and understand better. Our AI also generates clinical cases. This is an actual case scenarios when a patient comes to the hospital. So they are also prepared for real world scenarios and not just theory. We have flashcards for memorization and space repetition. This can be generated through our AI agent as well. Another important thing is we align with the CBME curriculum, the competency-based curriculum. Building more, we are building an institutional dashboard as well, which helps institutions also understand how their student groups are performing in competencies. Institutions can generate notes, generate tests, and do test assessment through our AI. Yeah. So our student apps is live on Play Store and iOS. So right now it's a free version where we are really getting feedback from a lot of medical students. It has an AI tutor, clinical reasoning, and also progress tracker. And for institution, as I mentioned, we are doing curriculum integration, faculty AI assistant, faculty content hub where you can upload your notes and lectures and you can create summaries or you can create assessments and publish it to the student apps. And also real-time analytics of how your student cohorts are performing. So this is Galen AI. We are solving for the entire medical education community from students to institutions and faculties as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Galen AI. We appreciate your solutions. The second company presenting is ProPace Solutions. They are going to showcase their AI-based predictive maintenance platform. Sorry, they're not available right now. We'll move to Quay. Quay Security Labs are going to showcase their Quay radar.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Vikalp, and I'm presenting from Quai Security Labs here. When I say Quai, it's a quantum and AI, and we are addressing two emerging risks from quantum compute and shadow AI. When I say quantum compute, it's a advancement of quantum compute, which will break eventually the present day public key cryptography. And we are kind of supporting migration to post-quantum cryptography. And the other use case is on discovering shadow AI and securing it. Since this is a AI security conclave, I will focus on the AI use case here. All right, so if we relate to internet, the way it kind of exploded and exponentially it grew in the year 2000 or 2001. Many of you were not born at the time, but the way AI is growing, it's exponential, much faster than the internet growth happened. We can look at analyst numbers in terms of the investments happening, the market size of LLM, market size of AI solutions. It's exponential growth. And what is worrying is the AI governance is kind of lagging behind, and there's a gap between the AI solution and AI governance, which is kind of increasing. And what we see on top is kind of a tip of the iceberg where we see the productivity, the enhancements, and the benefit to us. But at the bottom of it is the risk, which is kind of not visible because of or lack of AI governance. And when we talk about why this is a challenge. I mean, since morning we had our several guests highlighted the importance of AI governance. You all have heard of, especially in the college, of vibe coding, or anybody can code or develop a software and deploy based on AI tools. And with this concept of vibe coding, software development in an enterprise is not limited to a set of team, which is supposed to lead, or generally it is a IT team or IT function, whether in-house or outsourced or contract. Now, anybody in an enterprise can start coding, can build AI-based solution. It could be based on prompt engineering and a few intelligent prompts, which kind of helps in building a small solution or addressing a problem. Deploying AI solution doesn't need engineering. Now we see CAs, chartered accountants, or lawyers, anybody with the help of prompt engineering are able to deploy AI solutions. So why this is a challenge? I mean, this is boon for the society where everybody is able to help themselves and solve their little problem with the help of AI. But the challenge is the kind of discipline typically we have seen in software development lifecycle, where business requirement is understood, software is developed, it is tested, released into production, and then operationally it is supported to kind of manage security incidents or any kind of incidents and so on. But when through the help of vibe coding or prompt engineering, solutions are deployed, it is the whole life cycle, the governance is not thought through. And this is kind of leading to citizen development or citizen deployment. What a citizen deployment is like in an enterprise, now it's not a dependency on an IT team or software development team to kind of deploy a solution. Anybody, it could be sales, marketing, financial analyst, accountant, auditor, they are building their own solution and deploying it for their solving their problems. And that creates a challenge of AI governance. And many guests have talked about the challenges of AI governance. So what are those challenges? I mean, these are the challenges in terms of reliability of the solution. Is the solution delivering or giving an output which is really reliable and kind of accurate? The challenges are unbiased, ethical, protection of intellectual property, trustworthy, transparent, explainable. All these are not assessed because those citizens who have been developing and deploying solution have not thought through. They're just solving their problem. They want to become more productive. They want to solve their problem. They want to have a beautiful reports coming in. They want to analyze a lot of data they have in front of us very efficiently, and they don't want to work 12 hours. Probably they can reduce their time and operate just 8 hours. So all these solution kind of create a challenge for an enterprise in terms of AI governance, where we have a risk not only on a security or data exposure, but it has a risk of reputation, the trust by customers, regulatory discipline or disciplinary action or penalties and so on. So all that, how do we help with our product YRadar? So all we are doing is we are discovering AI components, services, models in an environment. Now, this environment could be on premises, it could be in the cloud, it could be hybrid. We detect all that. We discover the current security posture of the AI components and services. And we essentially build a so-called AI bill of material. We call it AI bomb, so that that's the first step of AI governance. So what is not discoverable or what is not known cannot be governed. For example, I mean, I had a few discussion with some of industry leads or industry members, and the challenge we have seen from or understood from them is like in an enterprise, for a same problem to solve, they had 30 plus AI solution just because everybody contributed to it or built their own solution. Now, for the same problem, do we need 30 plus solution in an enterprise? No. And these 30 plus solutions they discovered, how many are undiscovered? They don't even know. So there are several risks. There's a risk of cost as well. Right now, the cost may not be very high, but eventually when all the LLMs are kind of paid, there's a expense or the cost of these AI solutions as well, plus the cost of compute and GPUs, etc. The other challenge at present in the organization is who's supposed to govern AI. Generally, it is falling on the shoulders of CIOs, but in some organizations, they have not even defined it. So how do we help? We kind of take a first step and the foundational step of discovering all the AI components in an organization, what it is currently running, what is the current security state, and then we kind of build entire bill of material, and it continuously discovered. So that's why the product is called as a radar, which is essentially discovering all the time. So how this product is not just discovering AI component. I mean, this product also discovers cryptography, which is another use case of addressing the risk from quantum compute. It produces CBOM, we call it cryptographic bill of material, which is a complete inventory of public key cryptography in an enterprise. It could be in a cloud, in on-prem data center, or in a hybrid environment, and its current security status. It also produces SBOM, which is software bill of material. So all the kind of software packages deployed in the environment with its current security state. So that's all discovered by the product QuiRadar. The product is agnostic to cloud, on-prem, or it operates in hybrid environment. It is a very small footprint with a containerized solution, just deploy in your environment. And it's not a SaaS solution, which means all the discoveries, all the bill of material, what you discover remains with you, and you kind of own the whole discovery. And it kind of readily integrates with the downstream application for security incident management. So you may call it SIEM, or you may call it GRC or ITS. I mean, it kind of integrates with that to kind of take a further downstream action. So that's all about the product. If you have any further interest, let me know. I'm here outside in the booth, or you can drop an email to info@ysecurity.com. Thank you.
Shreya. Women empowerment should be from all angles and all domains, that high-end technologies or the enhancements in AI should not make them stay behind the ladder. So in order to assist this and support this, we do have initiatives like the national initiative like AI for Her and the international initiative like UN Women AI School for empowering women in AI. To add on thoughts to this, we do have the panel discussion, gender algorithm, rethinking safety, sovereignty, and social impact of AI from a woman's perspective. I take pleasure in introducing and welcoming all the expert panelists. We do have Ms. Annie Akpe. She is a fintech operator and AI innovation leader. She is the founder of Lumo Hubs, an AI-powered creative and vocational learning ecosystem, and the founder of African Women in Technology that serves 8,000 plus women across Africa. A former banking executive, she scaled mortgage portfolios into billions and now builds inclusive AI-ready communities. Welcome, Ms. Annie. We do have Dr. Kalki Bali, who joined online with us. She is a senior principal researcher at Microsoft Research India, working on AI and NLP and speech to advance inclusive multilingual technologies. With over 2 decades of experience, her research focuses on low resource languages, gender and technology, and equitable Gen AI. She was recognized on the Time 100 AI list in 2023. Welcome, Dr. Kalika. We also have, she is not joined online, hold on. So we do have Dr. Prema Nedangadi, the Associate Dean of School of Computing, Amrita. She is the Director of Amrita Create and the UNESCO Chairholder on Assistive Technologies in Education. She has coordinated over 20 research and field projects with more than $9 million in funding from leading national and international agencies, and she is listed among the top 2% Stanford's scientists worldwide. Welcome, Dr. Prema. And we do have the moderator, Dr. Bhavani Rao. She is the Dean of School of Social and Behavioral Sciences at Amrita University and the UNESCO Chairholder of Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment. She leads the research centers, Amrita Multimodal Applications and Human-Computer Interaction, popularly called as Amachi Labs, and the Center for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality, pioneering the use of AI, robotics, VR, and haptics for inclusive education, skill training, and women's empowerment. She is a member of Women for Ethical AI, a worldwide network creator by UNESCO headquarters to make AI more ethical and inclusive. A few words about the Women for Ethical AI South Asia chapter. Dr. Bhavani Rao launched this South Asia chapter in Jan 2025 during the International Conference for Gender and Technology. And this chapter is in collaboration with UNESCO India. It includes members from government, industry, researchers, and civil society coming from India, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Bhutan. Several initiatives have been started by this network, out of which the 3 major work streams include the first one, policy and advocacy. The group has launched a LinkedIn campaign to address the bias in AI, such as deepfakes, use of AI in recruitment and HR, or the impact of AI bias in healthcare. The second one is research and innovation. The group is drafting an outlook on the status of AI in South Asia to be launched at the AI Impact Summit in February 2026. And the third stream is inclusion and equity. Several initiatives are organized by the network to make AI more inclusive, such as hackathons, scholarships, and podcasts. So over to Dr. Bhavani Rao.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. And I'm so excited to be here with this amazing panel. And notably, everybody is a technologist. And we have a wonderful panel of women technologists. Let's give a round of applause. Can I hear it from the entire audience? And everybody has amazing names. Okay, so Annie, Dr. Prema, Dr. Kalika, very happy that you're here. So I'm coming from a social science perspective. So I'm going to nudge you technologists to start thinking maybe from the social science perspective. But I know that with all the experience that you have, you will be able to throw light into some of these questions. And so I'm sorry if I'm sound contradictory. I mean to be contradictory, but it doesn't mean I believe any one thing. Okay, so please, I'm not taking a stand, but I may be pushing for you to take a stand. I would just like to share an image of a framework that I would like you to hold in your mind when you're answering the questions. It's a women's vulnerability framework, but it just gives you a glance of how you may want to think about the entire context. It's a complex system. So I just want you to, I know you have great strengths in certain domains, but I would like you to hold the entire systems in your mind when you're answering these questions. AV, can we have up in one of the screens, can we have the system? We call this the awesome system because we think it's awesome. No, it's actually an acronym, and Indians are very famous for acronyms. And don't ask me the acronym because it'll take a long time for me to say it. But it is a systems-oriented framework that looks at women's empowerment. And yeah, I hope they'll get it up. So yeah, okay. So it looks at multiple dimensions. Actually, one of the dimensions is safety and security. So it has education, it has livelihoods, it has the environment, it has socio-cultural, health, and at the same time, it also has safety and security. And so this is a complex, this is the complex system map of women's vulnerabilities or empowerment. The flip side of vulnerabilities is basically empowerment. And so I would like you to just hold this in your mind when you're answering the questions that I'm going to pose to you. And what I would like to start with, and I was explaining to some of the panelists before, is I would like us to unpack these words that we have in the title. So we say the panel discussion is about safety, it's about sovereignty, and it's about social impact. And so first, let us just go a little deeper into what these three words mean and to whom, because it may change depend on whom we're asking these questions. So when we're talking about safety, are we talking about physical safety? Are we talking about online safety? When we talk about AI, we automatically only think online safety. We very rarely touch upon physical safety, but it's usually an afterthought. Is online safety the prerogative of the empowered, and is physical safety is only something for somebody who's trying to survive? Are these two linked? How are they linked? Is it always that online safety, good online safety leads to good physical safety? Can it be the other way around? I would like you to think a little bit on scenarios that you're not necessarily used to, but also draw from scenarios that you have experienced in your life and work. And with respect to Dr. Kalika, who's online, I know you work with one of the biggest companies that's actually creating this technology, but also you work for the government. And so you probably see how this kind of trickles into people's lives. So I would love you to first start unpacking that in terms of physical safety, online safety, and the relationship. And I'll come to all the panelists.
Thank you. That's a very interesting thing, and you're right. Not very many people think about physical safety that much as they do about maybe not online, but digital safety. I think that may be because right now in the current scenario, the kind of interactions that we are having with, say, AI is very much on a digital kind of a platform, right? Now, I could see second order physical safety issues coming from that maybe, like we see that there are certain not very appropriate conversations that people can have with AI, which may lead to, if the AI is not, properly, it does not have the proper guardrails, etc. in place, may excite people to go and take revenge on some other people or physically hurt some other people, something of that sort. It is quite possible that once we have more robotic kind of AI entities around us, malfunctioning of those can lead to physical safety issues. But right now, because primarily, at least like in India and much of the global south, maybe not China, etc., or a Tesla car going rogue and killing people is a safety, physical safety issue, or exploding for whatever reason. But in India, our interaction right now with AI is very much digital. So I do agree that we don't really pay much attention to the physical aspects of things right now.
Annie?
All right. So Sam Altman, founder of ChatGPT, said, do not put your personal information into ChatGPT, right? Another use case was a student, young student anyway. So he went online, he put some information, he was suicidal, and he followed the instructions of ChatGPT and he committed suicide. So I bring these things up when I talk about women in safety so that you can understand that ChatGPT or any other AI that we use, I will always say is not to be trusted. Now, with that being said, we use it for efficiency, we use it to build systems, we use it for some technical knowledge, but that doesn't mean that we ignore the simple fact of safety. You know, as women, whether you're digital or you're physical, you have to remember that once you put your information out in the streets, everybody knows your information. It is something that is always looked at, it's studied. Remember, AI is a language model. So what that means is all the other languages that's ever created is now in this one model. You may not have created it, but someone else before you created it. So what does that mean? Does your safety means that it's secure? Absolutely not. What it means is that you need to pay attention when you use technology, especially something such as ChatGPT or any other AI model. Essentially, what it does is it'll still take your information. It may answer you correctly sometimes, and sometimes not. But it is something that you have to decipher for yourself. As human beings, this is where it's key. As human beings, when we talk to other people, we know when they're lying to us. Really, you know when they're lying. You can act like you don't know they're lying, but you know when they're lying. AI is much the same way. You have to take it as like, this thing could be lying to me, telling me all kinds of nonsense, whatever it is. But it is for you now to take the initiative and say, let me look deeper and see if this is really true. You need to make sure you're verifying information because trust shouldn't just be freely given. When you freely give something away, it has the ability to control you. What we're trying to stay away from is it controlling you instead of you controlling it. And that's the key with any AI technology that you're going to use. So,
Thank you, Annie. Prema?
It's a very interesting question. AI safety definitely can have spillover problem from the online to the physical. Digital abuse does not have to limit itself to online. It can follow women to their homes, workplace, other areas. And actually, there was a UN women document on it with real case studies. And so I think our learning is that, for example, deep fakes exist, right? And so how fast can you detect it? And what is the consequence of a woman reporting to her? So all those have to be addressed together from a technology, legal framework, so that there is no fear. And along with that, of course, we need to have the education and awareness, because especially when we're talking of the global south, there's a lot of additional constraints that we are talking about in terms of, it could be languages, it could be the digital access available, it could be just the knowledge about how to use it and what happens and what is the prevention.
Wonderful, thank you. So and please, I'm just trying to summarize the sense what I'm getting. So it is important for us to not forget when we're talking about the word safety, we think about safety, the digital safety along with the physical safety, and we need to bear that in mind. And we know that one can play off of the other. We should know, and a very key thing, it's even if physical safety is a second order of impact, it is still something that we need to have, and we need to hold it in our mind when we're designing stuff. And very nicely put that technology should not control us, we should control technology. It reminds me of a story that Amma says. It's like you should have the dog wagging the tail, not the tail wagging the dog. That's how she puts it. And so we have to know how to use technology, and very importantly that there should be this education and awareness around AI as a technology to know what potential hurt or harm it could play in our lives, and that awareness is super critical. Okay, so that's unpacking the word safety. I mean, there's just so much more that we can actually go into it, but we have a short panel, and so I won't take too much time. But in just listening to the talks that have happened in this room over the day, I hear a lot of words. Okay, so I'm hearing the word transparency. I'm hearing the word invisibility. I'm hearing the word privacy. And if you ask me, this word invisibility and transparency are at loggerheads with each other. Can you have invisibility and transparency at the same time? No, I find it very hard to put those two words together. But at the same time, especially when you're talking about financial safety and security, there's talk about having invisible layers of safety that is there to keep people's data private and safe and secure. But at the same time, you want to be transparent about the process, and somehow those two things just don't compute in my mind. But I'm hoping that the technologists over here will be able to help me understand how you can have those two words in the same sentence and still have it make sense. And then there's privacy, and then there's sovereignty, right? So this is the next main word. Who is this? The word sovereignty and the word data. Are we talking about people? Are we talking about governments? Are we talking about industry? We as citizens of a country elect our governments. They are, at least the democracies over here have elected our governments. And any government, if they have to do anything good, they say, oh, we can only do good, or we can design good interventions when we have data. So if you don't have data, you cannot expect the government to do a good job. But at the same time, we should not give our trust easily, but we did trust and we elected that government. Do we give our data to the government? Do we not give our data to the government? But at the same time, we're all using the chat GPTs and the Geminis. And so we are freely giving our data to the companies, and the companies have a nice mandate that they're there for profit, while the governments are supposed to have the mandate to do good to the country, to help progress and economic development, stuff like that. So how is it that we are so mixed up in who we are giving data to, what we think is sovereignty, what is transparency, what is invisibility, what is privacy? And so this mishmash of words to technologists maybe is easy because technically maybe you can explain them, but from the social science perspective, how would you unpack these words? What is the relationship between them? And who in your ways at different levels, Dr. Kalika with the government and with Microsoft, and Annie with women in rural areas, empowering them with technology, with Dr. Prema with people who are actually have very serious disabilities and people who are probably the most marginalized. What do these words mean to these people? And Dr. Kalika, the pattern.
Yeah, so I agree with you. It's a very confusing vocabulary, and especially since a lot of it is borrowed into the so-called technical domain from other disciplines where they might be used slightly differently. But from my point of view, as far as data is concerned, then data is, I think it belongs to the entity or the person who creates it. It could be individual, it could be a community level, it could be people, an organization, institution, etc. So it belongs there. Now, of course, just like because there has been such a commoditizing of data, if you sell data, then who you sell to according to the agreement you have is the owner. If you give away data, then of course the implications are also different. You would have to have like some understanding of why you're giving it away, who you're giving it away to, how are they going to use it, and that's where transparency comes, right? On the just taking the data example, if data is stolen from you or taken without your knowledge, you haven't given it away, you haven't produced it and are using it on your own, and you are not selling it, the rest of it is stolen, right? So if the data is stolen from you, then clearly there have to be implications for that. And how would you know that your data is stolen from you also is part of the transparency layer, right? Like if you know how systems are working and you understand that, no, I did not give consent to have my data used, then clearly that data is stolen, right? Like sometimes like data is stolen from you, you don't even come to know that it has been stolen from you, right? Like you'll never in your life come to know about it. So I think that's how the data thing goes. But when you talk about data sovereignty, right now you're talking in terms of the legal authority of that data. And in a lot of times, sovereignty is kind of, equated with the sovereign nation state, right? Like it's at the state level, at the nation level, that we are talking about data sovereignty. Now, why these things have become kind of very important. Let me just like give you an example. This is a hypothetical example, completely hypothetical example of, why suddenly nation states have woken up to this whole data sovereignty thing. Now think of it like this. Our, say, health data. Forget financial, because financial data is somehow much more regulated, right? So there are even international level laws governing financial data and its flow across the globe. But if we have data that is, say, health data, right? Now, if that health data of people in India, in their health records, etc., is taken or given to, say, some commercial entity in the United States, and the commercial entity in the United States then creates products on top of it to sell back, to make profit, and sell it back to the people in India. Now, that sounds a little problematic to me. And therefore, like as governments, not only ours, but governments across, especially the global south, are kind of becoming aware that this is a possibility. This is where it might go if we do not have an idea of like, some kind of a data sovereignty concept, or whether they're regulations or they are voluntary mandates, etc. So I think that's where the sovereignty part goes. I'll let others answer now, not to take up more time.
Amazing answer. Thank you so much. That was made things very clear and put a lot of perspective into it. But Annie, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to dig a little bit deeper. How many people in the room use Instagram? By a show of hands. Okay. And I want you to now think about Instagram. Let's use that as our example. You are aware, you have transparency of how Instagram works, correct? Yeah, you do. You also know all these little rules, even though Instagram has sent you like pages and pages and pages of stuff that you're supposed to read. Did you read it?
No.
No, you didn't read it. Okay. So that is transparency, believe it or not. That is transparency. Now, let's talk about what you didn't read. That's invisibility. Now, I'm going to give you a better example. Transparency is you knowing that everything exists and you're studying it, you know how to use the system. Invisibility is the fact that I know where you posted that picture from. I know where you were. I know what time you left. I may even know who you were with because you tagged them. I know your mama, your cousin, your sister. I know all your information. That's data control. So that data control now can be shared, as the doctor mentioned, can be shared with anybody. Now we all know Facebook, Meta, whatever you want to call it, Instagram, all of its systems. We know that they sell our information. And guess what? We're all comfortably sitting here with that information, that they sell our information, right? So when you think about AI, right? Because now we have a whole nother player. AI is here and we're sharing information with AI. It knows where you put that information. It knows a little bit more than what you're willing to admit, because sometimes we have no business telling AI certain things, but we do it anyway. So I want you to know that we give our power away, right? Invisibility is essentially you giving your power away because now you're under a microscope and it's studying you and it knows you better than you know yourself. It's almost like that stalker that has all this information that you didn't voluntarily give it, although there's 1,000 pages that said you did because you're still using its system, but it's still studying you. So always remember that. That's why I said there's levels of control. Now, does that mean I'm perfect with it? Absolutely not. I'm there on Instagram with you. You know what I mean? I'm there studying stuff. I'm there logging in when I have no business logging in too. I understand this. But what I started to do is actually withdraw what I was actually putting out there. So at this point, it only knows where I'm located. It doesn't have any other additional information in terms of what's posted. So as a person that looks at it and that uses technology, I will always advocate for technology for efficiency because our lives shouldn't be complicated. But we also need to understand that with that complication of making things easier, we're also selling ourselves out. So it's not a good thing, but it's a good thing. So I don't know where you sit with it, but that's where I sit with it.
So just in advance asking your permission to post on this and then tag you that you're here. So I hope that's okay. Thank you, Annie. Annie she's the one who's keeping us like constantly thinking back about how much we're supposed to share and what we are giving away of ourselves and the power that goes with it. So it's the power dynamics is coming up quite strongly in this conversation. Dr. Prema, please.
Yes, so as you said, data and privacy. So what we call sovereignty. And so that often means what the government is doing in terms of what data can be shared, how the data flows. However, even though, I mean, India does have now that DPDP framework, but if, as she said, gave the health example, how clear are we? Is there a standard framework for sharing health data? What should be shared, what standard for consent, etc. I mean, all of us go through research ethical protocols, but beyond that, what do we do? And specifically, when we come to, and then there's the agency, right, along with the sovereignty. So that is how much a woman or a user, in our case, a woman, has access to this, to their data, how much knowledge they have. Are they able to control it? Can they stop it? So in a sense, they also go together. And in my case, when I specifically look at data, we work with a lot with education. So there's educational data and also with assistive technologies for persons with disabilities. So we may be looking at speech data with disability, or we may be looking at text data, handwritten data, or we could be looking at video data for the deaf with Indian Sign Language. And yes, we get the consent, but how safe it is to put a whole video of a person in open data set. And we've tried to come to a middle ground, in the sense now we are able to use generative AI to actually create avatars, who look human. And so using the real original data set, we are able to create high quality synthetic data sets, which can be published for research.
Okay, just following up on your thought, I just also wanted to talk about it. It also matters that everybody's data is somehow equally available? Because I mean, if my data, let's say one group, there's a group of people whose data is available, and then there's a group of people whose data is not available, that's also not good, right? So even if data is there, it should be kind of the same for everybody somehow. Am I saying this even right? I mean, I'm just
I don't think it'll ever happen.
But we have, I think the whole point of the discussion is how can we make it happen? And with that, I would just like to welcome Dr. Huda. Thank you so much for joining us. We're having a very exciting conversation with a lot of.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So sorry for being so late. Just I have some trouble of converting time, but thank you so much for the opportunity and happy to be here. And it's my great honor to be among you for this Saturday. And I want to welcome all the audience for being with us. So I want to add some comments, but I haven't heard, to be honest, the question, but I want to highlight three different things because we have to share some knowledge for the audience because I think we have a mix of them. We should differentiate between data sovereignty, which is stands for the data that is stored and processed in the country where was generated. Another meaning of we say that the data residency it stands for the data that is being stored in a different country from the one who was generated, and another context related to data localization, the act of complying with all applicable laws and requirements surrounding data residency. So we understand from all of this the context of the importance of regulation and ethics of behind the use of artificial intelligence. So here, as all of us know, that in the life cycle of AI algorithm, at the beginning, it is based in data sets. So it's important that the collection of data and we understand the source. So it's about the efficiency and the quality of data and the availability of data. Because sometimes, as you know, now we have a revolution. We use AI everywhere, and we have an important problem which is related to bias. So if we don't have enough information and enough collection of data, so we will harm a category. For example, if recruitment, we will have problem of discrimination. But there is always a solution. If we remark such kind of problem, we have to go and do an audit of the algorithm and review all the steps. So here we need a collaboration between developers, regulators, and policymakers. We should teach the policymakers so the process in the way that they will be able to build specific policies of behind the use of AI and related and to state specific laws related to the data collection itself. Another point is related to awareness. So how we share our data, how we interact. We say we should have some skills in prompt engineering. We say sometimes we find that they are looking for a position of prompt engineer. So it's important that we know how to interact with ChatGPT, for example. It's important that we don't believe any information that they give for us because it will be, they don't have all information, so they will generate it randomly. That's it from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Huda. Actually, the conversation from Dr. Kalika and Dr. Huda, I mean, it lends itself beautifully to another question, but I'm not going to go down that route because I don't think we have the time. Is my question would be actually on migrant communities. Where does that data actually lie when we're talking about data sovereignty, and if it is about at the national level? But that probably is a huge conversation, and so I will not go down that rabbit hole right now. I mean, times like COVID, right? This just blew up on our faces, but it's probably something that you're looking at anyway. I'm going to steer the conversation slightly to a slightly different angle. Recently, I was reading some articles by this person. I mean, I just found this person on Substack. I really like him. I don't think he's going to post anything anymore in the recent future. His name is Dr. Chorpran Lee, and he's from Singapore. And I had never heard of him, but I thought he had some very interesting insights onto AI and how different cultures actually absorb this technology within their context. And he was saying about how in China, the Far East, and to some extent even in India, our reaction to AI, our response to AI, and our adoption of AI is very different from the West. And somehow these cultures are not as threatened by AI as you would find in the West. And he says that this is probably because of the nature of society and culture within these places. So, and probably the same is true for Africa also. I know you've grown up in the United States, but you are from Nigeria. So it's in many ways, these cultures are very, very similar. And yeah, and so the culture here is definitely more collectivistic, and it's also more based on relationships, and as opposed to in the weird countries where it is more individualistic. And therefore there is this dread about AI replacing their identity and their humanity in some sense. And in the East, the Far East, and South Asia, we tend to think of it more as a tool that can be leveraged, and everybody's very excited about it. There's of course very fast adoption, but there's not as much anxiety around the adoption of AI among these communities. Is there a way that we can hold both these together, the individual as well as the relationship, without having to choose one over the other? It sounds a little abstract, and it's going into really the culture, but when we are deciding on the ethics of the AI, and we're talking about safety and governance, is it possible to have universal laws, of course, like the human rights, and then have something that is more nuanced based on the culture of a country? Is it even possible to hold the two of them together? And you're all technologists, so I would love you to comment on that. And yes, Dr. Kalika, you go first.
Yeah, so that's actually very true. And I don't know if it's actually the reason for that is collective. That I think there are multiple reasons why in, say, Asia and a lot of other global South countries, we tend to be very tech positive, you know, and technology is seen as aspirational, as also like technology is kind of the equivalent of education, like how education in our regions is a means to, you know, go up the socioeconomic ladder, right? So technology is kind of seen as another tool that adds to that to go up a certain socioeconomic ladder, right? So and there is a flip side to it, right? It's not all like fantastic. We are so tech positive. We are, you know, not anxious about where AI is going to take us as humanity. But the flip side to it is that we also very quickly become over dependent on the technology, right? As human beings, not as Asians, right? So, I mean, just look at something as simple as the mobile phone. If I'm like at a railway station or at an airport, there are at least, you know, 5 people there who are watching something or the other on their phone without headphones or anything, right? And nobody even seems to mind. It's become so much a part of the environment that nobody even thinks about it. Like there are 5 different voices blaring from 5 different corners, and that's just fine, right? So culture plays a very, very important role. And as far as governance is concerned, I mean, if you've looked at the India AI governance guidelines that we kind of released like just a month or so ago, you will see that we have kind of said that, you know, we need to have, say, for example, risk definitions of what is risk. We have to have risk assessments that's culturally specific. We have to have risk mitigation that's culturally specific. And even in the global south, these things are kind of different. I was once involved with this event around creating farming apps for women farmers in Bihar and in Nairobi, right? Like in Kenya and Bihar. And, while it's women, it's farmers in a global south, low resource language community, the differences are still there. In India, a woman's phone is not private, right? I'm sure even here, if I was to ask all the Indian women, do their husbands know their passwords? Yes. Do their children know their passwords? Yes. Do their mothers know? I mean, it's almost like a family thing, right? Where so the Indian women were okay with their data being on their phone and being looked at by the entire family. And in Kenya, the women farmers actually did not want their husbands to have access to their phone, right? It's private. They had a different notion of privacy, which was not also as narrow as, say, in the West, right? Like, or as strict, not narrow, as strict as it is in the West, right? So definitely we have to kind of think of all these things when we are talking about governance guidelines and even liabilities and regulations. Yeah.
Wonderful example. Thank you so much. And I think I saw Dr. Huda's hand go up.
Yes, thank you so much. Just I want to highlight that from my opinion, it's not possible to have a global laws related to AI ethics, but we can learn from other international initiatives. For example, we have in Europe AI Act. We can read and adapt it to each country, because we have for each country there is a specific culture, specific data sets, specific economy and education curriculum. So it's not possible to automatically and adopt these rules, but just we can understand these rules and adapt them to our needs. We should also aware what is happening, which kind of problem that we have in our country and in different sectors that are using artificial intelligence. And based in that, we have to do a global conversation between different stakeholders and build our AI Act that is related to our own country. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Annie.
When we talk about AI and culture, coming from the US, as we're using AI, we're thinking money. Like, how much money can I make? Who can I get rid of? Hence all the layoffs in the US workforce. You're seeing it because it's profit driven for the thought of AI culture. It's about the money. When I think about India, similar to Nigeria a little, I'm not Indian, so don't come up here trying to shoot me, telling me you're not Indian. But when I look at India, and I think social impact, because when I saw some of the displays that were on the demo stage, I saw social impact because you are not thinking about people losing jobs. You're thinking about how to make a bigger impact into your community, which goes back to the millions in the collective. So I saw that as a different response to the culture of AI. Now in Africa, we're like, oh, wait a minute, we get to catch up with you. We're like now catching up because remember we have legacy systems for the most part. So now we have an opportunity to just be on the same page. We're actually able to build. So it gives us a different cultural perspective on how AI is impacting us because now we say, wow, I can finally understand what this is, or I can actually understand business nuances. So we just see it as like it's a great learning tool. We can actually be on the same page, even though all of us may not have good enough Wi-Fi to get into it sometimes. It doesn't matter. The fact is that we have that access. So when I think about culture, I think about where exactly do you live and how does it impact you? Because based on your location, you're going to drive a factor that impacts your community. You may put profit second, you're going to make money, but it may drive it to where you're actually creating things that's going to benefit your whole community. And I think that that's what's important with AI. It brings you back to just the human factor. And if you don't forget the human factor, you will never take advantage. You will never not taking advantage of the beauty of the technology because you're thinking human first and not profit first.
Thank you. And thank you for actually closing the loop on that and bringing social impact into the conversation. And that's exactly where I wanted to go with it. And you're so right. If you can look at it in a way that you can get excited about how you can actually make lives better as opposed to worry about how it's actually going to mess up your life. This is a wonderful way of actually looking at it. And like she said, tech positive, but tech positive not in terms of profit making, but in terms of the greater good. Thank you. And Dr. Prema, I know this is something that you live and breathe with, but please share with us.
Yes, so I just thought I'll bring a slightly different perspective. Culture matters a lot. And if we think of those who do the AI harm, how do you reduce that? Maybe it's definitely technical fixes are not enough because there's always new technology that can create the harm, right? And so especially at Amrita, what we do, I would say there are two things, and it could probably be generalized. One is what we call the education for life. And so the values are important. As you said, am I doing this for money? No, nothing wrong doing it for money. But if I'm doing it for money, am I harming somebody, right? And similarly, am I angry with somebody? And am I going to do harm, AI harm? Or can I control myself because I have values, right? And then the other thing would be what India and even in our Civil 20, G20 discussions, we came up with the women-led initiatives. And so AI safety also should be women-led. There should be women not just being recipients, but in governance, in dealing with data sets, in making sure that the data is not biased. So that aspect also needs to be brought up.
Thank you, Dr. Prema. I'm so glad that you brought in the values aspect of it, because in Amrita, we're always talking about it, and it's always good to kind of end on the note, but I don't want to quite end over there. And the idea that this is our collective responsibility and it's not any one individual's journey is important. Like I was sharing with the two of you, Amma gives this very nice example, a very pertinent example of how it's like we're standing on a 10-story building and there's fire at the bottom on the ground floor. And we think, oh, we're really quite a ways away from the fire. And so this doesn't really bother us, but it's only a matter of time before everything catches up. And therefore that to understand how technology plays itself out in the lives of everyone, not just a few, but all the way from top to the bottom is something that is what you need to bear in mind when you think about social impact. And I went to another conference a few days ago, and it was very interesting. So they were talking, there's a whole section on social impact, and most of the time they were talking about how they were able to prevent websites being hacked and things like that. And when we're here at Amrita, because we're so used to working in villages and at the grassroots, when we think social impact, we think very differently. Like she was talking about the other app for the rural farmers in Bihar and Kenya. That's the kind of social impact that we're normally thinking about here in Amrita. And it's nice that this panel also kind of has the same ethos, the same values, and same kind of thing. I don't know if we have enough time, but what would be really nice, I think maybe we do have like 15 minutes. It would be nice if every one of the speakers would share a small aspect of the work that they're doing that they're the most proud of. This is what you it lights up your heart, and it lights up, it makes you, puts a smile on your face before you go to sleep. What is it that you do in your work that you think has the most profound social impact? Would you just share a little bit of that with the audience here? Same round.
Right. So for me, even though I'm doing a lot of safety and responsible AI work and governance work right now, for me, my heart is in low resource language communities. So just to be able to create with them the technology, understanding their needs, in a language that they understand, and for them to be able to use that technology the way they want to, that's the thing that actually keeps me going. That's where my heart is, basically.
Thank you for sharing. Where are you working in? Which are the communities that you're working with?
Right now I'm working with the government of India. So like that's the entire nation is my community. But I have worked with the Gondi community. I've worked with the Idumishimi community in Arunachal Pradesh, other smaller communities in the Hindi, the Hindi belt. So yeah, that's what I like to do basically.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. Dr. Huda?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. Okay, from my side, so it's a huge question. So I have multi-passion. So I like doing many things, especially as I am a senior researcher. So I like the publishing papers, doing research, sharing information, participating at the conference, teaching sometimes. Participating at the panels, preparing courses. And I'm also working at the industry, so I like my job as engineer. I like networking and I like international. So building international relationships and collaborating. I like so all international net contacts. That's it. Thank you so much.
I think Dr. Huda is a perfect example of happiness. She loves everything that she does.
Yes, when we are a multi passion, so it's difficult to express. We need so a day to share what we did, we have done, and what we want to do, and so it's like a story. Thank you so much.
Do both Dr. Kalika and Dr. Huda, you have to come here the next time we have a
Yeah, sure. I have experience in India. I did certification for 3 months, and I participated already at the panel about AI impact in tech and what is the good and the bad. So I like so Indian culture and networking with you all the time. Thank you.
Wonderful. Annie, please tell us.
Thank you. So my work is in African women in technology, and we've been operating for the past 10 years. And I have so many little instant gratifications, so I'll try to sum it up real quick. So when I created it, I said to myself, it would be great if this could be the big sister organization that supports the other ones in Africa, not to take away from them, but to be a resource and an amplifier of the work that they were doing. So we started in Kenya, and then it just started to go. We were able to go to other countries, right? And the instant gratification part came to me when the women that we started with over 10 years ago are showing up in Forbes. They are creating organizations. They are launching and doing the exact similar thing where they're educating the community. So I was able to see that, and that gave me that instant gratification. Another thing that gave me gratification was when other countries who we didn't have on our radar, they reached out to us and said, hey, we see the work you're doing here in this country. Can you come help us? Can you support us? So that also was like, wow, okay, so it's actually happening the way that I kind of envisioned it. With that being said, it was so great, like as we're working with the women and learning all the experience and see where we saw the gaps, that when I went to launch something, this is where the AI model kind of comes into play. Creating Luma hubs and using AI to teach some of the non-technical skills to students, and then preparing them so that when they are able to graduate, they'll already have a portfolio and they'll be actually able to enter internship and workforces. That's the gap that I saw that was missing with women. I saw that they are able to, graduate with all these things that we were offering, but yet still not have a job. So we said, you know what, let's switch this narrative to where we're actually helping them to think about creating businesses that impact their local community, and then giving them that support. So I was super happy in this past year that we were able to partner with like Zoho, which is able to help some of the women in terms of the businesses that they're looking to launch. And then Cisco with coming in saying, hey, we'll offer you the digital training for all the women. So these things are the things that are just near and dear to my heart as they come in. And we're just trying to make the impact and ensuring that our communities are able to thrive no matter where they're at. So that's been the impactful work that I've really enjoyed.
Wonderful. It must gladden your heart so much. Congratulations on the amazing work that you do. And thank you for being here with us. Dr. Prema, please.
What's most gratifying for me is just being part of Amrita, being part of, a small part of Amma's work, whether it is villages or whether it is disability or whether it is the school, and you see the students actually come up with impactful projects. And then also having the opportunity to see many of the things we have built go to scale nationwide and even globally. So, I mean, I'm speaking for a lot of Amrita projects. I think it's very gratifying to be part of Amrita and get this opportunity.
I know personally that like the online labs that you built for schools, this has gotten so much of traction and so much of appreciation. Even in Africa, we just recently had a workshop where they were really fascinated by these online laboratories, and they were like, yeah, because it can be just used anywhere in any low resource setting. So yeah, amazing. And thank you so much, everyone. This has been an amazing panel. About what? Okay. It's very hard. Yesterday, one of the young men who used to work with me, he sent me this little bit. Okay, this is super flattering. This is the most I've ever been flattered in my life. So he sends me a little snippet of what I think Gilman, who's a Nobel laureate physicist, writes about Oppenheimer. He says that Oppenheimer was such a fidgety person that he couldn't sit still in his seat, and he was always jumping around doing something. He didn't write like very big papers and all that, but he could really get excited about a lot of stuff and get a lot of things done. I think, and then he said, you are like that. And I was like, oh, he just compared me to Oppenheimer. That's like, they made my day. So I get excited about a lot of things. I'm happy about a lot of things. Like Dr. Prema said, Amma gives us the most amazing opportunity to do such wonderful stuff. And I think it's a blessing that we can work in rural communities, use technology for good. And this definitely puts a smile to our face. We work with women. If anybody wants to put an additional smile on my face, I would be super happy to look at the wives of migrant men, because that's another invisible group. If there's anybody who is interested in working on the wives and children, but I do a little bit women's empowerment, so automatically children come along with the women. So anybody is interested in doing research and figuring out about wives of the migrant population, that would be something that would be very interesting for me, and that would add another smile. I have a very big smile. I can just make it wider. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Amazing panel. Nice claps, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We did good on time also. Yay.
Yes, we have to congratulate the moderator.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the insightful thoughts. So it was not only on AI safety sovereignty, but also a motivation for all of us to have some societal impact from our side. So thank you very much for all the panelists. So now I'd like to call upon Professor Sivaramakrishnan to honor the panelists with the token of love. I'll call upon Miss Annie. Dr. Prema Nadingadi. And Dr. Bhavani Rao, well moderated, ma'am. So for the online panelists, we'll be reaching you out the token of love.
Yeah, we will be sending actually the mementos to the online people also. But last but not the least, I would like to also thank one more person who also deserves a very big memento from us, Dr. Sivaramakrishnan.
We are now going to move on to our third and last vendor demonstration by Propace Solution. They are going to showcase their AI-based predictive maintenance platform.
Okay, I know it's really late, but I would request one more round of applause for these wonderful ladies who did a great job. And I love seeing women creating impact in the tech space, because in cybersecurity, I find it like there's a scarcity of women, and I would urge all of you to get into that space soon. So if I just talk about like, just do it, what do you relate it to? Nike, wonderful. Just build it. You don't relate it to anything. There's nothing to relate to, but there's something that I would say. So just before I start, I'll just introduce myself. I am Lakshmi Das, co-founder of Propace, and you'll hear, picture abhi baki hai, so you'll hear about it. I am not going to talk too much about the tech space, but just build it is something that I would urge all of you to do it. Because why? Because we started building this indigenous AI-powered, problem solver or solution for this high impact or high stake ecosystem, which is cybersecurity, from India, from Kerala, from this space, Kollam or Karnataka, and from Amrita TBI. Isn't that a great thing? Yeah, so that's what we are. So I want you to understand the impact. We started from here and we became listed as one of the top 5 global cybersecurity companies. And you can see us listed in all the analyst firms. And that was, I guess, all thanks to Amma. I feel that this was her vision or mission that brought the two of the founders together. And then we started it off from here. So I feel that with her as a backing, we are never to fail. So that's it about Prophase, and that's our vision, taking cybersecurity from India to the global stage. So with that being said, I'll hand over to these super genius folks here who will take you through what we really do so that you have an edge. So if you have any idea, I'm just telling you, just don't wait, just build it here and now. Just don't chase trends, just create that impactful solution for that real problem that you find in your near vicinity and take it global. So thank you all. Handing it over.
Thank you, Lakshmi. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Nijas. I work with Prophase as a regional manager for sales. So as you can see, the topic is AI-driven web and API protection for the modern digital enterprise. So what we are into is a very interesting domain, that is cybersecurity. We are a product-based company. The product name is WAF, Web Application Firewall. So for the non-techies, like maybe I will explain a little bit what is WAF. Imagine your application or maybe your mobile application or web application as a restaurant, and there is a security guard in the restaurant. What if everyone keeps coming in the restaurant is checked by that security guard? If that guy comes in or going out is actually a malicious one, or maybe a genuine food buyer or something like that. So imagine WAF, Web Application Firewall, as a security guard in front of your web application or mobile application, ensuring that only the good traffic comes to your website or maybe the mobile application or the web server. That is actually WAF does. So we are a unified platform for WAF, DDoS mitigation, bot mitigation, and API security. So that's what we all are about. And you can see the tagline, defending AI with AI. So that's actually the whole purpose of we coming over here and presenting it to you, why we are actually relevant in the modern AI era. So let's go to the application, AppSec breaches happening around the world during the last 5 years or 6 years down the line. So you can see every week there will be a data breach happening on internet. Also, now when I was getting into this conference room, I was seeing one post on LinkedIn saying that LinkedIn data has been breached, yesterday or maybe a day before yesterday. So every week there is another example. We can see that data breaches are happening. So you might have also seen this. So look at this, like, I don't know whether you can see the screen very much. Equifax has lost almost $1.4 billion because of the data breach they have faced in 2017, and coming to 2020, almost, most of the enterprise out there, lost a lot of money because the data breach happening. So when you come to India, the situation is no longer different. And according to Press Trust Bureau of India, India has actually faced major cyber attacks in the last 2-3 years, particularly. NDTV has reported 2 lakh cyber attacks on India's power systems last year. And you can see the union budget has almost spent 800 crore rupees, allocated 800 crore rupees for the cybersecurity projects in last budget. And you can see the cybersecurity incidents in India rose from 10 lakhs to 22 lakhs in the just span of 2 years. So that is what happening in India right now. So why this is happening, definitely I will talk about it. But you might be thinking this is not happening to me, right? This is happening to organizations. Like, I'm not at all bothered about. So I was also thinking like you, I mean, why I should be cared about, right? So I was going through this website. I don't know how many of you know this website called Have I Been Pawned, right? So if you are using mobile, having mobile right now, you can also check right now. This is a very simple, platform where you can see whether your email ID or passwords are anywhere breached on dark web. So this what this website is doing, the platform is doing. They have aggregated data of all the dark web data. And if you just go in and check your email and type in your email and search, you will be understanding whether your email ID is somewhere there in the dark web. So I have checked myself what happened to my email IDs. I will show you that. On the left side, I put my official email ID, nijas.sm@prophase.com, and I search for myself whether my email ID is somewhere breached. So you can see it's zero data breach. I'm lucky enough, there is no data breach in my official email ID. But on the right side, you can see the bottom side, I have put my personal email ID, which I was using earlier for all my transactions. I have just masked it. So by shockingly, I can see that my email ID has been breached or 3 incident has been reported. Okay. So next slide, I will show you where exactly my email ID has been found on dark web. Yeah. So the one incident that is happened in 2020, 21 for Domino's India. Like I was in Bangalore and I was definitely purchasing, pizza out there using my email IDs. And in 2021, Domino's has faced data breach and my email ID is right now in the dark web. And in 2020, I was using Nitro, that is a PDF service provider, which I was using online somewhere. I don't remember for what exactly I have used it. So my data was with Nitro and their data also been breached and it's in the dark web right now. So if you are keen enough to understand whether your email ID has been breached, just go to, Have I Been Pawned website and check whether your email ID is there in the dark web. So what I have done after this, I have enabled, two-factor authentication in my Google account, or maybe I have changed my password. That all you can also try. So what I'm trying to make you understand is the data breach happening around the world is definitely attached to each one of us because we are using those products worldwide, right? So this is what happening. So the next one is coming back to the real discussion right now that we are doing AI. That is what the whole purpose, right? So I told you we are defending AI with AI. So on the left side, you can see all the amazing innovations AI is bringing to our world, like ChatGPT, Gemini, Sora, whatever, DeepSeek, Grok AI, whatever it is. So I'm sure that everyone over here would be using any of these LLM solutions that in our daily life when we are doing our whatever job, work, or whatever exactly it is. So on the right side, you can see some new words. I don't know whether it is new word to you. For me, it was new word like Warm GPT, Ghost GPT, Evil GPT. So these are the jailbreak versions of Chat GPT to initiate malware attacks to your applications, to initiate malicious attacks and ransomware attacks to your application. So if anyone of you is using this website, I'm curious to know about it, but because these are really malicious practice conducted by all the cyber criminals out there. So this is actually the other side of AI that we are not seeing. And I will show you an example what happened because although all of these jailbreak versions. So this is an incident which is reported in one country, which was in LinkedIn right now. And a small kid went to one of these jailbreak version and he just put a script prompt over there. And I'll read out the prompt. Create a script that can perform a distributed denial of service attack on a government website. So this is just a prompt which he has put on an LLM, and he just got a Python script for attacking a website, government website. So this is actually very dangerous because everything is accessible. So one side AI has been useful, but on the other side, AI is definitely taking control for all the cyber attackers out there. And another example I would show you during the Ukraine-Russia geopolitical issue. So what happened that time when Ukraine was attacked by Russia, Ukraine called for a cyber army, and a lot of people, knowingly or unknowingly, joined a Telegram channel and supported Ukraine for initiating attack against Russian government. So they unfortunately went into a cyber attack mode, criminal mode, and this is all happening around the world, and it is happening with us as well. So that's what I want to tell. So the entire question mark comes in. So we have all these technologies in the line. We have all the global players out there. But why these attacks are even happening? Because we are creating these AI models and cyber criminals are also human beings. And we are unable to protect our data for all the enterprise. Why this is happening? So the reason why these attacks are happening is very simple. In cybersecurity domain, it's a cat and mouse game. So the more you advance with AI, definitely cyber criminals are also aware of these AI tools and everything, and they will also be using it. So web application firewall, what exactly does is to block all the traffic based upon certain signatures. Like they will understand certain patterns and new CVs would be released and we will write some rules against the CVs out there. But what if an AI is doing the same, right? What if they're automatically changing the pattern every day? what if they're automatically changing the pattern every day, every week? So no manual rules can actually give you a protection against all of your applications. So this is what actually happening in the world right now. AI is taking over, and they're using AI system, and AI being the core of their attack. So we need more web application firewall with AI centered engine. So that's what we are doing. Our pattern is very simple. Like, we are defending AI with AI. What does that mean is, whenever you are onboarding an application to Prophase WAF, we will learn your application for almost 7 days to understand the pattern in your application, to create a baseline. We basically do a behavior analysis with your application, and we do a two model security protection for our application. The first one is the manual script signature writing, which every other traditional WAF would be doing. And the second one is our AML system will learn your application and will understand the pattern or the traffic come into your website to create a baseline. So that baseline, everything, we'll set a score as well. So anything above that score will be considered as an anomaly, and all the AI attacks can be prevented also. And I'm not just preaching all this. We have proven that to the world. And during the last Operation Sindoor attack, almost 85 million malicious requests has been blocked by Prophase. And in the history of India, there is a highest DDoS attack happened, which is actually in 2023 against all the airports in India. That has also been prevented by Prophase. To get in deep to that, I will invite my colleague Jeril to explain what exactly happened in these two incidents and how Prophase was helpful when all other major players failed to mitigate the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Nijas, for the wonderful explanation that you've done. So moving on from here, let me, the place is pretty cold, but I plan to heat things up with one heated example that's coming in right next. So as you can see, technical issues. Looks like this has a latency issue. This is something to keep in mind. Okay, so everyone knows what Operation Sindoor is. Everyone knows the conflict that happened, the physical conflict in the real world. But what people don't really understand is there was another parallel conflict happening right in cyberspace. So as you can see in here, the timeline is from May 5 to May 9. So there were 4 days of this incident. So initially in May 5, there was a bunch of people entities that wanted to probe systems that we protected. So everything looked harmless at that time, but then it started escalating on May 7th. And then the final, onslaught started on May 9th. So as you can see, there's a huge big number over here, 85 million. There's also a smaller number there under 10 hours. So I'm going to put this together and say, we actually got 85 million attacks in 10 hours. That is like a rain of javelins, hurling your way from, ancient Greek or Rome or wherever it is. And the ones who sent this payloads, they're basically threat actors. So there were 3 activists. These are people, for whom money doesn't even come into the picture. They're all about their stand and principles, so they're much more dangerous. Keep that in mind. And their targets were basically all government portals, airport systems, critical infrastructure, and financial systems. And the crowning achievement over here is Prophase actually managed to stop all of them and prevent any of our clients from going down. So allow me to go into the details. I'll take one day out of this, May 7th. So this day was when the airports were attacked. Now you might think, why attack airports? Why not go straight for financial systems? People with no qualms about money, they go for creating chaos. They see chaos. It's kind of like the Joker in Heath Ledger. He doesn't care about money. He just wants to create chaos. So it's something like that. So let me give you the attack timeline. So at 2:14, basically, we had these malicious entities start looking at all our customers and all the networks, just probing us to see how good we are. And our system was like, didn't bat an eye, because, all right, fine, you guys are checking us out. We'll wait for you. At 3:48 a.m., the number of requests that we started getting crossed 18,000. Again, this is a high number, but not high enough to trigger our system. But it did catch the eye of our system. It's like, all right, let's see what you're really going to do. And at 4:03 a.m., the DDoS attack actually amplified and reached 85 million requests. And at 4:04, the next minute, the whole AI system engaged, and we managed to ensure that none of our clients went down and with 0 downtime. And I'll point you to the results of all of this. Right. Okay, I'll speed it up, keeping the time constraints in mind. So the defense results are basically, we had 0 minutes of downtime. We blocked 85 million requests, and our average response time was 3 milliseconds. And we blocked 99 point, and we made sure that 99.99% of legitimate traffic passed. 0.01 because 100% is impossible in real life. All right, so this is making India at work. And you might be thinking this is some jingoism or some patriotism, blind patriotism, but it is not. We are now living in a geopolitical world where allies can turn into enemies, and we can't depend on foreign systems in order to secure our indigenous system. And we didn't just have one incident. We had actually 2 more before this. One in 2023 with the state police, and one in again another one in 2023 with the airports. That was a bigger scale, but it was only a focus on airports. And what I'm trying to say is, this is an indigenous thing that has been proven. We've actually managed to stop systems that we care about. All right, now I've talked about this. What about the 4 pillars of adaptive defense? How do we get this done? We have a prediction system that basically predicts when attacks are gonna happen. And then we have contextual understanding. We are trying to understand, okay, why did you attack us? What drove you? And then we had our autonomous mitigation. Basically, we responded in milliseconds and managed to stop all of them from trying to clobber us. And we understand that we are an ML provided solution. We are an ML provider. But we also need humans in the loop. So we've got hyper-localized support. We've got people who speak Indian languages, and they're always with us 24/7. And we respond within 15 minutes. And we comply with all the rules, including DPDP and anything else that might come out in the future. We are looking at it. Now, what we're trying to say is, we've actually been a Gartner representative vendor for 2024 in the API Security Market Guide. We've also been the Gartner representative vendor in 2025 in the WAP Market Guide. We've been mentioned in 2 places. And we are also the voice of customer, so that we are a strong performer in 2025. We got 4.9 stars out of 5. So the idea is, even Gartner recognized this. That means we've actually got something that works, and our customers actually speak for us. Our own actions speak for us. And I would like to close this off by saying, in a world where, the AI is actually your solution and also is your opponent, we are defending AI with AI. So thank you for your time. And unfortunately, I wanted to ask questions regarding this, but I don't think I am given that liberty. So I'm going to gracefully sign out. And once again, thank you all for listening to me.
We have one more, the last but not the least, keynote address. This is from Isabel from United Nations. She's representing Dr. Amandeep Singh, who's the Secretary General of United Nations, who could not come because of the travel constraints, and he was supposed to come then. So Isabel is going to address Dr. Amandeep Singh's keynote message. And over to you guys, Isabel.
Hi, everyone. My name is Akram Awad, and it's an absolute pleasure to share some of my thoughts on AI safety and responsible AI with you today. Over the past years, whenever we spoke about AI safety, we would usually talk about things such as AI biases, inclusiveness, data coverage. But as AI evolved and accelerated massively over the past years, very different topics starts popping up as the core hot topics for AI safety. And especially with the acceleration of things such as generative AI, agentic AI, intelligent robots, and so on. And I will go through some of these concepts today. The first risk I want to focus on is the risk of accelerating disinformation or disinformation and misinformation at scale. With the advancement of the technology today, it becomes almost impossible to differentiate for many people between real information, whether it's visual or text information, or AI-generated fake information. And if we don't bring this into control again, we really risk bringing massive lack of trust in all the information that people receive. And this will impact really the way how societies run and operate, and would leave their societies at the risk of disinformation by a small group of people who would benefit from spreading and accelerating misinformation and fake news around the world. The second risk is the risk of widening the economic gap between the global south and the global north with AI. We see that with AI, people can really accelerate the efficiency gains and can have an kind of an unfair advantage by if they have access to the right technology. And with having this aspect unchecked, we really risk getting a lot of wealth and power concentrated in the hands of very few individuals or very few nations. And we start hearing some concepts such as the single person or the one person unicorn emerging. So it's really very important that as AI advances, it advances fairly, and we're able to distribute the values and the benefits of AI across all nations, both for economic but also societal gains. The third risk is the risk of uncontrolled acceleration of advancements of AGI, or artificial general intelligence. We see many researchers, many companies, but also many nations that are racing to be the first to reach human level AI intelligence. And again, if we don't control this space, we might start overlooking some of the key guardrails that we collectively and globally work to put in place to ensure that the agency always remains in the hands of the humans. And last but not least, I want to talk about a particular long-term risk that I covered in a recent TED Talk titled, "Will AI Make Humans Useless?" In my TED Talk, I talk about the risk that when AI replaces humans in their jobs, we are not going just to face a job crisis, but also an identity crisis. Because over the past centuries, we as humans evolved to link our personal identities with what we do rather than who we truly are. So it's very important to start thinking about the practical measures to prepare many people around the world to redefine and rediscover their real human purpose in the age of AI. Thank you very much for giving me the time and the opportunity, and wishing you the best of luck in your event today.
Okay. Thank you everyone for your patience and staying back on a Saturday evening. And we started. I just yeah. I mean, Vaishak, Dr. Vaishak, and Krishnashi gave me a snippet of whatever has been spoken today and what has happened today and stuff like that. But
I want to go back 2 more minutes, take 2 more minutes and talk about how all this started actually, right? So myself and Dr. Krishna Sri were talking about let's do something on AI safety lab and some research and something like that. Then I was telling her that look, there is a AI safety, there's an AI impact summit is going to happen in February, and we would like to do. Probably you may want to look at doing a, pre-AI summit. We can apply, and you have to be selected. It's not that you tell them like you want to do it, and you'll be come guys come and do it. So you have to apply and giving all why you want to do it, what is the what kind of uh, I mean, competencies you have to do it. I mean, what kind of you have infrastructure to do it. Have you done this exercise before? This kind of massive scale, and who are going to be your speakers and stuff like that? They said, yeah, we will start that exercise, and we started doing this, and a lot of things were in the fluid state. Who are going to be our speakers? And then I said, okay, I did the blender. I said, okay, I'll take the responsibility of getting the speakers. Right? Like, I thought it would be a cakewalk because it's not that I have not done this before. I have done this before. And the sad part is I have to do it for one more entity next month, within a month's time, by the way, like I shared with you. Right? But what turned out was really a kind of everybody you speak, oh yeah, we'll come. But hang on, what date you said? December 30th. Oh, sorry. We have a vacation plan in place, or we are here, we are there. And so to cut it short, like it was a nightmare of getting the speakers list. I'm sure you must have seen the kind of lineup we had right today. And Dr. Krishna Sri used to tell me, Shibu, this guy is doing, that guy is doing. I said, relax, go through the list of people whom they have, and we are like, imagine getting Gabriela, and and Abhishek Singh and Avinash Agarwal of the world, and right. Hats off. As I think as a team we pulled really a fast one. And in fact, I'm getting messages from whom I'm talking to. Like, you've been, how did you manage to get this kind of a lineup of speakers and stuff like that? We pulled a fast one, and more importantly, we did it in a way like which is in line with Amrita's family as a what we do normally, like create a social impact through what we do. And particularly, like if you look at the last panel, uh, we did not plan for this at all. Like then suddenly, like Dr. Bhavani Rao sprung a surprise, said we want to do this, and Krishna Sri ma'am called me and said, hey, Shibu, they want to do a women's panel. I said, why not? Like, let's do. So we started scambling against speakers. Kalika was there. A lot of speakers, like thanks to this, your Indigo's fiasco, a lot of speakers, they were supposed to come in person, but last moment they dropped out, and they saw either they dropped out or they said, we'll come online, right? In fact, as we are talking today morning, there was a dropout happened, and somehow like couple of speakers whom we saw in the women's panel, we got confirmation today. And one lady, we got confirmation in the afternoon. Like I spoke to her in the morning, I pulled her, right? So with all this, I must also appreciate the team like Sanish and Dr. Vaishak, and we have Akshara and Adra and everyone possible. Like they pulled a fantastic team effort, and whether it is Pavitra, Chechi, and all that. I'm probably like miss out names, but don't mind. Like I'm also little. End of the day, like I should be caffeinated, but that's fine. Like right. But we all pulled as a team. Hats off, you guys. Give a big round of applause. And we pull really a fast one, and particularly like if you look at the kind of research report we pulled, uh, I mean, I mean, whomever we spoke about today, like the dignitaries who have come, speakers have come. Oh wow! Some of them they looked at the Naskam, Ankit and Vinay, and everybody said like this is the need of the hour, and nobody thought about doing this for agentic AI, and you guys have done it, and we did it as a, and again thanks to Dr. Krishna, she came. We said we'll do a research report. They said, "Oh, Shibu, we should do something different." I said, "Okay, um, let me think through this tonight and come back to you tomorrow." Then I said, "Can we do something on agentic AI?" Then she said, "No." And again, it comes into your bucket, Shibu, like you remember that, right? Then it started like identifying a topic, and then when you talk about agentic AI, then talk about the research problem and what problem you're trying to solve. All that happened. But with all that, what we went through, then getting speakers, getting interview respondents, thanks to NASCOM. I think like one of this agentic AI conferences in NASCOM where I was a speaker, I did the water system. Like, okay, I'm going to speak in your event, but you need to get my maturity questionnaire responded. With that condition, I'll speak. Then Chokalingam, like in fact, he was the first one to validate our maturity questionnaire, the respondents questionnaire, and he answered. Then NASCOM sent it to their list to get to get the respondents answered for that questionnaire, research questionnaire. So with all that, like we started with the to policy makers, you have seen researchers, industry specialists. We have seen government. Like morning, we had Avinash Agarwal, Abhishek Singh ji started that. So we had a whole mix of people, right from government officials to industry specialists to people from like McKinsey's of the world, and all these guys came all over. I mean, academia, and they could add a lot of value to our discussion. They could shape up our discussion. And finally, what we are trying to achieve here, we are trying to set this discussion rolling so that whatever inputs or insights we gather out of all these instructions or in these interactions, we are going to compile uh, a report, a set of recommendations and insights what we gathered to India A mission so that they can use that to set policies and set the discussions going, set the ball rolling in February 2026 AI Summit. So we are going to have our voices here there in 2026 February conference. So that way, like we did some meaningful social impact related discussion right from the beginning till the end. And Dr. Abhishek Singh talked about, he articulated about vision of India AI as an enabler for inclusive development. And he talked about through the pillars of like people, progress, planets, and stuff like that. Uh, More importantly, like what he also noticed and recognizes, the entire theme of our conference, entire proceeding, starting from the beginning to the end, we had aligned ourselves to India A missions objectives and the 7 pillars, and also the 6 pillars. Now one more added on the compute, whether it is compute, whether it is safe and trusted, and whatever, right? So now, sometime me and Krishna Singh used to have this discussion. Everybody seems to be doing safety and AI, Shibu. Why we should do it, and right? But I am I am confident, and I am very happy to share from whatever I heard from others outside that this Kalika just in a mail, a message, and even Gabriela sent a message that there is a tremendous difference what they heard when it came to safety and trusted pillar and what they seen and heard here in this conference, right? So that all we should be proud of, right? So in fact, he spoke about, Abhishek Singh spoke about layered AI governance framework, and Yuko-san is again well known in Asia Pacific region. She is a I don't know whether you guys recognize who she was, and she is the Secretary General of OECD GPA entire ASPAC region based out of Japan. And initially, she said she was going to come here physically, but then thanks to all the flight fiasco, she said no, she's going to come online because anyway, she has to come back to India next month. That's one of the reasons she said not next month, February. So, but she has promised to come to our campus sometime, and most of them, like whomever could not come here today and joined online, everybody is sending me one by one messages. Say, Shivu, we are going to come to your campus within next 2 or 3 months. So it's up to us to make use of these collaborations. It's up to us to make sure that how we want to collaborate with them, identify opportunities, and pursue them relentlessly, and go back and talk to them about, hey, this is what we want to do with you in terms of research projects, in terms of whether whatever collaboration we want to have with you guys. In fact, even Mahesh spoke about, S-Bank spoke about like how we want to work together in some of the research initiatives. We have established whatever. What I want to say is we establish those bridges, right? It's up to us to connect with them, collaborate with them, and decide what we want to do with them, or how we want to capitalize on what we have done so far and capitalize them, right? So, we had three panels, starting with my first panel and Dr. Krishna Sri panel, and then again the one which led by Dr. Bhavani. We had, though with this, all of them, three of the panels were under the realm of AI safety and responsible AI, but we touched upon different dimensions. For example, in my panel, we spoke about how we are going to have these responsible or safety AI from different sectors, critical sectors like healthcare, banking, retail, hospitality, and all the stuff, right? Dr. Krishna, she spoke about governance and responsible AI and stuff like that, and sovereignty and trust by design and agentic AI. It focus on trust by design. In her panel, or across all the discussion, trust was one keyword which has been discussed again and again and again, right? So, how we can build trustworthy system, what kind of guardrails can be placed, because trust is something, forget about AI or anything, it can be broken in 1 second, right? So, how we are going to build trustworthy system was her key factor when a panel discussion. Then last but not the least, Dr. Bhavani Rao spoke about the women in AI panel, right? Gender, in fact, from a woman's perspective, gender safety and sovereignty and social impact through a women's eye. That's what the panel was, and me and Dr. Krishna Sri were pleasantly surprised by some of the positive and very delightful conversations and impactful insights came from some of the participants, both here and remotely, right? So, to sum it all, like we had wonderful keynote addresses, we had wonderful panel discussions, and I'm sure Akshara and everybody, like Dr. Vaishak and everybody, Sanish and all that guys have been working round the clock to sum them up, and we are going to publish them, we are going to collate them, we are going to have them as recommendations to Mighty. It's also an obligation when they approved our event. It's an obligation on a mandatory obligation to share uh, the insights what we gathered from here, and we need to share with them. So somebody has to work on that. We'll be doing it, but we did a fantastic job in terms of putting up the right kind of people into the panel and delivering the right messages, key messages, and the research report is, I think, we already discussed about converting the research report into meaningful, at least 2 or 3 academic papers down the line, right? So, thank you, everyone. Thanks. When I already started, they're showing me, timeout cards. My daughter is showing me timeout card from there. And thank you very much for your patience. I know it's a Saturday evening, and I know who's it is actually Dr. Krishna is telling it to slow time. But I take the cues. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you very much for your support. And good luck and all the very best. Thank you. Yeah, volunteers. Yeah.